live from the Hyatt Regency in Atlanta, Georgia. Welcome to a community of leadership, a community of engagement, a community of action. Welcome to the 2022 Hope Global Forum's annual meeting, Bridging the Divide. Please welcome Operation Hope's President of Operations, Mr. Lance Triggs.
Are you up? Are you ready to go? I don't think so. Are you fired up? Are you ready to go? Did you have fun last night? All right, we're just getting started. Again, my name is Lance Triggs. I'm President of Program Operations for Operation Hope, and welcome to the 2022 Hope Global Forum. It's our 30th anniversary, and I have a secret. They allowed me to come back again today, so I'm happy to be here. So isn't it great to be back in person? We are so excited to have everyone here with us this morning and over the next day or so. So thank you for taking time for being here. We have another great day of activity for you this morning and this afternoon. But before we get started, it's very important to acknowledge our sponsors who have made this all happen. And so I want to start by acknowledging our 30th anniversary sponsor, and that's Wells Fargo. Is Wells Fargo in the house? Darlene Goins. I see you, Greg, over there, and team. Wells Fargo has been a long-standing sponsor of our Hope Global Forum for years now, and we're so honored for you to continue to play that role. And they also are a Hope Inside partner with us, where we have financial coaches in, 20 locations throughout the United States. So let's give Wells Fargo a round of applause. And then we also have another great partner with us. It's been with us for a number of years, and that's Truist. I know Truist is in the house. Woo-hoo! That's right. I see you, Allison, Kimberly, and Yolanda, and others. So thank you so much for your sponsorship for our Hope Global Forum. But also, they are our partner of Hope Inside Network. I believe we're about to hit 50 locations in the next year, serving 1,000 branches in the Truist Network. And so thank you for your partnership and your sponsorship. And last but not least, we have Huntington Bank, who's also one of our premier sponsors. Let's give them a round of applause. Stacy Glenn Short, who's the senior executive with Huntington Bank, who plays a great role with Operation Hope and our 1 Million Black Business Initiative. And so we're very excited. So are we ready to get the party started? All right. Well, I want to introduce you to our MC for today, who's also just a wonderful human being, and she's taken time out of her busy schedule to be with us. She's our MC and an evening anchor at Fox 5 Atlanta, and she's been known for covering some very great stories that cover the state of Georgia, tied to our governor, and tied to the COVID response, and then also Brian Kemp. And then she's done a great job covering the unrest with George Floyd and how that impacted our city here, the unrest here in Atlanta. And then she also had the chance to handle the exclusive interview with presidential nominee Joe Biden. So with all that said, she's a bad sister. So I want you to give her that hope love for being our MC today. And so without further ado, I want to have you give a round of applause for Miss Courtney Bryan.
Good morning, everybody. Wow, what an introduction. I don't really feel that was quite deserved, but I really appreciate it. Lance was very generous with proclaiming my accolades. I want you all just to bear with me because this is a very early morning for me. I do the evening news. So this might be the earliest anyone has ever seen me in the wild, so to speak. Like, since I came to Atlanta 3 years ago, but it is so great. It's such an honor to be here this morning. We have a really awesome lineup for you today. We're going to get things started with our annual Big Think segment. This year, it's a special conversation titled Struggles of the Modern Male, of Boys and Men, with the author of the book by the same name. Here to explore the implications of the struggling modern male, why it matters, and what we can do about it, I want to introduce one of America's greatest minds on economic inclusion, author and Brookings Senior Fellow Richard Reeves, and former U.S. Congressman and Mayor of Dallas, Mr. Steve Bartlett. Let's have a round of applause for them.
Thank you so much for that introduction. Thank you, Courtney. You got it exactly right. Thank you. Thank you. Here's your book.
Yeah.
Buy the book. Buy the book.
Subtle.
Well, Richard, as you know, the Hope Global Forum is a place where big thinkers come and think great thoughts together, and we try to get people that are provocative. And as I've watched the news clips and the TV talk shows over the last couple of weeks, you are the most provocative intellectual in America today. Wow. By wading into the gender debate in terms of income inequality and inclusion. So I want to start. I'm tempted to characterize what you said, but I won't. I'm going to ask you to just tell us what you learned, tell us what you found, and give us the big picture.
Okay, thank you for that question. I'll try, and then if you think I'm characterizing my own work incorrectly, I encourage you to correct me. Thank you for having me here. Well, I guess the personal answer is that I've raised 3 boys, all now in their 20s. I'll give you the intellectual answer in a moment. But so hands up who here has sons, has raised boys. Hands up who's done that. Okay, God bless you. Raising boys is like being the substitute prefrontal cortex for about 10 years. The prefrontal cortex is the bit of your brain that says, turn your chemistry homework in. Remembers that you have chemistry homework, brings the chemistry homework home, does the chemistry homework, takes it in, remembers that you have a chemistry class at all. So I know you're feeling my pain just on a personal level, but on a professional level, as you say, I work on inequality, racial equity, social mobility. And I just kept stumbling across this evidence that a big part of the inequality story in America today is the struggles of boys and men, especially working class boys and men and black boys and men. And so I came to the view that actually, for all the attention we have to pay to both sides of gender inequality, and I do obviously think we have to pay attention to both sides, that unless we can move the dial for some of our boys and men, we're in real trouble. So in education, in employment, and in family life, there are just a whole series of trends that I'm very worried about and that I don't think are getting enough public policy attention. And we can maybe get into why that is, but I think it's largely because of the way that politics is currently framed. And so all of that led me to focus on this issue.
So you discovered with data a giant gender gap, which is the great unspoken. I mean, everybody kind of knows it, but it's the one thing that you don't really want to talk about. So tell us, how big is the gender gap, and is it growing?
Well, of course, there are gender gaps in both directions, but the ones that are disfavoring women and girls tend to be the ones that get the most attention. I should say that my wife is currently trying to raise venture capital money, so I know on a very personal level that female founders only get 3% of VC money. I'm reminded of that on a nightly basis. But in education, for example, women are now 15 percentage points more likely to get a 4-year college degree than men. And that's a bigger gap than we had in 1972, when Title IX was passed. So there's a bigger gap today in higher education than when Title IX was passed. It's just the other way around. If you take high school GPA, those with the highest GPAs, 2/3 of them are girls. If we move into areas like employment, most American men today earn less than most American men did in 1979.
I saw that in your clips. Repeat that again slowly.
So most American...
Because it's quite different from what we all think.
Yeah, and it's also, I mean, you're right to have me repeat it because the words are really important here for social scientists as well. It's not true that the men today are earning less than they were in 1979. It's that most men today are earning less than most men did in 1979. So the male wage distribution, about the bottom 60%, is actually stagnant or drifted back a bit. It's important to note that's not true at the top. Men at the top have seen rising wages. Women at the top have seen very rapidly rising wages. And so whilst the gender pay gap has narrowed quite significantly, the class pay gap has widened, and the racial pay gap has remained very stubborn, and black men have basically not seen any increase, very little increase in pay at all. Black male earnings have kind of flatlined, to the extent, by the way, that whereas white women used to earn quite a lot less than black men, white women now earn a lot more than black men. They earn 14 percentage points more than black men.
White women are 14%.
White women earn 14 percentage points more than black men.
Than black men.
Yeah, now black men earn a little bit more than black women, but the point is, to use this very horrible but useful phrase, intersectionality, is that when we do that, when we think about race and class and gender altogether, what we see is that a lot of the people that are really struggling are boys and men, and you see that then playing out in health issues. So obviously there's a lot of attention to mental health issues, but I don't think there's quite enough attention to the fact that still the biggest risk for suicide is being male, by a factor of about 3 or 4. So men take their lives about 3 or 4 times more often than women do, and that's increased by about 50% for young men.
Does that extend over to mental health also, just the core of mental health?
So that's just a big difference in the way that mental health problems play out, and it's a good chance to make the point that I think part of the problem here is people think we can't think 2 things at once. Right, a lot of politicians, obviously present company and last evening's company accepted, tend to think that people can't think 2 things at once. So they can't think that we have huge problems of anxiety and depression among adolescent girls, but huge problems of depression and suicide among young men. Both those things can be true at once. They're different problems, but we should pay equal attention to both.
Well, let's go to the race side, to the race gap. So what's the intersectionality with men and women and versus race?
So all of the gender gaps that we've talked about and that are in the book, you can just assume off the bat they're going to be much wider when it comes to the gap between black men and black women. And I really do think the focus here is on black men. We can get into the whole discussion about different racial categories, but it seems quite clear to me that in terms of the education system, the criminal justice system, the labour market, it's really black men who you see who are kind of struggling the most, discriminated against the most. So, for example, in higher education, it's already true that for every black man getting a college degree, there are at least 2 black women. And so and high school graduation rates, all of those things are much bigger. But on a personal level, I opened the chapter of the book on black boys and men with a story from my godson. My godson came to me wearing glasses one day, eyeglasses. I said, well, you're getting old. He said, no, they're clear lenses. So why are you wearing clear lenses? He said, I sell more cars that way. He sells cars for a living. I said, what are you talking about? I should mention he's 6'4" and black. And it's well known, and particularly among black men, that wearing clear glasses just makes you seem less threatening. And so he's trying to diffuse the white fear of black masculinity. Right. And it turns out that a lot of black men know this, very few white people know it, and it works in court as well. It's called the nerd defense in court, so lawyers will use it, and I can hear even people in the room going, yeah. And so that was one of the things that led me to dig in, and just on every measure you can think about, black men really struggling, and it really related to my previous work on upward mobility. So upward mobility out of poverty is a big challenge for the US, and all of the black-white gap in upward economic mobility can be explained by what's happening to black men. All of it. This is Raj Chetty's work. And so if we want to improve upward mobility, then we have to focus, laser-like focus, on black boys and men.
Wow. And let's relate that to employment. We're getting some applause.
And I've got to tell you, like when you look at some of the numbers, so I mentioned Dwight, my godson. I looked at the elementary school in the neighborhood where he grew up, right? I was in Maryland at the time. So the literacy, people hitting the literacy rate for Maryland at the time was about 58%. The school my kids were out, pretty white, pretty affluent, was 82%. In Belmont Elementary in West Baltimore, where he was from, the percentage of kids, it was all black, this school, was 2%. So that's black girls and black boys. But at the scale of our failure, when it comes to education and training, is just so magnified when you look at specific subgroups, and especially at black boys and men. I should say, by the way, that low-income white boys and men, especially in rural America, are also really struggling, and you see huge gender gaps there as well.
Have you compared this geographically? So what's the urban-rural split on this? Yeah,
so actually, we're in Atlanta right now. Atlanta is, I think, the 5th most unequal in terms of its K-12 education system between boys and girls. Baltimore is right up there, Chicago is right up there, and so, although I haven't quite done this work yet, because the gender gap is so big between black boys and black girls, or black men and black women, I think that there's a big race factor there too. But if you then look at these kind of very poor rural districts, which are predominantly white, you see similar with gender gaps. Yeah.
So the Chicago public schools and small-town Alabama public schools have the same outcomes.
Yeah.
Same bad outcomes, if you will.
Similar gender gaps, right. Yeah. Although when you pan back and look kind of nationally, you just see it just as such a different story. So I haven't published the data yet, but if you look, it's very hard to get data on high school graduation rates by race and gender because the federal government doesn't require states to report the sex breakdown, which is something that really infuriates me. So I don't know what the on-time high school graduation rate is for black boys. Right. But I know it is in some states, and in Michigan, for example, only about 2/3 of black boys graduate high school on time. And nationally, 1 in 4 black boys repeat a grade before the end of high school.
Well, as a former mayor, I can tell you that it's not just the federal government. School districts don't even report their true dropout rate, meaning the school district will typically measure the number of students that walked in the principal's office and said, I'm dropping out, right?
Right.
But they don't measure the gap between the 9th grade and the 12th grade at all because it makes them look bad, especially in the central cities.
That's why these figures on time graduation are really important.
Yeah, exactly. Well, tell us about jobs and employment. So is some of that related to the traditionally masculine jobs have gone away?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things that have happened here. One is, the big one is that the changes in the labour market mean that modestly educated men are not going to get a decently paid job in the current labour market. That used to be true. You had a high school diploma and you lived in the right place, and actually for quite a long time you were the right race as well, of course. You could get a decent job. That's not true anymore. And so if you look at men with only a high school diploma, their wages have cratered, their employment rates have cratered, and so you just need more skills. I think it was Senator Warnock said something last night about the 11th and the 12th commandments. It's like, get some kind of post-high school education. It doesn't need to be a degree. In fact, I'm big on vocational training and high-quality apprenticeships. And so those jobs have really disappeared, which means that men need to adjust, and we're not really trying very hard to help them adjust into the jobs of the future.
So you also wrote a book where you developed the jobs thing, and you called it the HEAC. So describe that. HEA, yeah. So describe that, and that's with regard to male employment.
Yes, so people are probably familiar with STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, and there's been a big push around STEM, and particularly to get women into STEM, which has been really very successful. It's not. The
numbers are still small, but
it depends. Actually, I mean,
moving up.
It actually varies by subject. So most scientists in the US today are female. Women account for at least half of the undergraduate degrees in STEM, with the exception of engineering and computer science. So there's still some work to do there. But by and large, there's been a huge, huge shift. Right? I mean, there were no female engineers 40 years ago. Now we're up to whatever it is, 15%. But these HEAL jobs, and here is my colleague and I, Belle Sawhill and I, came up with this term, which is health, education, administration, and literacy. So it's like the opposite of STEM in terms of the skills and the jobs. We are going to create about two jobs in HEAL occupations for every one we create in STEM over the next 10 years. So there I'm thinking school teachers. I'm thinking mental health workers. I'm thinking nurses. I'm thinking nursing assistants, etc. Psychologists. And the sorts of jobs that need the skills which are more about communication than they are about strong backs, etc. And so those are different kinds of jobs. And while STEM jobs have become successively less male-dominated, HEAL jobs have become successively more female-dominated. So every one of the professions I just listed, with the tiny exception of nursing, where you've seen a slight increase of men up to about 11%, has become more female-dominated over time. So I'll give you one example, which I think matters for the users of services too, psychology. In the 1980s, psychology as a profession was gender equal. In the last 10 years, the share of men in psychology has dropped from 39% to 29%. Among psychologists under the age of 30, only 5% are male. So I've got to tell you...
You said 5%?
5%. 5%. Yeah, so you've got a profession... So people might say, oh, well, psychology, that's a women's profession. Well, it wasn't. Nor was social work, by the way. Social work was gender parity at the beginning of the 80s. And so these professions that you very quickly start to think of, oh, well, that's more of a women's job. That's not true. And yet there are no scholarships for men into those areas. There are no subsidies for men into those areas. Here we're getting into solutions. And I've got to tell you, as someone that's benefited from therapy with a male therapist and had sons that have benefited from therapy with male therapists, the absence of male therapists is shocking. You know what shocks me? No one seems to care. And the same with teachers. 25% of our teachers are male and dropping. 1 in 10 elementary school teachers are male. In terms of early years education, which is one of the fields one of my sons works in, 3% of early years educators are male.
3%.
3%. Well,
And of course, 50% of the students are male.
Yes. In fact, as a share of the profession, there are twice as many women flying U.S. military planes as there are men teaching kindergarten.
Wow.
Twice as many. Now, to be clear, I want to do more of that, more of women into the military, and we're redesigning aircraft cockpits and ejector seats so that they are more inclusive. Terrific. Let me be completely honest. I actually don't care who's flying our jets as long as they can shoot down the enemy jets. I don't really care. I mean, I know I'm supposed to pretend to care, but I really don't care. I really care who's teaching my boys. And if we send a message to them that that's not for men to do that, there are no men, and the ones that do it get stigmatized, where's the campaign?
So there is a stigma.
Oh,
you in your book, you related the incident of a elementary school teacher, a male teacher, who regularly, when he tells people what he does, they look at him funny and ask him, kind of, is he a pedophile?
Right. I mean, my son has had that experience too. He's been turned down for jobs where they've actually been explicit about that. Yeah. Just said, the parents just won't like it. And the question of like, oh, why are you so interested in young children? I mean, it's the kind of stigma that will stop people going into a profession. And by the way, it's the kind of stigma that women faced, and in some cases still going into predominantly male professions. Right. My sister-in-law is an engineer, my son is an early years educator, and I'm furious at anybody that discriminates against them on an individual basis. But we've done quite a lot to get more women in engineering, and I see, with the exception of just a few very small underfunded groups, the American Association of Men in Nursing, etc., just almost no effort in the other direction.
So we've succeeded in many ways destigmatizing jobs for women to go into historically male professions. Yeah. Firefighters, for example, police officers. Yeah.
I would say,
but we haven't done that for men for the other jobs.
No, and I think it doesn't happen by itself. It happens, of course, by a lot of women going into those professions, so we need men to go into it. But billions of dollars of both government and philanthropic money have gone into breaking down those barriers for women into those professions, and I applaud every single initiative that's done that. I just think we're now at a point where, with male employment declining, with these healed professions needing more workers, and this tragic loss of male carers in our schools, like school counselors, I think 5 or 6 to 1 female to male, but most of the kids referred to as school counselor are male. And so if we look at it through that lens, then I honestly see real problems if we don't address those professional segregations.
So let me point to or pull out the elephant in the room. That is to say, this is not a zero-sum game. As when people first hear of this study, they think, oh, he's trying to take things away from women, as if women and men are competing for percentages. And that's not the case. Whoever succeeds in this society helps everyone else succeed.
Yeah, Brian, I mean, look, when you talk to struggling families, the idea that helping men do better or helping boys do better was somehow bad for women, they think you're insane. In fact, the only reason that middle-class households have seen any increase in income is because of women's earnings and employment. And so you're right, but it's in too many people's interest to frame these things as zero-sum. So whose side are you on? Right, there's either a war on boys and men or a war on girls and women. If you have a daughter and a son, you want them both to flourish. And we've all got to stand up and reject. I mean, Senator Warnock was saying this last time. We've got to reject the zero-sum framing that is poisoning our politics and poisoning our culture. If you think A, you can't think B. You're required to choose sides. And when it applies to gender, it's causing huge problems because many of our boys and young men are genuinely struggling. And if we don't address those issues, we're in real trouble. I quote Daniel Schumannthal, who's a Jewish-American advocate, and he said, it's an axiom of political life that if responsible people don't address real problems, irresponsible people will exploit them.
Right.
And that is right the trap we're in right now with our boys and young men.
In every facet of society.
In every facet, to apply it here, but I really worry about, like, if we're not telling a positive story about boys and young men, if we're not sending a signal to our boys and young men, we've got you, we've got your back, we're with you, we understand, you're not toxic, you're not the problem, society's the problem, unless we're sending that message, they're going to go somewhere else. they're going to hear that message from somebody if it's not from us, everyone in this room.
Yeah. So Edmund Burke, all that's necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men and women to do nothing. So it's time to do something in this area.
Yes, without giving up any of our commitments to the ongoing struggles for women and girls. I refuse the zero sum. We can think two thoughts at once. We can do two things at once.
So what are the solutions? What are the solutions? What are the big picture solutions?
Well, I've already talked about I just want a national drive to get more men into these healed professions. I think it's really shocking what's happening in areas like psychology, social work, counseling, and teaching. So I want subsidies. I desperately want some people to put some money behind some financial incentives. In education, I think we should consider starting boys in school a year later, because they do develop a little bit later, where I started, the prefrontal cortex. More investments in technical high schools and vocational. And then the last thing I'd say is fatherhood, particularly unmarried men are treated quite badly by the legal system in this country. If we're going to have paternity leave, let's have it for fathers as well. We need a drive around fatherhood. And I think fatherhood is a great potential bipartisan cause because, you don't have to be married to be a great father. You don't have to be married to be a great father. Right. I refuse that claim. But fathers matter in and of themselves. And so anybody that says to me, you've got to be married to be a good father, wrong. Anybody that says to me, dads don't matter, women can do it all on their own, screw the men, wrong. Dads matter, period. And if we don't start sending that message, we're benching our dads. We're benching them, and it's great.
Okay, one last question. Have you sold more books than John Hope Bryant?
Nobody has sold more books than John Hope Bryant. And that's as it should be.
Thank you, Richard. Awesome. Thank you so much. Hope Global Forum.
Thank you.
Buy the book.
I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate my dear, dear, eternal friend, John Hope Bryant, and the Operation Hope on reaching this tremendous milestone, your 30th anniversary. For 30 years, you, along with your partners, have provided a vital service to countless communities throughout the nation, and in doing so, have provided generations of young adults with the foundational knowledge to build a better future for themselves, their families, and their communities through financial education and self-empowerment. There can be no more noble endeavor than to dedicate oneself to making the world a better place, and the staff and supporters of Operation Hope have embraced that purest of aspiration with an unwavering focus that should truly be applauded. John, thank you for all that you and Operation Hope have done and achieved over the past 3 decades, and my most heartfelt best wishes for another 30 years of achievement for your great organization, man.
Good morning, everybody. I said good morning, everybody. Isn't it a great day? I'm honored to have you here. Quincy Jones once told me, if you think you're in the music business and you don't own music rights, publishing rights, licensing rights, you're actually not in the music business, you're just a temporary performer. That's deep. Quincy Jones is an icon, until recently, most Grammy Awards nominations than anybody in history, and he was part of the civil rights movement. You could not have had a movement that was successful with civil rights without the media and without celebrity engaging. He was involved with that, his peers were involved with that, and I'm honored to see him involved with civil rights. You also need capital. You need money to do what we do. Steve Bartlett, please join me on stage again. Steve Bartlett is an understated man. You know him as public policy leader and mayor of Dallas. Congressman, come over here, Steve. It's okay. I'm a black guy, but it's okay. Come over here.
All right. More.
I know you're a hardcore Republican, but you can stand right there.
I'm not. I know you're a hardcore capitalist too. So we're fine.
I am. The color is green. So I didn't know Steve in I forget what year it was, 2012?
Earlier, like 2006, 2008.
Okay, that's when we met.
Within
about when Warnock.
When Warnock, yeah.
That was 2012.
2012, yeah.
Ish. So global economic crisis, subprime crisis, translation, wallets are zipped, Nobody's got any money. At least
Right.
they say they don't.
Right.
And Reverend Warnock calls me, for those who were here last night, and says, I want you to put a hope inside at Ebenezer Church. I'm like, Reverend Warnock, we're broke. We don't have any money for that. And you want me to go to Wall Street, get money for a black church counseling center? Yeah, exactly. So I said, okay. The answer is yes. Hung up with Reverend Warnock, now Senator Warnock. Called Steve Bartlett. Said, Steve, I need $5 million. Click.
Dial tone.
Dial tone. Called him back. Said, Steve, I wasn't joking. I need $5 million. He said, you're kidding. You're crazy. So I explained what it was, and I said, this is Dr. King's church. He said, oh, crap. He said, what is this again? Financial coaching. Explained it. He said, yeah, this unfortunately is a really good idea. He said, hold on. I think you called me back.
Yeah, and I called you back to clarify. I said, John, you know there's a recession on, right? And the banks are failing at the rate of one a day. And it can't be done.
And he called me back, I think it was a couple hours later, and said, okay, don't get too excited. I got you $1 million. Stand by.
Right.
And within about 2 weeks,
Right.
he had raised $5 million. Right. We now have Hope Insides and faith-based organizations all across the country. As you've heard now, we have 200 locations plus now, and we're going to have 1,000 locations by 2025. But all of this starts with people who care, people who lean in. And I just wanted to stop and acknowledge somebody who deserves credit for standing up, showing out. By the way, the reason Reverend Warnock was a speaker at Financial Services Roundtable was because Steve Bartlett called me and said he wanted him there. There's a lot of folks moving justice in the background. Right. Give Steve Bartlett some love as we give him this 30th anniversary award from Operation
That is
Hope.
awesome. So I must say, of all the things I've done in my life, with the exception of my 8 grandchildren, Operation Hope is the most meaningful in terms of its impact, its change. Hundreds of millions of people's lives will be improved dramatically and already are being. So, John, it's to you. Thank you.
Love you, man. Thank you all.
All right, how we feeling? Nuh-uh. I need more than that. It's like 10 o'clock now almost, in 20 minutes or so. I just want to get like a temperature check from you all on how you're feeling. Because, you know, it's like when you go to a really nice restaurant and they serve each course, they give you the little finger bowl in between. You know, you got to kind of like let it all sink in. So how are you feeling after that last session? Are you feeling inspired? Yeah, it was really interesting, some of the topics that they talked about. It really does get you to think about something maybe in a new way, or maybe just to get you to think about an aspect of the topic that you never heard before or thought about. That's the whole point of today. So I'm glad you're all here. We have so much more good stuff on the way for you. We talked all about men in the last session, right? It was all about how men can overcome some of the difficulties of our current society. We're not going to leave the ladies out, right? What do you think the next session is about? All right. Well, now that we're on that topic, let's talk about powerful women. We have one of the most powerful women in America in the building right now. She is, for me, I know I'm in the broadcast news industry, and she's someone that I am very familiar with, having been in this business for quite a while. She is the president of MSNBC, and she is in fact the first black executive, that goes for men or women, to lead a major news network. So I want you all to help me to welcome to the stage the president of MSNBC, Rashida Jones, and let's welcome back the Operation Hope CEO, John Hope Bryant. You have a preference?
Is that the best y'all got? Didn't the lady tell you this is the first black president of a network in American history? What's wrong with you people?
Thank you, my dear. Thank you. Thank you.
See, we just spoil you guys. First this, first that, billionaire here, billionaire there. I mean, that's amazing.
Thank you, my dear.
You are amazing.
Thank you.
You're real.
I'm real. I'm here.
Yeah.
You know I'm
you
real.
like exist. You're not like a meme or something.
No.
Richmond, Virginia.
Yeah.
She grew up in Richmond, Virginia, the place where the Confederacy called home. She grew up in modest household. Mm-hmm. We're going to talk about that and unpack that a little bit.
Yep.
For those ladies out here who don't believe that you can come up from nothing, I believe the year was 2002 when you got your graduate degree or your degree in journalism.
Yep.
So we're not talking about somebody who's been in this game for 30 or 40 years. We're talking about somebody who literally graduated in 2002 and in 20 short years became the first black president of a network in U.S. history.
And I think important to emphasize, when I graduated, it was from an HBCU, Hampton University.
That's right.
Which I'm very proud of.
So let's get into this. Let's talk about everything, the easy stuff, the difficult stuff, the oh my God, how did I get here stuff, the no good deed shall go unpunished stuff. Let's go back, though, to, I always love understanding how somebody like you gets built.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't just happen all by itself. So let's talk about what was your formation. Where did that self-esteem? One thing I love about every time we're together, talking to you is like talking to Buddha. You're just calm. Yeah. You're just cool. You're unbothered. You're unflustered. Yeah. That doesn't just happen naturally. And that's not confidence, that's self-esteem. You guys know there's a difference? Confidence is competence leaned into the world. But self-esteem is how I esteem myself. Mm-hmm. Now, if you want to understand why this world is so screwed up, if I don't like me, I'm not going to like you. If I don't feel good about me, I'm not going to feel good about you.
Yep.
If I don't respect me, don't expect me to respect you. If I don't love me, I don't have a clue how to love you. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And here's the big one. If I don't have a purpose in my life, I'm going to make your life a living hell. Because whatever goes around, comes around. Self-esteem is so important.
Yeah.
And that embedded in that is the presumption is self-love. Very few of us have been given the confidence and the self-love. And what I've felt from you from our very first meeting, and I went home and told Shatra when I met you and how impressed I was with it, is this calmness. Where did that come from?
I mean, I think for me, I was raised by very strong parents who made it not optional to feel good about yourself. It was not an option not to strive for greatness. And it's something that I've always carried with me. You know, we grew up in a household where we were the only 3 black kids at our school. We went to a Catholic school. And there had to be a little bit of insulation away from what other people said and did to you and how they viewed you. You had to kind of insulate yourself a little bit. So I think I've always had that, you know, to your point, if you don't love yourself, but I also had a lot of love with me. My parents did not play. The expectations were high, but it was because they knew we could do it. You know, my dad would always say to us, if a person can do it, you can do it. And if you can't, explain to me why you can't. And there's no explanation. And so you just kind of had to live in that space. And so I think it was the combination of having the right people around me from very early, the right guides, the right mentors. But, you know, I'll also lean into what you said, believing in myself. And that's because I did the work. I do the work. You know, my record speaks for itself. And so why would I not believe in something that I already know? And I've always just kind of felt that.
What hit me when you were talking, it reminded me, is a line that Christy from Wells Fargo was here last night, and she said her parents told her yes or never told her no, but there are consequences to what you said yes to.
Yep.
So I'm not telling you no, but just know there's consequences and a price to pay.
Yeah.
So I sort of hear a similar cadence in your family. There's this high expectations that had to go with your access.
Right.
I'm also hearing, if I got this right, that you were one of 3 black people in your school, which made
Whole school, right.
which made it mean you had to learn to deal with people who are different and difficult at an early age.
Very much so. And I think, again, because I had my sister and brother there also, we were very protective of each other. And we knew we had to be protective of ourselves. And so when I grew up in a very urban neighborhood and went to a very suburban school. So I, on any given day, had to live in both of those worlds. And I think it's also why I've been able to live and feel comfortable at any table, any meeting, any conversation. I always say, like, if somebody's uncomfortable with me, and I actually had a friend who said recently, there are some people who are going to be angry with you because you have the audacity to exist. Woo! Right? And it was such a powerful thing. But the follow-up to that is that's their problem. That's not my problem. Like, if I make you uncomfortable being at a certain table, that's something that you have to kind of solve within yourself, but I'm not going to let that negativity come in.
Amen.
And it's not all negative. I mean, I will say, while you said the good and the challenges and stuff, I've also seen an overwhelming amount of people who just want to root me on, who want to see me do well. I had this woman, she's a prominent civil rights activist. And when I met her a few years ago, she came up to me and she said, "You and I have never met, and I pray for you every single night."
Wow.
And it was so moving when she said that because she meant it. And then a few years later, we were at an event, and she met my mom and my daughter, had both of them with me. I was receiving an award, and I introduced her. And she told my mom that same thing, and my mom said, "It is unbelievable how much of that I hear from people, and I feel so blessed that they get to see the person that I've known for your entire life." So it's like you get that kind of thing too, and I've seen and gotten a lot of that just by being the first and knowing what it means for other people.
Couple questions. Does your family treat you is it a weird vibe when you go home? No?
I will tell you this. When I go home for Thanksgiving, for example, I still have to cut up the cheese for the macaroni and cheese. Can't outsource that. There are still plenty of carpets to be vacuumed, beds to be made. There's, my family, we do the things that normal families do. And again, that's part of why I think my relationship with them is so special, because they both see the importance of what I do, but they also know just Rashida from Rashida.
It's just Rashida.
I might have to cut up onions too. Like, that's my least favorite thing, but they put me to work just like any other day.
Yeah.
Yep.
It keeps you grounded.
It does.
Yeah, yeah.
And the kids too, they don't care about any of this other stuff. My daughter asked me to make dinner when I get home tonight. I said, "I get home at 10 o'clock. Baby, I've been speaking on this stage." She's like, "No, I need a meal." I mean, it's just normal life.
I come in and tell Shakespeare, "I just talked to the President of the United States." Yep, here's the trash.
Right.
It needs to go.
It goes out that way.
Out there, around the corner. So, Richmond, Pennsylvania?
I was born in York, Pennsylvania.
York, Pennsylvania.
So very small town.
What's the population?
I don't know what it is now, but I know it's 9 square miles, very small.
What?
9 square miles.
9 square miles.
Yep.
So you can come from a little place and still do big things.
Yeah.
When did you get in your head that you might have the audacity to become president of a network? And when did that become a real possibility?
I mean, it was I remember exactly when I said the words out loud for the first time. And so I was chatting with someone, and he said, what do you want to do? What's your next big goal? And I said, I want to run a network. And this was...
When was this?
This was 5 or 6 years ago.
Okay.
So not that long ago. Because I didn't even know it was a possibility. I didn't know it was a choice. I didn't know it was a thing I could say out loud. And when I said this to him, and this was, he was trying to recruit me for a job, and we got...
Oh, back up, Rashida.
Yeah.
I want to, please, everybody, this is Rashida Jones, president of MSNBC, who said she didn't know she could say her dreams out loud. Can you repeat that?
But there was power to that. I didn't know that it was okay to say something as bold and aspirational, that I had the audacity to say it out loud. And this man who had a similar job, we get through kind of a more formal conversation, and then afterwards he pulled me to the side and said, "You're going to run a network. I don't know when, but I am getting to know you. You're going to have that job." And it was again, I remember the moment. I remember where I was sitting, and it was just this affirming thing of, again, the thing that I knew and the thing that I felt, hearing it back from someone. And then when I recounted that conversation to one of my mentors, Yvette Miley, she was like, "Well, why can't you? And what took you so long? Why would you have that doubt?" And so again, when I go back to talking about your people and your circle, you have to have those people that, for the good and the bad, are going to kind of shake your shoulders a little bit and say, "You're capable of more, you can do more, even if you don't have the audacity to say it for yourself. I'm going to be here to push you."
Absolutely. We're going to get into the network and all that in a moment. I want to still stay with this theme, though, on your personal story for 1 second and leadership. It has to be lonely.
What I would say is there are very few of us in jobs like this, but there are a lot of people out there who are willing to support, to give their advice, and just to even be a quiet place of support for what I do. But the reality is there are so few of us, and the industry isn't used to seeing that. You know, I mentioned to a friend recently, like, we almost have to reintroduce to them how you talk about Black women in jobs like this, and how you cover us, and where the expectations are, and our goalposts may look a little different from other people's goalposts, but that's real. And it's, you know, again, I'd rather, knowing that, I would rather be the first to have to kind of clean some of this up for the second, the third, the fifth, and so on. And I think it's why it's been so important for me to be as authentic as I can in this job. You know, I was hosting a panel for Black leaders across NBC Universal a few months ago. And this is like film, parks, everything. And NBC is a big company. And I had this woman tell me on the panel, she said, "I've been here for over 20 years. I have never said out loud where I went to college, because I went to an HBCU and I didn't think my colleagues would understand. And I heard you speak, and I heard you do the commencement speech at Hampton, and I've seen you just talk about Hampton so much. And I deliberately said, tomorrow I'm going to mention that I went to Fayetteville State on purpose to kind of make myself feel better about it. But for me, that's the being authentic in the job, because I need to make sure the second, third, fourth, and fifth person, when they come up and they come in, they also feel comfortable being everything that they are and who they are exactly."
So, absolutely. What I'm reminded of, this hotel is so historic because Dr. King met here with Andrew Young. By the way, he sends his best. He'll be here in about an hour. He wanted to let you know he's very proud of you.
Thank you.
I'm thinking that the things that we thought were extraordinary in the 1960s are normal now. People take civil rights for granted. But it was something that Dr. King gave his life for, Andrew Young lived his life for, Ben Chavis is here, a lot of other civil rights heroes and sheroes are here, Dr. Dorothy Height, all the people who do credit, Scott King, who don't get credit. I hope that this conversation, was extraordinary now, becomes something normal. People take for granted in 20 years from now. This has to become normal, yes?
Yeah.
So you're breaking barriers. When you break those barriers, not only do you not get a lot of credit, you get a lot of grief. When Ambassador Young became mayor of Atlanta, he told me the next day he was picketed by the civil rights community. And he went out and said, "You guys are my friends. Why are you picketing me?" He said, no, I'm not your friend. You're the mayor, and we're the advocates, and we're going to be on you.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it must feel weird that you get in this position and people don't understand what it's like to run a balance sheet, an income statement, run a brand, run international agreements, licensing agreements, business agreements, interlocking agreements. You got all these different things you've got to keep your hands on. You've taken, I think, an incredible risk in the midst of that, because you could have just said, "I'm going to do nothing but be Black and sit here." Give him my check. And you went in and you hired a bunch of folks who look like you to give them a shot. And then, you know, without getting a bunch of details, you get some of those folks who, for their reason, it doesn't work. And then you get criticized for making a business decision and get jumped on, legitimate or not, because everybody has a reason or a right to, you can say it's America, say whatever you want. I'm sure it must be extraordinarily frustrating because you're trying to do good.
I'll just say I don't let noise deter me. I'm here to do a job. I'm here to open the door for so many other people. I'm here to build a pipeline. I'm here to create opportunity, and that's where my focus is.
No good deed shall go unpunished.
That's how it goes.
But do good anyway.
Do it anyway.
Yeah. And what are some of the diversity? And people don't realize what some of the stuff you've done at the network to open doors. I want to talk about what's going on with the media and the broader divisions before we wrap up. But talk to us about some of the diversity and inclusion stuff that you've done already in the network.
Yeah, so it's been 2 years, and the makeup of our both on-air and off-air teams looks completely different than it did before. We've got more people of color hosting shows, and that's every group represented in a way where they can tell their stories in a very authentic way. We've got more people in the pipeline to become the next executive producers, the next executive leaders than we've had in a very long time. This was an initiative that I started, but I've been a big supporter of and contributed to this program called MBCU Academy, where we target schools that make up majority minority students, and we go into their campuses, and we sit on their stages, and we train their students to become the next us. And so even that work has taken me to universities all across the country, really trying to build the next pipeline of the people who will sit in these chairs one day. And so, and you know, those are the things that you can kind of see, and then there are the things that you can't see. There, you know, there's a small group of black leaders in our organization who now, you know, we have a safe space. We've got a place where we can kind of talk to each other and help grow and groom each other. And those are some of the things that I pour into. And so, you know, when you're in a job like this, you have, and you listed all the fun, boring things that make up part of my job, but I also take very seriously the responsibility I have to make sure I'm doing something to ensure I'm not the only, just because I was the first, that I'm not the only, and I'm building a pipeline for the folks who come behind me.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're such a class act. I'm friends with Roland Martin. You're friends with Roland Martin. Roland's here streaming. Thank him for that. You guys find your disagreement on a recent issue, but you had disagreements, but you weren't disagreeable. And privately, he respects you and is proud of you. You told me you respect him, proud of him, and both of you are here today. This is what America needs to be about. When we succeed, we need to make sure that all boats rise, and that we are lifting as we rise. Yes. Yeah. And that I know for me, criticism makes me better, and you have taken criticism and called it a critique, and has made it a sharper focus on your leadership. And now you're pivoting that into what you're leading at MSNBC overall. Talk to us. To me, all this informs how you're going to lead what people don't realize is an international network. America's divided. She's in a bit of a family fight. What are you doing to help to bridge? We're bridging the divide is the purpose of this meeting. What are you doing to bridge these divides here? Not at the network. And what can we look at going forward as some issues?
You know, we talk about things that we take for granted as far as just the tone and the sentiment that the country experiences. And if you go back to like the 60s, in some cases, it was bad then too. And I think as a journalist, and our role in the media is we have to find ways to find commonality. We have to find ways, without being inauthentic, to find common goals and objectives. We have to put a spotlight on stories that maybe other people don't understand or don't get access. We have to find a way to bring these perspectives to light. But to your point about disagreeing without being disagreeable, it's okay to disagree. It's okay to be on opposite sides. But as journalists, we want to make sure we're adding to the conversation, we're adding value. We're putting a spotlight on things that need to be shown, but not becoming part of the story. And that's really where I want to continue to take MSNBC, the brand.
Yeah. It must really be hard when dealing with politics, as an example, to not become the conversation, to not really look and feel like you're on one side or the other. And I think you're always trying to find that balance, right? And
balance is exactly it. And I think we have to be comfortable with holding the powerful to account in all areas. You know, this is not a place where, you know, there are some networks that focus on kind of rallying behind a particular a particular party. That's not what our focus is. That's not what our process is. It's not what our purpose is. And so I think in the same way we have had to question decisions from this administration as we did in the administration before, I just think that's part of our job. And you know, we're not helping to change anything. We're just continuing to reinforce the division.
And NBC, I'm going to go back to this diversity issue, which I think is really, so we're talking about what's outside balance, and now we're talking about inside balance. You guys have an aggressive goal of 50%, is that right?
50% challenge. So this was something my boss, Cesar Conde, started when he joined the company 2.5 years ago. So you have a very successful Hispanic male at the top of the food chain, so to speak, in our organization.
That's impressive.
It's very impressive, very impressive. And he's over all 3 of our news brands. I run one of them, and he's over all 3. And so he came in, first goal, first objective, before you get to all of the business stuff, before you get to the editorial, was this 50% challenge. And the idea was that now as a KPI, we're measured against ensuring that our teams are 50% people of color and at least 50% women and at least 50% people of color. And we've seen real change in that way. And so I think, again, kind of the same idea, when you say it out loud, it makes it real. We're all expected to live up to this challenge. You know, in the last year, 60% of our hires have been women, 50% of our hires have been people of color, and we're really marching towards that direction. And part of it is not just to have a box to check to say we've done this, but it's to create a process where we've got a system that continues in this way. None of us will do these jobs forever. We'll continue to move on to big and great things, but what we've done is ensure that in the next generation to come, we've got a system in place to ensure that our newsrooms look like the country that we cover.
Absolutely. And you know, I haven't said this yet at this forum, but I think it's important to say this. There's somebody watching this, and this is being streamed around the world. Roland Martin, CNBC is doing their part. iHeart's doing their part. There's a lot of networks. It's being our Operation Hope channel. People around the world watching this. I don't want somebody sitting in a rural southern area who happens to be Caucasian and thinking, well, somehow this means I'm getting less.
Yeah.
Let me explain this to you. There's not a college-educated white man in America who has to worry about opportunity. We're talking about, listen now, this is a Stephanie Rule quote. We're talking about expanding the table and adding a chair. We're not retaking someone's share. We're not cutting up a poverty pie. We're expanding the economy. We're expanding GDP. And to the extent that blacks and brown folks help to add 1 or 2 or 3% of GDP, gross domestic product, to the economy, even, I'll say it, even racist wins. Because when the economy expands, all boats rise. So we should not be talking about a zero-sum game or this person got something and this person didn't. No, we're talking about American economy has never gone backwards because we keep looking at the future and including more and more people. It's just that the immigrants don't look like Europeans. They look like Afropeans or something. Latinopeans. I mean, it's just darker, a different hue, maybe women. I'm joking about it, but I'm serious. Like, we've always had an immigrant story in this country. It's just that these immigrants look different.
Right.
But we need each other. We are better together.
That's right.
And I think that is what I'm hearing you say, is that you're adding strength to MSNBC by adding diversity. Am I right about that?
It has made us better. It's made us stronger, and it allows us to reflect the audience. Like when you see yourself in the stories, because it's not just the talent, it's the stories that we cover, the kinds of programming that we create, you can relate to it more. We're able to reach people if they really feel like that they can see themselves in what we're doing. And that's really been a big focus. And again, not for the sake of just checking boxes, because it's good for us as an organization.
I have one final question.
Yep.
It's two-part. And if you haven't guessed, I'm a big fan of Rashida. I hope it, I don't care if it shows through. I hope it does. I think you're amazing.
Thank you.
Two questions in one. One, are you optimistic about the future? And two, what advice do you have for that young black girl or young black woman, either a child of somebody in this audience or a woman sitting in this audience, about achieving in a world that has discounted you in their brain?
So I will combine the answers to say I am optimistic because of that future. I'm optimistic that there is somebody out there who's going to achieve grades higher than anything we could imagine for ourselves or even for our children. I think that's important. We've shown time and time again that we can continue to grow, we can continue to advance, we can continue to achieve despite the headwinds that come our way. And again, if I can do it and I'm ensuring that I'm creating a pathway for other people, yes, there has to be somebody out there because it's up to us to ensure that that person gets the opportunity. It's up to them to feel confident to reach for something that may feel like it's out of their grasp. And I think that's important. So I feel great about what's next.
For the First Lady, the first black person to run a network balance sheet in the largest economy in the world, the biggest media company the biggest media community in the world, the first one to run a balance sheet and an income statement and do it with the dignity and respect for herself and for those she serves. Please say thank you to Rashida Jones.
Thank you. It was so great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I would have bet everything that riot was not going to happen. I said, there's not going to be a problem. The officers who beat Rodney King are going to be convicted and they're going to jail. And for those who don't know the history, 30 years ago, all those officers were found to be innocent. The city came unglued.
When the verdicts came out, it came out about this time, about in the morning is afternoonish. We were out here on Crenshaw and people were just beeping their horns and honking their horns, and it was like you can just tell the energy, but we never saw it. So when the riots happened, I actually went to First AME Church, and literally, when I went outside, it was like Beirut. Like, it was fires everywhere.
It was kind of bad. So we didn't know what we were going to do, so we went back to our home and watched it on television.
And the way they stopped it, they called the army in. And they had the guns and things out, and they was riding around in them big trucks covered up, but you could see the guns sticking out in there. And that's what quieted it down. And the next morning when we got up, blood was running down the street like water. They shot up a lot of people that night. I know about that riot. I know about it.
I realized at that time that sometimes you don't have justice, you have just us. First of all, I started Operation Hope out of guilt for not showing up in my own neighborhood. I felt guilty, like I need to do something.
I thought he was just talking out of both sides of his mouth. I didn't take it seriously at first until he brought his executive secretary there and told me that they were going in business together. She said, I see something in him, and she's been with him day one up until now.
You know, think about these 24 and 26-year-olds, you know, out there thinking they're going to change the world, you know, with brochures and meetings and whatever we were doing at that age. It was just relentless every day, every day, every day.
My God, we made it happen. We make it happen how you make it happen. Flyers, word of mouth, whatever we could.
Martin here with Black Star Network. We are here at the 30th anniversary of Operation Hope, the Hope Global Forum. We're here in Atlanta. It started last night. Senator Raphael Warnock was the guest speaker on the panel. And, of course, there's a plethora of sessions happening today. Coming up next is going to be Ambassador Andrew Young, who'll be on the panel next. A little bit later, the CEO of Pfizer and many others as well. Tomorrow, Ambassador Young will be on stage with T.I., Killer Mike, closing out this session with John Hope Bryan as well. And so we're going to be live streaming these events all day. In addition, later today, we'll be broadcasting Roland Martin Unfiltered from here as well, featuring some of today's events. And so this is all about the economy. It's all about housing, education, economic empowerment. And so, again, we've been partnering with Operation Hope for the last several years, broadcasting from here being able to interview a number of different people who are participating, a number of the CEOs. Bishop T.D. Jakes will sit down and talk with him tomorrow as well. So a lot of different folks will be bringing you, sharing their thoughts and perspectives here from Global Hope Forum. So they're switching over the session right now. And so next up will be Ambassador Andrew Young, former Ambassador to the United Nations for the United States, but also former mayor of Atlanta, former congressman as well. So look forward to hearing what he has to say and the other folks. And so we'll see you a little bit later right here from Operation Global Hope Forum here in Atlanta.
In this country.
Yeah, it really is incredible to hear some of the stories of the work that this organization, Operation Hope, has done. Let's give a round of applause celebrating 30 years. Really incredible. It really is amazing. I know I'm inspired after that last session hearing. Just that one takeaway for me was I had the audacity to say my dream out loud. Don't you love that? I love that. That is so inspiring. We're going to keep the inspiration train going, so to speak, to talk about sports and entertainment. I know that for a lot of us in 2020, that was such a key part of what we remember, not only with the pandemic and how it affected sports and entertainment, but also with the social justice awakening that was happening across the country. That also permeated sports and entertainment. You just couldn't escape the conversation. It was all around us. We are going to explore some of that right now with some real champions of change. So if you could help me to welcome to the stage the Chief Executive Officer of RISE, Diane Billings-Burford, the President of NASCAR, Steve Phelps, Operation Hope CEO John Hope Bryant, and joining us remotely, NBA Hall of Famer, TBS broadcaster, and founder of Hill Ventures, the legendary Grant Hill.
Welcome to the largest meeting of its kind in the world for the empowerment of the underserved and the poor and the working class. Folks with too much month at the end of their money. Oh, here's my man, Grant Hill. So Grant's so wealthy he needed his own room. Good to see you, Grant.
Well, it's good to be here. Sorry I couldn't be there in person.
No, we understand. They had a paycheck where you are right now. Grant's a straight-up capitalist. He don't play. But no, he's with us every year when he can be, and he cares deeply. He's also vice chairman of the Atlanta Hawks. Yes. And he's a father, and he's a husband, and he's a son. God bless your mother's soul. We pray for your whole family. Her legacy lives, brother. Her legacy lives. We have an incredible conversation here, and let me just say the obvious. The president and CEO of NASCAR is here. Now, for anybody living under a rock, you may not understand why that's all so important. But this man is a civil rights leader, as far as I'm concerned, a social justice leader for sure, because he's done really what he didn't really have to do. It would have been, some would say, in his best interest to leave the whole issue alone. You deserve the Nobel Peace Prize just for handling the Confederate flag. Boom. And then he leaned in and said, we need to support black drivers and diverse drivers. And then there was an incident, and he supported the people of color who were having issues and made sure there's complete investigations of things. And then he leaned in and made it clear that we want everybody at NASCAR. Everybody. In the stadiums, in the workplace, working in the crews, in the pits, driving the cars. This has to be a sport for the future. And he decided to plant a flag and make it so. It was an extraordinary mark of leadership. And I was so impressed with him right before a hurricane was being announced in Florida. I flew in, and I think I missed the hurricane by 6 hours. I flew in because I could have dinner with Steve, and I just wanted to meet this this wonderful human being for myself. And I was late because no fault of my own, with the plane, whatever, you waited, you were gracious, you were humble in your spirit, but bold in your character. Steve, help us understand the human being that drives these decisions.
Well, let me start with this, John. It's great to be here. This is an incredible opportunity for us to talk about our sport. I'm not great about talking about myself. I'm on Diane's board. I'm on John's board. It's great to be making a difference. I think if you think about where NASCAR was in June of 2020 and where the country was, obviously during a pandemic, our first goal when we started 2020 was to bring two companies together, a public company and a private company that merged to become one company called NASCAR. Then the pandemic hit, we shut down, and we wanted to try to figure out how we would be the first sport back to competing, which is what we did. So on May 18th, we were the first major sport to come back to compete, and we competed initially without fans, and then a month later we started to bring our fans back. So to some people, that was the accomplishment of 2020. To me, the accomplishment of 2020, and for the rest of NASCAR's history, really what happened in June of 2020. The banning of the Confederate flag. Actually, before that, the stance that our sport, not me personally, our sport, our drivers, our community, took after the death of George Floyd and the reckoning that happened, we needed to be part of that. And I think it surprised people. The banning of the flag itself was the major impediment to growth to people of color. It was an important and intentional thing that my management team did in order to lift the barriers that would exist to having people feel welcoming into our sport. And that was important. I think, and no hyperbole at all, this Wednesday, the 14th, will be the 75th anniversary of the founding of NASCAR by Bill France Sr. That was the single most important thing to our sport. The second most important moment in our sport is what happened in June of 2020. I believe that to be true.
Wow.
Because we open up the aperture to a brand new set of fans, brand new set of owners, Michael Jordan, Pitbull, and others who are saying, hey, this sport's for me. And that was the most surprising thing. And I think, and again, I'm not sure how I feel about this, but people would say, well, if NASCAR can do it, can't anyone do it? And I think that's a fair point. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but and thank you for your kind words.
No, I just think that change is difficult. I mean, nothing good comes easy. Diane would know that. She's running a group, an association, which is like herding cats. You're trying to get everybody to move forward, but you have influence but not power. And in some ways, you're doing the same thing in the sense that you can't, Steve, change people's values. You can change policies and procedures, and you hope the values come along for the ride. And I think you've done a good job of making the case that this is good for everybody. But it's messy work. And I think people don't understand, and I want to pivot. We're going to pivot from the past to the present and the future. And Don, I'll bring you in this conversation. Grant, bring you in this conversation as we talk about the role of sports in not only business but social justice. Yeah. But for those who don't know the history of NASCAR, I actually will talk about, when I go in the inner cities, we're running credit scores now in every zip code in America. You tell me your credit score, do our community credit score index, I'll tell you how you're living. And we found that low-income credit score neighborhoods have a credit score below 600, high-income credit score neighborhood above 700. You live 20 years longer in a 700 credit score neighborhood than a 600 credit score neighborhood. And what I've said is that these drug dealers in a low-wealth neighborhood, yes, it's illegal. Yes, it's immoral. Yes, I'm completely against it. Yes, it has to change. But what these drug dealers are not is dumb. They understand import, export, finance, marketing, wholesale, retail, customer service, security, territory, logistics. They are frustrated entrepreneurs with a bad business plan. And the gang leaders are frustrated union organizers. It's management ability. Why am I making that analogy? Because where did NASCAR come from? NASCAR came from moonshine runners in the Appalachian Mountains who were good at driving and something else. The something else was illegal and was not sustainable. And they decided to take the skill that was sustainable, apply it to something that had commerce attached to it. Originally, as I understand, Steve, they raced on the beaches and then on dirt tracks. And those became brands that were respectable, and those families, many of which are now legacy families today, and now NASCAR is this respectable brand around the world and a multi-billion-dollar business, but it came from a very humble place. Have I gotten this right so far?
Yeah, you got it right.
And if we can do that with NASCAR and moonshine runners generations ago in the Appalachian Mountains who happen to be white and poor, can't we find a meaningful, positive role for black and brown folks in inner cities who have talent and gifts but have not been mainstream? I think that we can come up together. We have to change the lens and change the narrative, and don't be so punitive to people. A saint is a sinner that got up. Diane, talk to us about how you're trying to bring all this together in one narrative, and then I'm going to go to Grant with a provocative question about his career in sport and the role of sports.
Yeah, well, thank you for having me. Same, I'm learning a lot, so I thank everyone for my education today. You know, I have the pleasure of heading RISE, and RISE is a national not-for-profit, and our mission is to educate and empower the sports community, but to do a pretty specific thing, which is to eliminate racism, to promote social justice, and to improve race relations. And so I have been incredibly excited. I think Steve came on as president of NASCAR the same year I came on as CEO of RISE.
2020?
No, sorry. 2018.
2018.
And, you know, we've been cooking up something.
So this is before George Floyd?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You've been doing this, okay.
Absolutely, right? And one thing I think is important, you know, I always start with is there has been a history in this country of sport and social justice. It's not anything new, right? So when we have these conversations about shut up and dribble, and is there a place for social justice in sport, even to have that conversation is to ignore history, is to be ignorant of how America has developed. And so one of the things that RISE does, we have a fan activation, and we show over the 100 years of the road to progress is what we call it. Bill Russell, you know, God rest his soul, he actually had the first integrated camp, basketball camp in Mississippi, in direct response to the assassination of Medgar Evers. There is nothing new. Thank you. There's nothing new about the connection between sport and social justice. And so one of the things RISE seeks to do is take that power of sport and figure out how do you educate and empower this community so that it continues to play that role in our society. And I think we do a pretty great job of it. I will turn back to Steve and say one of the things he left out is not only did him and his management team make that decision about the Confederate flag, but when George Floyd was murdered, I hosted a town hall with Steve and members of his staff. And really, he provided this opportunity for, as an organization, for them to reckon with history, where they were, and start to develop where they wanted to go and what they wanted to become. And so one of the things I do think it's important to say, if NASCAR can do this work, anyone can, but it's incredibly important to understand you have to have the right leader. Without the right leader, you're not going to see this
That's
movement.
right. That's right.
So Steve hates compliments, but I don't care. But you have to have an inclusive leader, and that's something that we are trying to help the leadership in sport to understand as well.
And you have other prominent members on your board. Real quickly, what are a couple of the others?
Well, all the major leagues, so the NFL, the NBA, MLS,
Major League Baseball.
Major League
Baseball.
NHL.
NHL.
I'm trying to help you.
And NHL is very prominent. USATF, USA Track and Field.
Right.
And also the sports media companies, so NBC Sports, CBS Sports, Fox Sports, Turner, and ESPN.
So you've got the whole conglomerate of leaders on your board. Steve, last source of embarrassment for you. How'd you get so decent? And I'm not giving you false praise. Like, beyond what we're talking about here, you went and hired I call the director of inclusion. That's not his title. But Brandon Thompson is a Clark Atlanta University alumni, right here in Atlanta. Absolutely. He's proud. But you've gone broad, deep, wide, and you've actually gotten the support of the family who controlled NASCAR. They're with this to you now. But this comes, I think, from a place deep inside of you. Just very quickly, where does this decency come from?
My mother. God rest her soul. Yeah. You know, I just, I'm not good at this part. So I would say, you know, back to Diane's piece, because I think it's meaningful, and you think about the banning of the flag, which seems, why didn't you do it earlier? And that's a fair point. I think it was when we banned the flag and the stance on social justice, really, the moment was there. And I was struck by, when Diane came to do the town hall with us, we had 4 or 5 different people tell their story. I had one of my employees come to me, and she was concerned about this would be a bad idea for our sport to ban the flag because she didn't understand. And Diane brought out these stories, you know, from these people who were on the town hall, and they all told this story about what it was like to work at NASCAR, a place that they loved, Brandon Thompson, and told the story of how they would have to talk to their family and friends about working at NASCAR, and they're like, we don't get it. You work for a racist organization. They're like, no, I don't. I work for a caring organization that are made up of like-minded people who love NASCAR. And after she told these stories, this woman who didn't understand why we banned the Confederate flag, she sent me an email. She's like, I totally get it now. This was the right thing to do because of the decency and creating opportunities for people of color to come to our sport. And what I would say is my management team and I thought it would be a really good opportunity for us to grow the sport of NASCAR, but probably not as quickly as it happened. It's been, you look at our numbers on television, people who consider themselves fans of the sport today versus where we were 2.5 years ago, it's unbelievable.
Did you just say this is good for business?
It's good for
Excellent
business.
for business.
Social justice through an economic lens. And now this is a great pivot to you, Grant, because you've been really good at balancing doing well and doing good at the same time. I know you're going to give credit to your mom and your dad as sort of the fiber of this, which is beautiful and deserving, but you deserve credit too, as humble as you are. Talk a little bit about the history of sports in civil rights and social justice work. I think it goes back to the 60s at least, maybe even before that. Talk about where you see the appropriateness. Some people say shut up and dribble, which I disagree with. The appropriateness today. Also, you're on the balance sheet side. You become an investor and a business person, which has allowed you to have not only more than a voice, but a hand in social justice. And mention your wife and how that, her influence or her experience in entertainment has maybe influenced how you see the lens of how sports and entertainment and social justice might blend together.
Yeah, John. I think first of all, before I was a capitalist, as you mentioned, I was a history major. And first, I appreciate the history lesson on NASCAR, which I didn't know. But in studying history in school, you learn about ancient civilizations. And I think of the ancient Greeks and how they understood the power of sport. They would halt wars in the years of Olympics because they understood that sport can bring people together. It can inspire. It does so many things for the morale of a people. And so as we fast forward to present day, that relationship that we have with sport is incredibly powerful and strong. And as you talked about, and certainly was mentioned earlier, in the 60s, the civil rights movement, we think of Dr. Young, Ambassador Young, Martin Luther King, and all the other great civil rights heroes, but there were athletes who played an important role. Bill Russell, who just recently passed, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, the late Muhammad Ali, using their platform and understanding the value of their voice to affect change. And so that has been in play for quite some time. I think as we sort of fast forward to my era in the 90s, I don't think we were as strong with our voice. And, I like to say that technology, which has come in the last 20 years, has really, I think, played a role in helping to facilitate that message with the modern athlete, be able to access information, to be able to distribute that information and share that with your network, with your platform, with the entire world. I'm really in awe of the modern athlete and how they are unafraid and feel a calling, almost a mission of sorts, to speak to injustices anywhere. I think back when I was in Detroit in the mid 90s, if something happened in Toledo, Ohio, which was 60 miles down the road, it's not that you weren't aware of it, but it was hard to really gather that information and then to have a vehicle to share that with the world. And so I'm not making an excuse for my generation, but just sort of understanding how things evolve and change. And so when you think of what happened 2 years ago, the summer of 2020, and really the symbolic nature of it happening in the year 2020, 2020 is perfect vision. And now we got a chance to really see everything. It took a global pandemic for all of us to kind of be still and to really see what was happening. And it opened a lot of our eyes and realized that we must make change, not just in terms of in the world of sport, not just in the NBA, not just in NASCAR, but in corporate America, in finance. I think we're having these discussions and moving the needle forward. And so, look, I like to feel like in the NBA, we're very progressive. We have 15 African-American head coaches. We have people of color, women in leadership roles and within the NBA and franchises and also at the league level. But there's still room for growth. And our commissioner, Adam Silver, has said that publicly, would say it now. We still need to push forward and be more diverse, more inclusive, and really try to be leaders in the world of sport. As I talk, sports and entertainment has really merged. And my wife, who's a singer, Tamia, she's certainly my better half and certainly the real star of our family. But the power of those two platforms, the emotional connection that we have with athletes and that we have with our favorite singer, our favorite actor, our favorite entertainer, is really quite powerful. And it's really something I'm proud that being a part of that community, that athletes, entertainers, people who are celebrities are using their voice to ultimately impact and affect change.
So if I'm hearing you properly, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, Grant, I'm hearing you say, because some people, some celebrities, some sports figures say, look, I'm an athlete or I'm a celebrity, I'm not a moral leader, I'm not a role model, don't put that on me. What I'm hearing you say is celebrity, professional sports, entertainment, and business, you can do those things, and you can also and should be a voice for positive social change. And am I putting words in your mouth, or is that what I'm hearing?
No, you're absolutely correct. Look, we all pay taxes, and some of us pay a lot of taxes, and we have the opportunity to vote. And so as a result, I think what comes with that is the opportunity to speak to social injustices. The only thing I encourage anyone is just to make sure you're informed, to make sure that you've done the proper investigation, you've read up on it. But yeah, no, I think everyone as an American, as a taxpayer, we that's part of the freedom, freedom that we have is to be able to speak out and speak up when necessary.
So recently, I had the opportunity to bring, it was a billionaire came by the house, happened to run a big company, and Mason Dalton Bryant at the house, he shook his hand, yeah, okay, nice to meet you. But when he heard that I had Grant Hill on the phone, it all fell apart. He said, oh, now John Bryant, you're doing something. According to him, you're one of the 10 or 20 best NBA players in the history of all basketball. And I just want to give you your flowers and say thank you for being a leader who cares.
Oh, well, thank you for those kind words. And clearly you have good friends.
Ladies and gentlemen, Grant, Diane, Steve, changing America. Thank you, Diane. Thank you. Thank you.
So many of our people can use the financial literacy, education, know-how, training to improve their own security and the awareness of the tools that you're providing.
There is at least 1/3 of our Delta people who have experienced some type of financial challenge, and as a result, it has created some type of a mental stress. So we also can appreciate and connect the connection between financial wellness and overall wellness for all of ourselves and our families.
We deal with everyone from senior management on down to ramp agents, and the one common denominator is going to be a budget. And being on a budget is kind of like a roadmap. It's going to let you know, it's going to be a guide as to where your finances are and where there's some opportunities.
Consider this like Oprah on money when you're talking to our coaches. It's a no blame, no fault environment. It's just unpacking your life and repacking it with success as part of the plan.
We appreciate all you do. Financial health affects your mental and emotional well-being. It affects your physical well-being, and it's all part of us doing more to our total well-being at Delta to help us be the best we can be every day.
All right. How are we feeling? Temperature check. All right, good. That was a really engaging conversation. You know, it's good to hear people talk candidly about these things that make big headlines. I know me, I remember reporting on the fact that NASCAR decided to ban the Confederate flag and just hearing people's reactions to that. But it was so interesting to get to hear some of the thought process behind that decision. You know, it's really cool that we get the opportunity to hear from people who are so powerful, who make these big decisions and understand what goes into that. Sometimes you don't envy being in that position, right? Am I right? I mean, that's kind of a tough decision to make, but really, really cool to hear that awesome conversation. We have one of the best people in this room right now to talk about social justice, civil rights. This person is an icon, actually more than one icon that I'm about to introduce. But before I tell you who it is, leave you in suspense a little bit, I'll tell you what we're going to talk about. Civil rights, and we're going to also have one of the most influential CEOs and an internationally recognized leader for financial inclusion. So the conversation is about civil rights. So I want you to help me to introduce to the stage the CEO of Delta Airlines, Ed Bastian, Operation Hope CEO, John Hope Bryant, CNBC correspondent Frank Holland, living legend Dr. Benjamin Chavis, and last but not least, civil rights icon and former Atlanta Mayor Ambassador Andrew Young. Give it up.
Where do I sit? This good?
Wherever you want. 130 honorary doctorate degrees. First congressman since Reconstruction in the South. The only mayor mentored by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Presidential Medal of Freedom awardee. French Fortune Legion awardee. The guy who brought the Olympics to Atlanta. The guy who made Atlanta the only natural city in the South. The lieutenant to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Basically the North American Nelson Mandela, Andrew Young. Woo!
All right. Yes, sir.
I always like to say that in fact, almost none of those honorary degree schools would let me in when I was a freshman.
So, and Dr. King got a C- in public speaking from Crozier Seminary. If you didn't know that, it's true, actually.
It is.
Said if he didn't stop speaking like that, he'd never amount to anything. Are you guys enjoying this so far? Now, I'm gonna have to do something really difficult. I gotta shut up, because Frank's the moderator of this session.
Well, we definitely don't want you to shut up. Number one, good morning, everybody. I'm Frank Holland from CNBC, and I'm anchor and correspondent with the world's biggest business network. It is such a pleasure to be here at this event. First, before we even get started, I know everybody's been clapping for a bit, but I want to give one more round of applause for this esteemed panel right here. We have four of the leading business, political, social leaders. These people aren't just people that talk the talk, they walk the walk. We also want to give an applause for all the people that they are empowering to go forward, to carry on their legacies. So everybody knows we're here to talk about the intersection of civil rights and civil rights. Show of hands. Everybody knows what civil rights are? All right, you bought a ticket, so I'm hoping so, right? It's really just making that transition. I mean, I think most of us have learned, or we're starting to learn, that there's an intersection between social justice and economic justice. I want to start off with you, Ambassador Young. Let's just talk about it. Where do you think we are right now when it comes to traversing that canyon between civil rights and economic rights?
Well, you know, it's always been not an either or, it's been a both and. You're sitting next to the president of Delta, and Delta moved here, I think, in the 40s, 1946 or something like that. Yeah. And their move from Monroe, Louisiana to Atlanta changed the city. Delta's decision, and Coca-Cola, I think, started down in South Georgia and moved to Atlanta. The coming together of those two really that's sort of the foundation of Atlanta, because already here you had 5 black colleges, and you had more black PhDs in Georgia in the 40s than you did anywhere else in the world. And that coalition made Atlanta look out to the world. And though I agree with John's movement of the movement from civil rights to civil rights, in the beginning, this was a civil rights movement. I mean, in the beginning, people moved here for education and money.
Yeah, okay.
And but the movement started out protesting politics because, but it was successful because it got the support of business. When I went to Birmingham with Martin Luther King, we went in January, but we didn't demonstrate a thing until March. And Martin, Dr. King said to me, Andy, you got to get to know some white folks. You need to find a way to get to the business community, because we want to meet with them and tell them what we're doing and work with them for social change. And so it happened to me very easily, because I'm a preacher too, and I went through the Episcopal Church. And the Episcopal Church bishop is very well respected in the South, and usually you got to go through seminary to be an Episcopalian. And so they were amongst the more educated Southern whites. So when he pulled together the white business community and met with Martin Luther King and Fred Shuttlesworth, Ralph Abernathy, and others. That was in February. We didn't make a march until March. And so there was a whole month of preparation between the business community and the black community before the conflict started. That's what we didn't have with Black Lives Matter. It is not anybody's fault. We all learned at the same time of the death. In fact, we watched it that 9 minutes and 41 seconds. Everybody in the world saw there was no time to do the preparation, and that's the reason why things didn't come out directly. But the business community there was the responsive community. And John, you know more about that, so I'll shut up.
No, you're correct. And by the way, these two icons here, Ben Chavis was a youth coordinator on the March on Washington, and has had, if you don't know his complete history, please look it up. It's amazing. He's still creating change, and they're still creating change to this day. But business has always been there. And to your point, Ambassador Young, recently business committed $62 billion for social justice since George Floyd. But somebody who was doing this before George Floyd is Ed Bastian. And before the George Floyd happened, he had committed that he was going to compensate his employees and profit share with them. So basically, he told the board, told Wall Street what they were going to, the mark they're going to hit. Anything above that, he was going to share with his employees. So one day I asked him what the number was. It was $1 billion. This was 2019?
2017.
2017.
It's $1.6 billion in 2019.
That's what I'm talking about. That's social justice through an economic lens, where you believe that all boats can rise at the same time. You can do well and do good together. Is that right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So we have the luxury of going from one civil rights icon to the next, Dr. Chavis right here. We were talking actually before the panel, I hope you don't mind me sharing, just about how some people, maybe even some people in this room, see that there's a silo between civil rights and economic rights and the people that work on civil rights and also the push for economic rights. Can you explain why that just doesn't make sense, how the two are definitely intertwined?
Absolutely, and I just want to, I think Ambassador Young has been too modest here.
Yeah.
We all in this room have benefited and will continue to benefit from the sacrifice, from the genius, from the commitment of people like Ambassador Andrew Young. So, with that said, I'm a little younger, not too much younger. I was a young teenager in 1963. I was a youth coordinator with Golden Frinks, who was the state field secretary of SCLC in North Carolina. I'm from North Carolina. But I just want to say what you asked. To me, civil rights is civil rights, and civil rights are civil rights. This distinction that you fight for social justice over here, and there's another group of people fighting for economic justice over here, to me, that's not the reality. Being a fighter for freedom, justice, and equality does not remove one from also understanding the importance of economic justice, economic social justice. And I just, in my own life, as I got married very early, had a family, John, and so how was I going to raise money to participate in the civil rights movement? And one of the things that people don't talk about, Andy knows, black-owned businesses supported the civil rights movement. The barbershops, the beauty parlors. Where I'm from, North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance from A.C. Spalding them started at the Black Bank, Mechanics and Farmers Bank. And they contributed to the civil rights movement. And
Russell and Company.
Yes, and we understood that it was important. But as a little short story, my parents owned a grocery store called the Ridley Drive-In. So in 1968, 1969, I changed the grocery store into a disco called the Soul Kitchen. So out of the Soul Kitchen, and the reason why I named it Soul Kitchen, because Floyd McKissick was trying to build Soul City in Warren County, North Carolina. Out of the Soul Kitchen, I took care of my family and financed the whole Eastern North Carolina civil rights movement out of that one business. So growing up, I've learned the importance between economic justice and social justice. In fact, the two are co-joined. And that's why I'm pleased to be on a panel with somebody like Ed, who heads up Delta, because we need all the CEOs to be like this guy.
That's right.
To make not just a verbal commitment, but a tangible financial commitment to support social change, to support racial justice, to support economic justice. And I think too often today, if I could say in 2022, as we prepare to go in 2023, we try to separate these movements. We separate economic justice from environmental justice or from climate justice or from civil rights. I think we have to see that if we change the world, we got to do it for all of God's people, not just some of God's people.
That's right.
It's the oneness of humanity.
So speaking of that, expanding the civil rights movement beyond just looking at marches and things like that, bringing it to the business world. We do have one of the leading business leaders in the United States right here, Ed Bastian, the CEO of Delta Airlines. You've been growing your partnership with Hope, especially in supporting your workforce, the ways to improve their financial well-being, their well-being. Can you share why this is important to you personally and, of course, to your company?
Well, thank you, Frank, and it's a real honor for me to be with these esteemed leaders of our, not just the society, but in our world today.
And by the way, Ed, we all had a little committee vote. We made you an honorary black man.
I'm honorary black man? Okay, good. I think you did that 5 years ago. I'm good. It's good by me. I'm honored. But when you, particularly looking back over the last handful of years, what we've been through with the pandemic has exposed the vulnerabilities far beyond just a health crisis. It's exposed, with the murder of George Floyd, a societal crisis that started to, the world was quieted so people could watch and see what was happening. I don't think if there wasn't a pandemic going on, you would have had the outrage and you would have had the visibility. We should have had it, but I think it would have just been another thing. You think about the emotional, mental well-being of so many people that were altered during this time. I think everyone in this room was impacted emotionally, mentally, not just physically by what we went through, and financially as well. Because what we saw during the pandemic were the people that had to go out and work. Many of your clients, John, didn't have the luxury to sit home and call in on Zoom or have someone bring them. It was your clientele, your customer base, your demographic that you spend time servicing that had to go out in the line of fire in a dangerous time. And we also have a lot of that within Delta because we kept flying throughout the entire pandemic. And so one of the things that coming through the pandemic, I spoke to John a lot about, is getting his coaches on our properties so that our people can be helped, whether it's improving their credit scores, learning how to put together a financial budget for the first time, understanding what home ownership means and how you get there. We've had thousands of people sign up, inside the workplace through Operation Hope to get that support. And that well-being, that financial well-being is foundational to many of these other crises that I was speaking to. It's also led us to create a financial safety net. And we are struck by the fact that in this country today, John, you know the numbers better than I, but I think it's around 40% of the people in this country could not put their hands on $400.
It's like 64%.
64%. Yeah. I understand it. 64% could not put their hands on $400 in the event of a crisis, and I'm sure some of the people in this room today fit in that category as well. I know some of our employees, even though we pay well, people go paycheck to paycheck. It's a thing, right? And we've set up a program where we're putting aside for our employees $1,000 as a safety net, and we're holding it for them so they'll never fall in.
Back up. You just walked right past it. Hold on. No, I'm sorry. My apologies. I'm sorry. All of your employers give you $1,000 for an unplanned event or an emergency, plus free financial coaching and free financial counseling at no cost to you. All of your employees do that. This is normal, right? Then give the man some love.
Thank you.
By the way, somebody stand up over here. That's a Delta employee. I didn't know he was going to say this. I've been keeping my lips zipped. I know this was coming for January. I didn't know you were going to say it today. This is extraordinary. He's done financial coaching nationwide in his offices, free financial coaching. We've become accredited homeowners, and we've gotten people out of financial straits and stress. I'm walking to the plane, whatever. People telling me their story about how they were all stressed out and how they're living lives where they feel a sense of justice and fairness and fair play. Sure. Well, what they don't know now is if you go through financial coaching for free, that will gateway you to get a $1,000 account that you can use to dignify your life in case you miss rent, or you miss a car note, or Johnny gets sick, or you have life happens to you. That's extraordinary.
Thank you, John.
Ed Bastian, you're a great man.
Well, thank you, John. It's great. And, you know, one other thing I want to add, the financial safety net does come with responsibility. We don't just give $1,000 away. We ask people to take courses, which John provides, around financial literacy, so that once they've taken the courses, the $1,000 is waiting for them. You know, people need a hand up, not a handout, right?
Amen. And how many employees do you have, Ed?
90,000.
90,000. It's a big deal.
Do the math, John. Go ahead and do the math.
Oh, I'm doing the math. I did the math.
So obviously Operation Hope's very fortunate and grateful to have a business champion like Ed Bastian. But I want to ask you, gentlemen, about just the need for us as consumers to really ask the companies that we support and the business that we support to take steps like Mr. Bastian's taking. Here in Atlanta, there's actually a history of this. Back in the 1960s when Dr. King won the Nobel Peace Prize, it was the former chairman of Coca-Cola that rallied the entire city to make sure that the city honored Dr. King. So again, back to you, Ambassador Young. As consumers, we're very lucky to have Mr. Bastian. We're very lucky to have that former chairman of Coca-Cola that were champions of the civil rights and civil rights movement. But as consumers, what can we do to really push the companies that we support to take similar actions?
You know, I don't hear very good up here, but so I'm not sure what you said. Forgive me.
Oh, of course. As consumers, what should we do to push the companies that we give our money to, the companies that we support, to support civil rights?
Well, I tell you what, you can push companies, but I have always found that it's better, and I think John is very good at this. John calls Ed probably once or twice a month.
Absolutely.
More than that.
Yeah. And
I wish it was only once or twice a month sometimes. I love you, John.
But I think the CEOs that I've been friendly with see them when you don't want anything. You know, maintain a relationship that is real.
That's important. Really important.
Atlanta's method was
That's everything.
I forget what they called it, the Action Forum, when 10 CEOs who were black with smaller businesses met with the 10 largest CEOs in the city. And they did that once a month on Saturday morning, and they were in their gym clothes, casual. Pretty soon they started going out playing golf together on Saturday afternoon, and it became organic, so that it wasn't a rare occasion when you saw one of the CEOs. It was a community. Yeah. And from civil rights to civil rights, I think requires it becoming a part of the community ethic.
Yes.
That we don't need to think of business as the enemy. After all, the way we eat is because of efficient business. And you can't get anywhere in the world without flying Delta. But also, and I'm pushing, you know, I'm in Atlanta, so I say with Coca-Cola, I call it a sacrament of civility. Because people don't fight when they're drinking Coke. You don't have an argument over a Coca-Cola. You might have an argument over, scotch, bourbon.
Definitely over scotch.
Bourbon is probably a fighting drink. You drink till you get frustrated and then you have a fight. I mean, that's the way moonshine was. That was in the old days when it was inexpensive. Now you have reached a certain level of civility to be able to afford a fifth of bourbon. So it's cool. And but developing ongoing sustainable friendships, and that's part of the staff at Delta. There are people that call me from Delta just when somebody's passing through town and they ask about me, they can get me on the phone and I can say hello. In fact, the last time I saw Muhammad Ali, he was passing through Atlanta and I was in the airport and he was there, and somebody took me over to the waiting room where he was, and there he was holding court. Keeping that community feeling. And because you can't do business with people you don't like.
Right.
I mean, you do business with people that you respect and honor and even learn to love, because you're interdependent. And when you realize that, everything works better.
So obviously I used the wrong word, not push, but collaborate with business and build relationships with business leaders. So we're almost out of time. Dr. Chavis, John, I'm coming to you last because you're hard to shut up. Dr. Chavis.
I'm going to be very, very short. Dr. King's last book was Where Do We Go From Here? Chaos or Community? And he just talked about the community. I want to just expand Dr. King's concept of the beloved community. And I'm going to use this opportunity because, John, I know this is about civil rights and civil rights, but I got to break the silence. Those of us who are against racism, we also must be against anti-Semitism. There's too much silence. There's too much silence.
Amen.
There's too much silence. And the concept of the beloved community is that, as Andy said, we not only build relationships, but relationships that are mutually respectful. And then when one of our constituents is attacked, all of us are attacked. The unity that we had in the civil rights movement, we need in the civil rights movement.
Yeah.
That unity, that love and mutual respect of one another. See, to me, I don't think a company like Delta making huge profits, that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. It's how you use the profits. You and I were just whispering to one another the difference between charity and economic empowerment.
Yeah.
The movement, we're not asking for a charitable economy. I'm not against charities, but I would much rather be empowered to make some money myself.
Amen. Amen. Amen.
Sebastian, one more quick word before we go. I'm going to let John wrap it up then. But what can we all do as a community to let you know, as a business leader, our priorities and the things that we're expecting and hoping from you?
Well, certainly at Delta, we have an enormous community. And being here as the largest employer in Georgia, the largest employer in the city of Atlanta, we need everyone to join us on this mission. One of the things that we're doing that I think would be very interesting for everyone to hear, but also for other businesses to start to follow us, is that we're trying to, we all know during the pandemic we lost a lot of people, employees, and we've been hiring and bringing people in. One of the things we've been working on some time, and we used the pandemic to launch it, is skills-based hiring rather than people that have had an advantage opportunity to get a head start when others haven't. And so we've gone through just about every job in our company, including our pilots, and we now hire on skills, not on degree. Not from what you were given, but what you've shown the aptitude for. And we are hiring thousands of people across so many different lines. We're also bringing people through academies. We've launched an analytics academy. I was just at the graduation of it last week. Frontline employees, whether you're in the ramp or you're working in the airport or up on the tower, and teaching them the analytic skills to help them advance their own development degree. They don't have a 4-year degree, but they have the mind and the desire to get better. We're doing that in technology. We're doing that in so many different parts of the company. That's how you build community. And by doing that, you build family, and you build a brand that people love, and it's your way of investing back into your future.
Wonderful.
There's one thing I'd like to remind you to think about, that change is constant. I became mayor of this city in 1981, and we were just reaching 1 million people. We're beyond 7 million now. There are all kinds of things. Our airport is 50 times larger than it was, maybe 100 times larger than it was then. I think 110 million people went through that airport last year.
Busiest in the world.
Busiest in the world. And so things are going to be complicated. Now, why do we have crime? Because we've moved on too fast and we've left some people behind. So that you have to take care of those who are, and make sure you don't leave too many people behind. And that's what corporations do, but that's what communities have to find a way to do.
Yeah.
And the best way to do that is by concentrating on elementary and secondary education. Now, we've probably got 1 million college students around Georgia now. That makes a difference. Why we're moving from civil rights to civil rights? Because of the Hope Scholarship. And we got many, many more kids. We probably have 1 million college students in Georgia very easily. And that's why we're turning one to the other. Political changes. You talk about student loan forgiveness. I remind people that my wife got her master's, first wife, got her master's degree in New York, and it didn't cost but $16 a semester.
Wow.
And that was the same kind of master's degree that you got anywhere else. In fact, that was the thing that pushed New York forward. New York, Colin Powell went to college free at City College.
Wow.
So that good education, and not just high-priced education, is, in fact, I shouldn't say his name, but there was a certain governor that decided in California that too many people were getting college degrees.
That's right.
And we needed to push more people into the trades. And he deliberately got the California colleges to raise tuition to be equal to the Ivy League tuitions. Why? I don't know. But it was a means of discrimination. So the economy becomes a civil right, and a civil rights are not too different. If they can't keep you down one way, they'll keep you down another. So we're not really making progress when we go from discrimination on the basis of color to discrimination on the basis of education. And a society like ours needs as many well-educated people as possible at every level, and take people seriously. It's hard, but get to know the man that picks up the garbage. If you ever run a city, you can't run it if somebody doesn't pick up the garbage.
Yeah. Amen.
And so they're just as important as the people who are sitting in the suites.
Frank, I don't know where you got your tennis shoe game from, but I got my sneaker game from Ed Bastian. When Ed started wearing sneakers as CEO with the suits, I said, well, if he can do it, I can do it too. But I picked up a number of good habits from Ed Bastian. Ed is a special human being. He not only runs a company well, he treats his friends well. He is constantly inviting Shatra and I to come with him and his family to his house, to his events. We have a relationship, is what Dr. Chaves and I were just talking about, what really Ambassador Young was saying. Civil rights leaders created a relationship amongst themselves with the community, but they really thought the business community was almost their enemy. Mm-hmm. And as a result of that, we had a chasm between those two. And you don't want to have a chasm between capital and capital, human capital and financial capital. Right. Now we have an opportunity to create relationships between human capital and financial capital. It's a natural relationship. It's not a user relationship. I'm asking him, what can I do for him? He's asking me, what can I do for me? And we're busy patting each other on the back. We love each other, and we like each other. And sometimes we tolerate each other. And sometimes we disagree. I'm not sure when that was. Because the problem is I keep agreeing with him. He called me when this voting thing was going down here in the city, in Georgia. It was 9 o'clock at night, and he was really struggling. And I don't want to say too much that was private, but I think the part that you don't mind me saying is he thought that by making a bad law less bad was what he should be doing by helping legislators not shoot themselves in the foot. But once he talked to his black employees and his brown employees and his female employees and people who were struggling with not being seen, he realized it wasn't good enough not to let a bad thing be less bad. He had to actually try to make a good thing good, or a bad thing good. He had to make it good. And basically he came out the next day after we talked. He talked to me, he talked to several others, talked to Ambassador Young. And he said, voting is a human right. Period. And as easy as that may sound for you and me, he got pushback from other people who thought that he had gone too far. And for a day or so, it was uncomfortable. But within a week, 100 CEOs came out and followed Ed Bastian and did the same thing. He's done it on this issue. He did it on the NRA issue. He's done it on sharing profits with employees. He's been a leader in every, and I think to bring this home, Ambassador Young, you told me the story of Robert Woodruff, of Coca-Cola, where when Dr. King was going to win the Nobel Peace Prize, no one wanted to honor him here. The business community didn't want to honor Dr. King in Atlanta. So the chairman of Coca-Cola got the business leaders together and said, now look, y'all don't want to honor this man. He's won the most important award in the world. We're a global supply chain company. Y'all don't want to honor him? That's fine. Atlanta needs Coke. Coke don't need Atlanta. We'll move out of this little backwards town and go someplace where we got some sense. He told the business community, you got a week to sell out that ballroom. And by the way, you're all my vendors. So think about it. Go look at history books. Go look at photos. The ballroom is packed. But it just wasn't because it was the right thing to do. It's because a leader stood up and said we need to do the right thing. Join me in acknowledging Ed Bastian with the 30th anniversary, 30 Years of Hope Leadership Legacy Award for all you do to stand up for the principles of Robert Woodruff and leaders who care.
Appreciate it.
Love you, man.
Love you too. I love that. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Can we stand with Ed Bastian? We can get a photo together. And I know that somewhere in the audience also is Ambassador Young's grandson who's taking photos. We got a family affair here. God bless you all. A great day in Atlanta.
Awesome. Thank you, John.
All right, let's have another round of applause for another inspiring session. That was amazing. Thank you all. That was awesome, and congratulations to rooms. And there will be a special sit-down with Wetzel's Pretzels CEO Jen Schuler in the Learning Center. You can get the full schedule, session description, speaker bios, and in-conference networking by downloading the Hope Global Forums app. I want to thank you all for joining us for this amazing session, and we hope to see you at lunch. Have a great day.
How's everybody? Okay, yeah, I told you guys last night I have low self-esteem. How's everybody? I need some, Well, thank you all. As we are gathering here for lunch, before we kick off our next session, can we give a round of applause to the Hyatt staff for the great job they're doing taking care of us last night, this morning, this afternoon, and again tomorrow. We are so happy to be here at the Hyatt Hotel. Again, I want to just acknowledge our sponsors, our main 30th anniversary sponsors, Wells Fargo. We also want to acknowledge Truist and Huntington Bank, but also one of our other great partners. I see First Horizon in the house, Keith Turbot, Beth Trotter, Beth Orden. They are one of our significant partners with 30 locations around the country. So thank you, First Horizon Bank. So now we're going to ask for everyone's attention as you gather and take a seat for a riveting conversation between Pfizer's CEO, Dr. Albert Bourla, and our very own John Hope Bryant. Enjoy your lunch.
This is John Hope Bryant. I'm the founder, chairman, and chief executive officer of Operation Hope. And I'm honored to be here with my friend, Albert Bourla, who is the CEO of Pfizer. Pfizer is one of the largest and most respected companies in the world. But since the pandemic, they've been a game changer, a life changer, really helped to change the course of world history as a result of their reaction to and response to COVID-19. My friend Albert became CEO in 2019, I believe January. Little did he know what was coming his way less than a year later. The response of the company is somewhat known. They leaned into this pandemic. Typically, it takes years to create a vaccine. They did it in less than a year. Typically requires public funding and support. They did it, I believe, with just private financing of their own to get this to market. They have saved, I believe, tens of millions of people's lives. As I describe a vaccine in the COVID environment, a vaccine does not mean you're not going to get COVID. It means that you will likely not die from it or end up in the hospital with a tube in your throat, clogging the medical system and causing budgets of the healthcare system to explode, which was, as we know, as we think back, was a big problem. It means you can, in all likelihood, recover at home. It feels like the flu or a common cold, and quickly soon you can go on about your business. That was, by the way, my experience. I'm a Pfizer vaccine recipient. I'm honored to have taken it. Underneath this story, though, is a human story that I think relates to the work, Albert, of Operation Hope. And I want you to lean into this from lessons learned. You have, Dr. King, who we model some of our work around, was a pastor, really, a PhD in theology. But he was asked to lean in a moment around social justice, around the triple evils of war, racism, and poverty, which were not his areas of study. But he was a great leader, and he stepped into that moment. And he and Andrew Young, my mentor, our global spokesman, the co-host for this forum, found their way out of no way and created a rainbow after a storm. We know the rest of that history. Operation Hope, I mean, I'm an entrepreneur, but I had to learn finance, and I had to learn banking, and I had to help people get access to capital into a world that was not my normal. You have a unique background, which I'd love you to speak to a moment. That is not a typical scientific background. That would be presumptively the head of a company called Pfizer, but you have taken that and made it, allowed you to sort of think outside the box. And I think that when I think about what you've done at Pfizer, I think about how you brought capabilities and culture together. And now you've got this Pfizer purpose blueprint and core values of courage, excellence, equity, and joy. How do these things have any, what does these things have anything to do with being able to rally a team to create the first ever vaccine of its kind in the middle of the first pandemic of its kind in 125 years and turn a negative into a positive?
First of all, John, thank you very, very much for your very kind words, which I accept on behalf of the 80,000 colleagues in Pfizer that they work very hard to achieve what you described. I may be the face of the company and the person that most of people know when they connect Pfizer, but there are thousands of people that work very hard to make that happen, and I'm very proud of them. I think the culture of every company is what differentiates it from another. Of course, companies, they have infrastructures. Most companies have. We have great people. Other companies, people also are great. They are not that they are not good. We have capital that we will put into work to resolve the issues of COVID. Other companies have. But what is unique company by company, I think it is the culture. And I think our culture helped us. We built a culture that we need to be courageous in the company. And courage was what needed to be able to take tough decisions, to be able to go with an unproven technology. You needed to be very courageous. To say no to public money when they were giving like there's no tomorrow. You need to be courageous. And to do that because you want to secure the integrity and the independence of your scientific team, to do what they think right, rather than to have to respond to questions where the money were used. You need excellence, because if you have all of that, but you don't know how to put one and one together to execute a clinical study of that size, it's impossible to do. Equity is a very big part of our DNA, because we are a company that the products affects health of people, and health is a basic human right, I think. So our ability to do that with high sensitivity on equity was what made us price the product very low when it was pandemic, to give for free to billions of doses in Africa, etc., etc. So it was a very big part of how we are thinking. And we took a lot of joy, which is the last part of our, that gave the fact that we knew that we are working to save the world, and eventually we did, made thousands of people work overnight because they were committed to a higher cause. So to answer your question, it was exactly those characteristics that help us to bring, to be the ones that we brought COVID, the solutions, and not anybody else.
I actually believe you guys deserve, Pfizer and I believe the January 6th committee deserve the Nobel Peace Prize for really bringing stability back and faith and confidence back into democracy and health, safety and security, and just giving everybody a sense that normal is possible at a sustained and heightened level of scale. Because you did this work not only here at Pfizer, you did this work around the world, as you just mentioned, Africa. There are other nations. I mean, the U.S. was the most high profile, as I understand it, but there are other nations also using the Pfizer solutions. Is that right?
Almost 180 countries in the world, and for African countries, through an agreement that we did with the U.S. country, actually the poorest countries of the world, not only Africa, everywhere else, they had access completely for free to the vaccine.
Wow, for free?
For free, completely. Through the deal that we did with the U.S. government, we were giving the doses to the U.S. government at cost, so we were not making money, but we were not losing also money. And the U.S. government offered them for free through a generous grant that the Congress gave to the U.S. government to support those countries. So, and of course, we manufactured billions of doses so that we'll be able to give that.
And you developed, again, this vaccine on your own dime. You paid for it. Is that right?
Oh, that's correct. There was a lot of money that were offered at that time. It was a difficult decision not to take public funding for that. The reason I did it was, first of all, I wanted to stay out of politics because I'm sure that I was certain that the COVID would be politicized. And if you take money from one, the other will criticize you. The other was that when you take money from a public sector, they never, actually, when you take money from anyone, they never come without strings attached. Never. And when you take taxpayer money, I think it's right not to be coming with no strings attached. So that if we were getting the money, then there will be committees after committees that will have to discuss with our internal scientists how the money will be used. If we're going to run a study in Minnesota or in Texas, if we are going to do the study with this protocol or that protocol. And I didn't want that for our scientists. I wanted them to maintain their independence and shield them from, let's say, this type of bureaucracy. And that's why I think we also were able to finish first.
And you, as I understand it, you guys actually came a year later with another vaccine, which was able to be delivered orally, in addition to the
actually,
original
it's a treatment. Yeah, actually, we are very, very proud about it because I think it is very unique in the history of humanity. The same company to come with two very, very different solutions for the same problem and to be the main solutions that the world is using. What we are referring it is Paxlovid, which is a treatment. This is for people that they do get COVID, and it is an oral treatment that you can get, and then basically is helping you to have, makes the difference between someone dying or not, someone going into the hospital or not. The studies were 90%, instead of 10 people going to hospital, only one was going. So that was, if you were taking Paxlovid, that was a huge, let's say, contribution and to reduction of mortality and severe disease.
So this helps you with the recovery.
We were able to do both ourselves. 2 and 2 is very high bar.
The second vaccine innovation was helping with a speedy recovery. Is that right?
Yes, actually, it is an antiviral. Not a vaccine. So you take it from your mouth, and its work is to basically stop the virus multiplying. So it completely does this. So it's reducing the virus load very, very fast, and that has a clinical manifestation that your symptoms are shorter and way more mild. In our clinical trials, 100% against death. It was, as I said, 90% against hospitalization, 100% against ICU. So nobody went to ICU from the Paxlovid team compared to the other team. So it was very impressive.
Yeah, some people still don't know this fact. It just stuns me, but over 90% of those who got the vaccine were able to recover in a mainstream, balanced kind of a way, meaning they didn't have to go to the hospital. That most of the folks, the overwhelming majority of folks who went to the hospital or who, God bless, died from this were unvaccinated. So what you've done is literally change the course of world history. That's why I mentioned that I thought that you guys have earned the Nobel Peace Prize for that work. And you're such a humble spirit, Albert. I'm honored to call you a friend. Talk a little bit about...
It's an honor to call you a friend, John.
Thank you, sir. Talk a little bit about your, and we'll talk later at another time about what we're going to do together through Pfizer and Operation Hope, but that we'll do that at another time. I want to stay focused on this thought leadership conversation in the brief time you have today, because I think that a lot of people can get out of this. So the whole theme of our forum this year is bridging the divide, and I'm going to sort of come to why I think your example is a great example for bridging the divide. But let's talk about your background, your personal background. And it's not the traditional background I believe that somebody would assume would be the case for a company like Pfizer. And how do you think, Albert, that background helped you to think differently in this moment?
Do you share with the audience?
A lot of people are saying it's not the typical background, but I think it's very typical for men in Pfizer. Now, I come from a very small country, from Greece. But if you see our leadership team, the head of commercial was born in South Africa. The head of innovation was born in Tanzania. The head of HR was born in Afghanistan. I can go on and on. I'm Greek, and then we have a Swedish head of R&D. So there is an amalgam. Yeah. So, and I think that makes Pfizer stronger, and actually I think that makes America stronger. This thing that immigrants can find their way here and build, let's say, a better country. I'm coming from Greece. I was recruited by Pfizer in Greece. I'm a veterinarian, and I had a very international career. I stayed only 3 years in Greece with Pfizer, the first 3 years, and then I moved in 5 different countries, 8 different cities of 5 different countries. That made me, it gave me something that it is different, I think, this global perspective and ability to respect cultures and diversity.
Yeah. And I wanted people to hear that from your voice and your mouth. And again, we'll talk another time about, go deeper into your personal story at another time. I think it's really fascinating. But just that piece about your background, but also that you were a veterinarian. I mean,
I'm a veterinarian.
And to come from that unique perspective and to be able now to think differently and to bring a whole new, fresh tapestry of work to Pfizer and to rally this team so that you're all better together is quite remarkable. Now, we are trying right now, Albert, to show the world that we're better together. We're trying to bridge the divides that separate us. We talk a lot about culture. I think culture is not the most important thing in business. I think it's the only thing in business. I think it's the only thing in life, on your block, in your household. What kind of culture are you building? What advice would you give leaders watching this about it's not just the power of your product, the power of your innovation, the power of your balance sheet, the fact that all these heads of state were calling you at one time for over 2 years. Your phone was a hotline from heads of state around the world and really making that decision to not take public money so you'd speak truth to power respectfully. Talk about the power of culture and how that informs purpose and your purpose blueprint in the last few minutes we have.
I think the power of purpose is extremely, extremely important. We know that every organization that is staying true to purpose performs better. That's the same for business, that's the same for academia, that's the same for your institution, for example. If you have a purpose and you stay true to it, you perform way better. And there are 2 components to it. One, it is that it is becoming the compass, is becoming the beacon where everybody aims. So the work of everyone in this organization, it is aligned and well coordinated, because that's the driver, the purpose. The other it is that, particularly in organizations like ours or yours, when the purpose is noble, when your work is having an impact on other people's lives, that gives you such a pride and such a drive that you don't do the extra mile. You take yourself to its limits because you are passionate supporter of what you are doing. And I think this is what happened in Pfizer, and I'm sure this is what is driving Hope to be so successful and so unique over these years.
Yeah. And that is now, I'm making a statement, but I'm asking a question. That is now part of the Pfizer culture. Is that right?
Oh, yes. It is a big part of Pfizer culture. We are clearly a purpose-driven organization.
What do you want in the last couple minutes we have here, Albert? What do you want leaders to hear about a new way they can lead in the world that is in front of us, a way to reset our values in a way that you can do well and do good too? Or do you believe that you can do well and do good too? What do you want the people to listen to about, to understand about what Pfizer pulled off and why, or how, and how that was unique? I think we touched a little bit about
It's really about your people there, and they just thought that there was nothing they could not do. What are the last lessons that you can leave here for leaders? And thank you for your time.
Yeah, I would say that people, they don't know what they can and what they cannot do. And if anything, they have a severe tendency to underestimate what they can do. And it is always easy to gravitate so that this cannot be done. If you place a very, very ambitious goal, something that really looks impossible to be done, and you don't take off the pressure that this is the goal, you will be surprised how much your people will achieve. Instead of wasting time to try to convince you that this cannot be done, when they use this intellectual power to find ways how it can be done, you will be surprised. And this is exactly what happened with COVID. It was a zillion of topics that were in our way and obstacles, and those people found brilliant ways to overcome it. The first reaction was cannot be done. But then when they knew that the world's safety is dependent on them and that failure is not an option, they found solutions that surprised themselves to start, and all of us.
The world's safety was hanging in the balance, and a no was not acceptable. You have met, all of you, one of the most extraordinary leaders today, I believe, in the world, in Albert Bourla. And what they've done at Pfizer, I think, literally has changed the world and saved millions, tens of millions of lives. He takes no for vitamins. He believes success is going from failure to failure without loss of enthusiasm. I believe he has confirmed my thesis that you can do well and do good too. Don't let the perfect become the death of the good. Just get up and lead. And I guess is what we don't know that we don't know that's killing us, but we think we know. But what we do know is that we lead by purpose. And Albert, you've led by purpose, and you've created an organization that has deep purpose and roots, and you've helped to change the world. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you very much, John.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Was that great? You enjoying your lunch? All right, all right. Well, I have the opportunity to introduce you to a very special woman, powerful woman, with one of our partners. And before I have her come up, is U.S. Bank in the house? Is U.S. Bank in the house? That's right. And I want to thank you, Kelly, and the team and everyone. They hosted the executive leadership team of Operation Hope in Minneapolis recently. So thank you for the love there. And we're so proud of our partnership with U.S. Bank. I believe we're in several communities working together, city of Denver, Chicago, Milwaukee, Minneapolis, and I probably missed a couple of, but thank you so much for the partnership and the fact that we are allowed to continue to do great things together for our community. And so at this time, I would like to welcome to the stage the Chief Social Responsibility Officer and the President of the U.S. Bank Foundation, Reba Dominski. Let's give her some hope, love, y'all.
Thank you, Lance. Thank you so much, Lance. I want to start with a traditional Indian greeting. Lance already did the hand gesture. It is this. It is namaste. And loosely translated, that means the inner divine light in me honors the inner divine light in all of you. I am so excited to be here today on behalf of U.S. Bank because this is a conversation about hope. Emily Dickinson penned one of my favorite verses about hope. Hope is a thing with feathers. It perches on the soul and sings a tune without words and never stops at all. Hope is incredibly powerful, but hope is powerless without action. Action is hope's best friend, her strongest ally. And at U.S. Bank, we recently stepped up and we took some pretty significant action. We built the largest community benefits plan in the history of banking. we committed $100 billion, that's billion with a B, to increase access to capital in low and moderate income communities and communities of color. And when we think about increasing access, who do we turn to? We turn to our partners at Operation Hope, because we share Operation Hope's... Oh, stop! JHB in the flesh.
Wait a minute. It's the largest commitment by a bank in history.
We were in Minneapolis recently, as Lance mentioned, and John was with us in one of our branches, and he said, you know, your $1 million commitment. And I said, John, that's $100 billion, and he literally fell off of a chair. So $100 billion. We turn to Operation Hope because we share Operation Hope's belief that economic equity drives economic growth, and small businesses and improving credit scores are critical to that growth. So as I think about this topic of bridging the divide, it seems to me that in this world that can be so angry, that can be so hurtful, that can indeed be so divided, hope is the only way through. And the combination of hope and action is our best path forward. On behalf of everyone at U.S. Bank, thank you and namaste.
Can we give Reba a round of applause? U.S. Bank? Absolutely. Well, it's my pleasure in a couple of seconds to recognize another one of our partners and next speaker who represents another one of our partners, Fulton Bank. It's Fulton Bank in the house. Smokey, Dion, and team, want to acknowledge them. Currently, we're in a number of locations with Fulton Bank, I believe serving 10 cities around the United States. But in addition to that, we have a home ownership program that's designed to create or make the American dream of home ownership possible for so many people. And so since the launch of that initiative, thanks to Fulton Bank, in a regional capacity, we've been able to provide over 6,000 mortgage loans totaling $1 billion in home ownership. Thanks to Fulton Bank. I think that deserves a round of applause, don't you? And it was possible thanks to the next gentleman I'm going to introduce, who's instrumental as a great leader at Fulton Bank. And so we're just very excited to honor him because at the end of this year, he'll be retiring, but still having an impact in the communities we serve. So it's our honor to award or give this very special award tied to our 30th anniversary to the CEO of Fulton Bank. Let's give him a round of applause. Phil Wagner from Fulton Bank, CEO, and John Hope Bryant.
Go ahead, John. So, don't go anywhere, Lance. So for anybody who thinks that this is just about big banks and big corporations and all of that stuff, most of you, I say this very respectfully, most of you have probably never heard of Fulton Bank. They are located mostly in Pennsylvania, et cetera, et cetera. But this is a smaller bank with a big heart and a big vision. And literally they created, is it Lance, hundreds of millions of dollars?
Yes.
In mortgages for new home ownership for people who look like us. And they're a model for the country. They're one of our best performing partners in the country. Give some love to Phil Winger.
You want me to say? Well, thanks, John, and thanks, Lance. We have an absolutely great partnership with Operation Hope. We believe in financial literacy as a way to help folks own a home, and owning a home is the first step to creating wealth. We think it's incredibly important. We're proud to partner with Operation Hope. And I'm retiring in a couple of weeks, but we have some people sitting out here who do an incredible job, and they know that they got to keep the vision we have moving forward to create home ownerships for everyone. So thank you very much.
So, again, I think these personal stories are just really important. And all the time I've known Phil, he never called me for anything for himself. Ever. He called me recently. He said, by the way, I'm retiring. But there's a guy in the audience, he goes by the nickname of Smokey. It's a brother, black man, for those who need me to translate. And he said, I want you to do me a favor. I'd like you to make sure that Smokey's put on one of your boards of directors. And he's done that quietly time and time again. He asked me to come in to Pennsylvania to speak at a nonprofit, then asked me another time to come and speak at a commencement of a university, and asked me to come in and meet with some business leaders. It's never about him. It's what Andrew Young said earlier today. Talk to people and meet people that you would not normally get along with or have a relationship with. Find some common ground and figure out what you have to give, not what you have to get. And the world will treat you well. I want to thank you, Phil, for just being a good human being. We love you, man.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you for everything.
Are you enjoying this? Are you having a good time? We're giving you everything we got. We hope that you are all in. Lance is pretty cool, isn't he?
Thank you, gentlemen. Congratulations, Phil, for all the contributions throughout your career of service. Now, our next guest, very honored to introduce these two gentlemen with us. And so at this time, I want to welcome to the stage, tied to the Hope Global Forum's On the Record, we have the Fortune CEO, Alan Murray, and CBS News contributor and former White House Chief of Staff, the Honorable Mick Mulvaney. Let's invite them to the stage at this time. Give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mick, good to be with you. I can't believe we're allowed to be out here unsupervised.
Oh, he'll be up here eventually.
John Hope Bryant. Oh, he's there.
He is. All right, there he is.
So, you guys are funny. I'm just constantly amused. I'm constantly amused by, like, the audience. Like, you guys are hilarious. You hear this, not just White House Chief of Staff, and you're like, yeah. Do you know who he was Chief of Staff for? This is going to be one of the most interesting conversations you have ever heard in your life. We have brought Mick Mulvaney to this conversation. Last night, who we have? From the political, Senator Raphael Warnock, who I guess you might call part of the Democratic, some would say liberal wing, maybe, Democratic Party. So now we have the Republican conversation represented. But Mick Mulvaney was the Chief of Staff, and I don't normally say this name, for President Donald Trump. This is not a joke. This is a serious conversation. Listen to me now. This is what Andrew Young, the quote he loves of mine the most. Listen without being defensive. Talk without being offensive. And always leave even your adversary with their dignity. Because if you don't, they'll spend the rest of their life trying to make you miserable. We have got to find common ground. So, ladies and gentlemen, it took a lot of courage for Mick Mulvaney to fly into the moral capital of America, Atlanta, to come talk to a bunch of black and brown folks and other folks and trust the conversation. Can he trust us? Join me in welcoming Alan and Mick.
You're going to let me do this.
Why do I get the feeling he'll be back before this is over?
I suspect he will.
I think that's probably true.
Let's just guess when he'll intervene. So let's look. You were as John said, you were head of the budget office, you were chief of staff, you were there for the whole 4 years, you were envoy to Northern Ireland. On January 7th, you quit.
Actually, the night of the 6th, but yeah.
The night of the 6th, you quit. So what did you learn about Donald Trump on January 6th that you didn't learn in the 4 years leading up to January 6th?
Yeah. I quit. I quit for a reason, and I'm probably not the only person in the room who has quit a job for this reason. I quit a job because my boss didn't live up to my expectations of his performance. And we talk a little bit more about the January 6th committee if you want to later. But on the day of the riots is the day that the president needs to be the president and needs to be the most presidential. And he wasn't. He failed miserably at that. You can talk to, there's all sorts of disagreements about what happened before the riots. I'm talking about now during the riots. I know what was happening. I was in Washington, D.C. I was actually in the building that morning. I had wanted to go and see the vote, and it's a long story as to why I wasn't there. But then I'm watching the riots on TV, and my stomach is sinking, and I'm waiting for the president to go on TV to fix this, and he wouldn't do it for 3 or 4 hours. And then I saw him go on camera in the Rose Garden. I actually tweeted that I thought he should go speak to the nation, and someone must have gotten to him, and he did go speak to the nation from the Rose Garden, and I could tell from listening to him that he didn't believe what he was saying.
Yeah.
And that's when I'm like, okay, I'm out. And I called Mike Pompeo that night and said, look, that's not, he said, that's fine, send me a note, and I did.
But let's spend a little time talking about what happened in the 4 years leading up to that, because, look, I'm not a partisan. There are a few partisans in this audience, I can tell from the response. I'm not a partisan. My presidential voting record is like a broken electrocardiogram. But I didn't vote for Donald Trump. And I didn't, as a lifelong journalist, I didn't vote for Donald Trump because every day he would come out and say 5 or 6 things that just weren't true. And I'd covered presidents for 30 years, and they all had, even Bill Clinton, when he wagged his finger at us and said, I did not have sex with that woman, he at least took the trouble to go to the dictionary and look up the definition of sex. And he goes, well, that's not what I did. So,
but he didn't go look up the definition of the word is, as I recall. So
yeah. But so how did you feel about Donald Trump's relationship with the truth?
I had seen things. Of course, when you work with somebody all of the time, you see stuff that other people don't see. And I got to learn how Donald Trump thinks, especially when it comes to facts. I don't know if y'all remember the book, The Power of Positive Thinking. It was written by a guy named, I think, Norman Vincent Peale.
Norman Vincent Peale, of course.
That was Trump's pastor. That's what he grew up on. That's his worldview, is the power of positive thinking. And it's a challenge for a chief of staff, because part of my job is to go to him and say, now, boss, we got a problem with this. Don't say that. Don't say that. Why would you say that? Well, because this could go wrong. No. Don't say that. If you say it, it could happen. Okay? He really believes in self-actualization to success, and it's worked for him. So what I noticed about him, for example, in COVID, is that he would come in, we have a 2-hour meeting at the early days of COVID, and they'd lay all of these facts out. And one of them was that this is a coronavirus, and coronaviruses, we know typically they don't do as well in warm temperatures as they do in the cold. And that's the fact he picked up on. That was, out of the 2 hours, that's what he took, and he said, okay, I'm going to go in front of the cameras and say it's going away in the summertime. Right?
So it wasn't resistance to facts. It was very selective. In your view.
It was the stuff that aligned with where he thought he was going. You don't look backwards. You look forward. You pick the facts that are convenient to you, and you move forward. So it's not that he was anti-fact or anti-truth. He was just selective in what he focused on.
Was there another moment? These decisions are very personal, and look, you were serving the nation, and I was personally pleased when I saw you were going in. I said, well, here's a good guy. We need good guys in the government.
Yeah.
Was there ever a moment in those 4 years where you said, I don't think I can do this any longer?
No, there was never a moment. He never asked me to do anything illegal, and he never asked me to do anything immoral. Are there times when I was in a meeting with him and I saw him treat somebody a way that I would not, or I saw him do something a way that I would not? Yeah, we've all done that. But what you have to realize is when you're working for the President of the United States and you're chief of staff, you're chief of staff. You're not chief of the president. Your name is not on the ballot. And if you really feel like you can't work there, you should quit. But the reason you're there is to try to make that person as successful as you can. And again, never ask me to do anything illegal, never ask me to do anything immoral. So no, I didn't struggle with that. I struggle, for example, I'm a lot more fiscally conservative than he is. And we
He was spending a lot of money.
He spent a lot more money than I was ever comfortable with. And people say, how do you tolerate that? I said, well, at least I was in the room and I get a chance to make my argument. And if I'm over there, then no one's making those arguments. You feel like you have some ownership in some of the decision making, and you maybe move the needle a little way in the right direction. That's not bad.
The moment that caused a break for a lot of people was Charlottesville.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know, when you had the riots in Charlottesville, the obvious race motivation behind many of the rioters, and when he came out the next day and said there were good people on both sides,
right?
You know, didn't take a strong stand against what happened.
Two stories about that. One is an anecdote, because I went on TV right after that. I was on TV on Sunday after Charlottesville, after the press conference, actually. We had a press conference in New York that was supposed to be about infrastructure, and since that was a budgetary issue, I was there. But they put me on TV on Sunday to talk a little bit about Charlottesville. When it was over, I'm walking down the hallway. I can't remember where I was, CBS, CNN, something like that. This very large African-American guy came running down the hallway after me, calling out, Miss Mulvaney, I want to talk to you for a second. I had no idea where this conversation was going to go. And I said, yes, sir. And he says, are you going to see the president later today? And I said, yeah, I am. So I want you to tell him something for me. And I'm like, what is that? He goes, you tell him that I said hello and that I always enjoyed working for him and I've always thought he was a good man. You tell him Ronaldo said hello. And I said, Ronaldo, how do you know the president of the United States? He says, I was the cameraman on The Apprentice for 8 years. I've never had a boss treat me better than he did. I worked for him again. Anytime I got to, I want you to tell him I said, hey.
But that doesn't explain the ambivalent response to Charlottesville.
It doesn't. I'm going to get to that in a second. But what it does is when people ask me, is Donald Trump a racist? I don't know. But when you have that data point, it's something that the public doesn't see that has to go through your thinking. On Charlottesville specifically, I was not in the White House at the time. I was at the Office of Management and Budget, but I do remember being up, like I said, in New York for the press conference. And my guess is, and it's an educated guess, is that Donald Trump had a 2-hour briefing on Charlottesville. And one of the things he said, well, there was a group there that's Sons of Confederate Veterans, and they were there to sort of defend the statues. And Trump goes, I know those folks. I know those are good folks. That was the one fact he took. That was it. Out of the 2 hours, out of all of the bad, he took the good that he had in his head, and that was the fact that he ran with. And that was the genesis of that line.
So the good folks on both sides meant there were some people who believed the statues should stay. But that sort of missed the point of the...
It misses a lot of points. It misses a lot of points. It does. And by the way, it's not a worldview that I profess to. To get a 2-hour briefing on anything, and you know what you want to believe going in, and you take one fact that backs that up, that probably leads to really, really bad decision making.
It's not a great way to run the country.
It's not a great way to do anything. But we're going to talk about that in a second, about where we are as a society. Do we watch the news to get facts, or do we watch the news to be affirmed in what we already think we believe and know to be right? So that's
well, let's go there. Let's go there. I mean, the theme of this event is bridging the divide. How did we get to this place? I mean, it has gotten just almost impossible to have common conversations across the divide. I mean, obviously, we have moments in our history, you know, we did have a civil war, but it's probably as bad as it's been since then, right now. How did we get here?
I don't know if anybody knows the answer to that question, jump up and scream it out. I think it's a combination of things. We lack commonality. The institutions that used to unite us are no longer there. Something as simple as television. We used to have 3 channels and pretty much all of us would watch the same thing, and now that's not the case. Social media absolutely contributes to ripping us apart. The anonymity in social media. If you want to see something really heinous, go to any politician of either side. Go to their Twitter page and read the comments. And then ask yourself, if you've ever spoken like that to anybody else face to face in your life, the answer is probably no, if you're a decent human being. But that's on Twitter, every single day.
You think social media is a force for bad in the world?
I think it can be a force. It's like anything else. It could be a bunch of different things, but I absolutely think it contributes to ripping us apart.
Is there a regulatory role to rein that in?
For those of you who aren't aware of this, the social media companies get a protection that your magazine doesn't get. If Alan prints something in the newspaper in his magazine about me that's completely false and defamatory, okay, I can sue him for that. He's published something about me that is false, and even if it's egregious enough as a public figure, I can sue him for defamation. I can't sue Google. Google could put the exact same thing, or Facebook put the exact same thing on their websites, the exact same wrong factual allegation about me, and I can't sue them. We gave that protection to the social media companies decades ago. I think it's called Section 230. And they're essentially not deemed to be publishers. Their attitude was, look, we're just a bulletin board. We're a bulletin board at a college university.
But we know that's outrageous.
And it used to be right, but now it's outrageous.
Will it change? Will Congress take it on?
I think they probably will. There's very few groups in Washington, D.C. that don't have any friends right now. China is one, corporate America is another, and big tech is a third.
But your beef is not just with social media. I mean, you are a CBS contributor now, but you're not too happy with the whole press establishment.
I don't think the press is interested in educating us. I think they're interested in entertaining us. I had a conversation with a friend of mine.
So we got to beat up on the press a little bit.
Yeah. I had a conversation with a friend of mine when my successor, Mark Meadows, got a criminal referral from the January 6th committee to the FBI. I was watching a network that I don't ordinarily watch. I don't watch much TV. And that network didn't mention it all day, not one time, that the former chief of staff had been criminally referred to the FBI. This hasn't happened, I don't think, since Nixon. So I called a friend of mine who works for that network, and I'm like, look, I'd be happy to come on your show. I'm the former chief of staff, and we talk a little bit about this. He's like, yeah, you know, Mick, we gave that some thought, and we don't think it's what the audience wants to hear. I said, I got news for you. If you're in the business of telling people what they want to hear, you're in the entertainment business. That's what the Marvel movies are about. That's what Star Wars is about. If you're in the business of telling people facts that might make them uncomfortable, that's the news business. And it's not, listen, it's not Fox is biased one way, MSNBC is biased another. The biggest struggle I have as a private citizen now is where do I get my information? And where can I get information I actually rely on? It's really hard to do. And what you sort of have to do is get it from a bunch of different sources and try and find the common elements, you know, get something from MSNBC, get something from Fox, and figure, well, the truth must be someplace in the middle, because neither of them are telling you it very often.
But we haven't trained people to do that. Most people don't know how to do what you do, to be discriminating readers of stuff from all over the place.
It's really hard. Can I tell my CBS story?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So I got asked early on in my time at the network to weigh in on a phone conversation about something. It was a story about the White House, okay, something I know a little bit about. It was a story about the call logs on January 6th. You may remember this story, that they were going to break a story in the Washington Post that said that the call logs from January 6th, the records of the phone conversations had been edited, had been redacted, had been sort of, things had been taken out of it. And this was the Nixon-esque moment, okay? And this is going to be a big story. And they finally get around to me and ask me for my comment. I'm like, yeah, you've only got one call log. And they said, what do you mean? I said, well, this is how it works. If the president's in the residence and he picks up the phone, that goes to that operator switchboard, and that ends up on a call log. And you have that call log, and it shows calls, right? If he comes down out of the residence and goes into the Oval Office and picks up the phone, that goes over here to a different operator desk, and it goes on a different call log. You have one, but you don't have the other one. The reason you have a gap from 11 a.m. until about 7 p.m. is because that's when the president typically came downstairs. He'd come downstairs every day about 11, work until 7, then go back up unless we had dinner or something like that. And so if you want to know what's in that gap, go get the other call log.
Wrong log.
They'll give it to you, right? There was dead silence on the phone. And the reporter goes, we stand by the story. And I'm like, what does that mean? He said, no, we're going to run the story as is. And I'm like, but it's wrong. And I said, no, not wrong. There's not a single thing in our story that is not factually accurate. And I said, you know what, you're absolutely right. Everything you're printing is 100% factually accurate, and the entire thing is entirely misleading. I've just told you how to actually fix this, and you refuse to do it. They said, we're sticking with the story. By the way, CNN, 3 or 4 days later, actually ran the story about the other call log. Okay? Didn't get nearly the attention that the first story got, which is often the case.
Well, I would never defend that. And look, you're talking about divided media, divided social media.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. I spent a couple of years before I went to Fortune. I spent a couple of years running the Pew Research Center, and we did a big oversample survey of political attitudes. This was maybe 7 years ago. And one of the questions we asked Americans was, if you have a scale from 0 to 100, and 0 is you side with the Democrats in Congress on everything, and 100 is you side with the Republicans in Congress on everything. Generally speaking, on most policies, where would you like the debate to end up? The majority of Americans put it right smack in the middle, 50-50. They don't want this. This is not what they voted for. The votes tend to happen in primaries, not in general elections. So bridging the divide, the theme of this Congress, is what most Americans want. Why don't they get it?
Then why do they elect Marjorie Taylor Greene?
Well, but it's a tiny minority that elects. It's a tiny minority. It's primary voters. The people who vote in general elections, I mean, Georgia was an exception. Most of the people who vote in general elections, their votes don't count because it's happening in a primary.
The primary system is absolutely broken. There's no question about it. But the government reflects the nation. It does. There is no magical force in Washington, D.C. that says, send me Marjorie Taylor Greene and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Okay? These are not serious people. They're not interested in being lawmakers. They're not interested in being legislators. They're interested in being outrageous and notorious and famous, and at some point they will become rich because of it. Okay? But there's nobody in Washington bringing them. There's folks here and there and everywhere sending those folks. But you're right. The primary system does.
Yeah, we've started to see some reforms in the primary system that seem to be making a difference. In Alaska this year, the election, it was an open primary. You take the top 5. You have ranked choice voting. So you not only give your first choice, you give your second choice and your third choice. Lisa Murkowski says it changed the nature of the campaign because you weren't just talking to the passionate few that elect Marjorie Taylor Greene. You were talking to everybody because a second choice vote could count. Do you think there's a way to fix politics so that we can have sensible civil conversations in Washington?
You can fix the primary system, but primary system does absolutely contribute to the extremes from both parties going up. There's absolutely no question about it. There's things you can do to fix that. I know ranked choice voting is hot right now. I've never liked it because it's a little bit confusing. Keep in mind, districts are not constitutionally required. You don't have to have districts. South Carolina gets 7 seats in Congress, so we can allocate those statewide. We can do by district. There's a bunch of things you can do. But really, to fix it, you've got to fix the nation, because government's going to reflect the people, and it should. Government's going to lead on a couple of things, but generally government follows. So you have to fix this before you fix that, and that's a bigger challenge.
I want to talk about the role.
Thank you to the one person who.
Yeah, you got an applause over there. Stand up. No, there's some more. I want to talk about the role of business in politics because it's changed, and I can say this as somebody who's reported on business for the last 40 years. It's changed pretty dramatically in the last 10 years. It used to be any business leader would say, "Hey, if it doesn't directly affect my bottom line, I'm not going to talk about it." Yeah. And now in the last 10 years, it kind of started with Mark Benioff objecting to the religious liberties law in Indiana, but you had Bank of America objecting to state of North Carolina transgender access to bathrooms. Yep. You've had CEOs get involved in guns. Here in Atlanta, you had Ed Bastian, who was just on the stage, and James Quincy from Coca-Cola object to the voting rights law. Businesses are, in part because their employers are pushing them to, are getting much more active in the issues that motivate politics. Good thing or bad thing?
Troubling for them, because once you start picking, isn't everything politicized already? I got asked the other day about the World Cup soccer match in Qatar, and I'm like, look, can I leave politics aside for a little bit and just enjoy the sports? I get sports washing. I understand the LGBTQ issues, but I can't stand the politicization of everything. And I don't want to make my decision on whether or not my kids go to Disney World or they fly a particular airline or they buy a particular soda pop based upon what the politics of that company is. I don't know if it's healthy for the community. It just continues to divide us.
But Mick, I don't think that's. I am fortunate in my job to talk to a lot of these CEOs. Their preference is to stay as far away from politics as they possibly can. I don't think that's what's driving it. I think what's driving it is they're saying, hey, in today's world, we've got to have access to a talented and diverse workforce or we won't do well. So we have to stand up for the rights of people who are being disadvantaged. And in today's world, I mean, that's what Ed Bastian said on stage here just a little while ago. And in today, and if we're heading towards a serious climate crisis, we as business leaders have to take action to head that off. Not because it's political, but because our long-term existence depends on it. So
my only advice, and I advise corporations on this all the time, is if you're going to get involved in politics, you better be good at it. You need to be at least as good at politics as you are as your underlying business, or else you're going to get your ass kicked, because it's a nasty business. And if you're not any good at politics, you stand to make some mistakes. You could make.
You think Ed Bastian and James Quincy were wrong to get involved in the voting rights issue here in Atlanta?
I look at it this way: we pick somebody who's not here. I think Disney made a mistake in how they handled that, and I think it's been reflected in the corporate leadership and so forth. It's tough. You can do it. Listen, I believe that corporations have free speech rights. I absolutely believe that. Corporations is nothing more than an association of people. We have these rights. But if you're going to, as a corporation, if you're going to do it, you better be good at it, or else it could come back to haunt you.
Last question here. The one thing we can all agree on, you can agree on, I can agree on, everybody in this room can agree on, is where we are right now is not good. We have to be able to have civil discourse about important issues in this country, or we will fail as a country. What's your best advice to people in this room on how to deal with this critical problem?
I got asked to go give a speech in Boston, Massachusetts for a large corporation, and they said, what do you want to do? I said, I want to do a discussion on civil discourse. I said, how would you do that? I said, well, I'm going to get Joe Kennedy. Joe's a Democrat, former member of Congress, friend of mine. We've agreed on some things. We disagree on a lot of things. We want to come up on stage and talk about what it's like to be in Washington, D.C., and how we can learn to disagree without being disagreeable. Okay? That was my pitch. They called back and said, we can't let you do that. I'm like, why not? Well, that's too political. The left-leaning people don't want you on stage, and the right-leaning people don't want him on stage. And so my message to you is, if we're going to fix this, we at least have to be able to talk about it. That's why I'm glad to be here and glad that John invited me to do this. Because if you're not able to even talk to people that you disagree with, that is a real challenge that we have moving forward. I worry more about it with the young people. And I don't have time to tell the story now because we're out of time. But I think, especially when it comes to the younger generation, I know old people have made a living out of complaining about young people for a long time. But I do a lot of work with college groups. They don't want to talk to people who disagree with them. They don't want to be in the same room with people who disagree with them. They don't want to socialize with people who disagree with them. By the way, this is on the left and the right. They're moving into camps at 16, 17, 18 years old because they think they know what's right. They're not interested in being educated, not interested in learning. They're interested in being reaffirmed in what they already believe. And they're afraid to deal with people who they disagree with. And that needs to be
good advice. Good advice. And thank you for being here.
Thanks, Sean. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
So come here, you two. So I think this is one of the most courageous conversations that we've had. And I was just here, you know of Alan Murray because he's CEO of Fortune magazine, I think one of the most prestigious and important magazines for business in the world. And it's nice to see Alan and Fortune leaning into these issues. They don't have to. They were here just last week during their social impact conference, which Ambassador Young, myself, Bernice A. King, and others spoke at. So Alan, thank you for your leadership. Mick, this was even, as I mentioned earlier, a heavier lift for him. And I have something to acknowledge. People give me a lot of credit for being open. I talk to everybody. I didn't want to talk to Mick.
They didn't give me a choice.
No, just real talk. Like, I've known 8 presidents. I've been honored by 5. I've served 3 from both parties. I consider myself open. I just had no interest in talking to the chief of staff of a certain former president. And I was told by the producer of Squawk Box, Max
Quayle.
No, Max Myers.
Max Myers, to shut up and listen. He said, John, you got Mick wrong. Then I was told by Jay Clayton, former SEC chairman, John, shut up. I love you. You got Mick wrong. And then I heard a third friend say something similar. You just need to talk to him. We did Squawk Box together. A
couple times.
And I didn't throw up.
I started wearing vests.
He started. In fact,
That's right.
we started a text love affair between each other, a love of the heart. He would send me notes. I would send him notes. He would compliment me on what I was wearing. I wrote on one note, 2020, July. You were good today, Mick. Always good to be with you. You might just prove we can disagree without being disagreeable. Yeah. He says, response, I agree 100%. Not enough people these days get that, it seems. I was wrong about Mick Mulvaney. He's a decent man. He's a good man. We all make mistakes. Life is tender.
You didn't say that.
Including me. I made a mistake on him. He made a mistake about somebody else.
Say it again.
I made mistakes.
All right.
But a saint is a sinner that got up. We're all angels with dirty faces. Life is 10% what life does to you, and 90% how you choose to respond to it. We need to learn, all of us, to stop reacting and start responding. And we need to cut people a break for this reason, if no other reason only. Somebody once told me, Mick, grace is when some SOB does not get the rear end whipping they so rightly deserve. Or mercy is, I'm sorry. And grace is when you and I get the love and opportunity that we don't deserve. I'll say it again. Mercy is when somebody who's horrible does not get the rear end whipping they so rightly deserve. And grace is when you and I get the love and opportunity we don't deserve. If you want to have a little grace, you need to show a little mercy.
Practice a little mercy.
We all can be nicer to each other. Please say thank you to Mick Mulvaney.
Appreciate it. Really appreciate it.
Great job, Jimmy. Great job. Good seeing you. Okay, good. All right, still with us? Still having a good time? Still fired up and ready to go? All right. Well, we're going to take a break right now. We have a breakout session in our Idea Lab sessions across the hall in the Learning Center. So we're going to take a break until 3:15. We'll have everyone come back at 3:15, and we have another great session with the SBA Administrator Guzman talking about the great work of the SBA and their partnership around the 1 Million Black Business Initiative. So enjoy your break. We'll see you at 3:15.
takes my breath away. Something's deep inside, please tell me why. I don't know what I should do to break this spell. How can you make my life an alibi? Can I believe that your heart still beats for me? Let me receive a sign that you're my destiny. I wanna know, give me a reason for me to believe it. Can't you see it in my eyes that I need a reason for I'm so
It's my honor to make sure that our small businesses who can build wealth for communities, who bring us the products and services that we depend on every day, who create jobs, who really define their neighborhoods, are the ones who are benefiting from all the investments that we are making in the Biden-Harris administration.
In the city of LA, we look to see what we could do to prevent more black entrepreneurs from paying more for capital when they need to open and grow their business. And we learned what John already knew, that financial literacy was the key to understanding that, to get into financial health and success.
$25,000 in services. They're yours. Don't walk past it. I know you don't believe it, it's free. Believe it this time. We're moving credit scores 54 points in 6 months, 120 points in 24 months, reducing your debt $1,000, increasing your savings $2,000, making it so the bank says yes to you. You combine that with the SBA guaranteeing loans and doing small business support. You combine that with support wraparound services from the mayor's office and what Joe's doing. You combine that with the technology on-ramp and the small business training and the business plan we're going to provide on the front end. And then we got lawyers in the back end that says, I'll give you 2 hours of free consulting. Account, I'll give you 2 hours of free consulting. This country needs you.
Please welcome back to the stage, Lance Triggs.
You're not tired of me yet? You're not tired of me yet, are you? All right, we got some more fire coming. We're just really getting started. We're just so excited to have you still with us. You having a good time so far? All right, a lot of good information. I am personally excited to introduce you to our afternoon host. Real excited. She's taking some time out of her busy schedule to be with us, to bring us home down this final stretch for today. And so she's a multi-Emmy Award winning journalist who currently hosts Lawmakers, and Beyond the Dome of Georgia, part of the Public Broadcasting Television. And so please give a warm Hope Global Forum's welcome to Donna Lowry. Let's give it that love.
Thank you, Lance. I'm excited to be here. How are all of you? You feeling good? Like got some energy? All right, because you're in for a great afternoon. I'm excited to be here, and I'm really looking forward to the great conversations. I was here yesterday, and they were wonderful. A lot of them stuck with me, as I'm sure they have with you. It is my pleasure to introduce the people who are going to lead us through the next segment. It is time for us to get right to it. From Operation Hope, the founder and CEO, John Hope Bryant. From Breakfast Club, the co-host and host of Way Up with Angela Yee, the one and only Angela Yee. And the 27th Administrator of the Small Business Administration, the Honorable Isabella Casillas Guzman.
All right. How's everybody feeling today? Well, I'm really excited to be hosting this panel in particular as a small business owner myself. So selfishly, I'm trying to make sure I get some of this information as well. And so I just want to thank you both for having me here. And you guys have been touring the country highlighting the partnership between Operation Hope and the SBA to create and grow 1 million Black businesses. That's a big deal. Can you guys share a little bit about what's going on with that?
I will, but before I do that, I always want to remind people that she's very humble, she's very easygoing other than her Secret Service protection outside. But I want you to let you know, this is the President's cabinet member for small business in the largest economy in the world. America's a $22 trillion a year GDP economy. We're the largest economy in the world. We're the leader of the free world because of our economy. Most of that economy is driven by small business. Most people work for a small business. There are only 1,000 companies that employ more than 10,000 people or more. Everybody else is a small business. 99% of the LA economy is small businesses, 100 employees or less, and that's one of the 10 largest economies in the world. And sitting in front of you right now is the president's cabinet member. She meets with the president on a regular basis in the cabinet room, and she is the official voice. This beautiful, amazing, brilliant Latina and other races and mixed up lady, she's like the United Nations of inclusion, is the voice for small business in the world. We're honored to have her here.
Thank you, John. That's great.
And she's pretty cool. She and I have been touring the country, as you know, on this 1MBB initiative, which started out after George Floyd was murdered, Rainbows After Storms, as an initiative with Shopify to create 1 million new black businesses. On this stage 2 years ago, we announced that they were committing $130 million over 10 years. And I don't want to spoil the press release. I think it's coming out tomorrow, so Lance told me to shut up. There's a big press release about 1MBB and our results thus far, but I think you'll be very heartened by our progress to date. Many companies, mayors, cities have come on board since that initial announcement. All I can tell you is we have results. And then we signed an agreement with the U.S. Small Business Administration that covers 1MBB and financial literacy for all. And the administrator invited me to join her tour bus. So I sort of feel like I'm you a little, Angela. I get to tour the country, and I'm not, By the way, do you know she is the first black female national radio program, syndicated program in the country? Her deal with iHeart, which kicks off, of course, you know her from the Breakfast Club, but it kicks off in 2023 with her own show, right?
Listen, John Hope Bryant is a great host, and he is definitely giving us our props today. But yes, January 17th, and then it'll be nationwide starting January 30th.
And yes. And
but look, I'm so happy to be here in this room with you guys, and of course with the SBA Administrator Guzman and John Hope Bryant, who's like a mentor to me also.
She's also a small business owner, and she also owns real estate. So she is right brain and left brain, and she makes money during the day and builds wealth at night. And that is the spirit of 1MBB. It's building wealth. The color is green. Mm-hmm. So I pretty much said everything I've got. I'm going to shut up.
Yeah, no. And Administrator Guzman, I want to, talk to you about this because for myself, going to my local SBS office, I learned about a lot of services locally that's available. But I would love for you to talk about the SBA and services available to women and minority business owners that people might not even know about.
Well, thanks so much for having me, first off. This is exciting to be in person. I think it was virtual last year,
right.
So this is great. How many small business owners do we have in the room today?
Oh, wow.
We have a lot. All
wow.
Right. Well, then hopefully you all know that SBA is about delivering the American dream of business ownership, which was why it was so important that we joined Operation Hope and Chairman John Hope Bryant on this initiative as we're seeing the trends. Those small businesses that are starting up, there have been 9.1 million since the president took office, 70% higher than any similar period. Those small business owners are increasingly women and people of color. In fact, for the last 10 years, it's been black women and brown women who have been leading on startup rates.
That's right. And Administrator, also, isn't it true that since the pandemic, you correct me if I'm wrong here, that most small business startups since the pandemic at any time since 2004, and the group leading the small business startups were African Americans, and the group within that group were black women.
Yes, so 9.1 million that I referenced since the president took office, there were higher rates of entrepreneurship in zip codes across the country that are dominantly African American. And so that just further demonstrates the trends. And so when we're talking about entrepreneurship, which creates competition in this economy, which creates innovation. They're the ones who deliver the products and services that we all love or become addicted to. But those entrepreneurs are key to our economy. And so if we're looking at the future and the future of 1 million black businesses, we want to make sure that they're resilient, because that's the key. Having the acumen to be successful, to deliver great outcomes. And really what we're here doing is making sure that we can replicate those successes and grow communities. We're in Atlanta, so it's not just about, making sure that we can replicate neighborhoods of successful main streets, but it's also making sure that those successful communities of main streets can then open up to markets around the world. And e-commerce helps you do that. So that ability to digitize. And so we're very excited at SBA to be joining, especially because we do have incredible resources to help entrepreneurs be successful. We provide funding to small businesses through investments and loans, and we even have some grants for those who are trying to export or who are in innovative science or technology fields. We have incredible resources to help build your technical expertise. We know small business owners wear many hats. And then we also have resources for market opportunities, because it's about revenue. It's that, the balance sheet is really critical. You study that every day, and it's also about the revenues that you can bring in for your company. And so there have been, there's one woman out in Colorado, Pathfinder Systems, that has used every single product at the SBA. That's hard to do, but really the challenge is to go to SBA.gov and figure out all the products that you could take advantage of in your journey as a small business owner and revisit time and again. There's a successful coffee company out in San Francisco who gave me the biggest compliment, that even though she's, has multiple locations all around the Bay Area and great distribution nationally, she comes to my website every once in a while just to check out what's new and what she could do to improve her business. And that's what it is. It's constant learning, and so that we can replicate great successes like Cleo Barger, who's with Mid-State Aerospace. This was like the first African-American woman in aerospace manufacturing who used SBA's 8A program to grow her business, and just recently got a STEP grant to go sell abroad and closed a multi-million-dollar deal in Germany. Those are the women that we want to replicate. Or Tasha Cave, who's out in the Bay Area, who got one of those innovation research grants. She's an engineer figuring out how to recycle carbon dioxide in her company 12. So there's incredible stories of black entrepreneurship that we want to be successful. It's imperative for our success as an economy.
And we're talking about some real life stories. Let's talk about Chairman John Hope Bryant and Operation Hope, because
Isn't the weather nice outside?
due to an SBA 7J
Oh,
grant,
that's right.
you actually were able to, get Operation Hope going. So can you talk about that story? Because I love real life success stories.
Yeah, I'm glad it was about Operation Hope, not about me. So yes, actually, it is a little known fact that Operation Hope was actually started in 1992, May 5th, 1992, 5 days after the Rodney King riots, with a $61,000 7J grant from the U.S. Small Business Administration. And you may not find that a significant fact, but it's everything. I mean, we're a $50 million a year budget today. We've got between $3.5 and $4 billion of capital we put out to communities. You hear all the stats and the facts that may glaze over on you. It doesn't glaze over on me, because this is like, how old is your child, or did a teeth fall out today, or did they get an A in class, or when did they buy a home for the first time? When you're talking about your family and your own net worth, this is my baby. And my baby's growing up, and my baby's having a positive effect on the world, I hope, and this is how I keep track. But when you start getting big, I guess people start taking it for granted, and I don't. Because I remember when I went to Tom Bradley, Mayor Tom Bradley, the city of LA, and if you don't know that name, it's because he was pre-internet, and I'm joking, but I'm serious. No one knows that he was mayor of mayor of LA for 20 years, first black mayor of a major city for 20 years in Los Angeles. And
now we have our second, Mayor Karen Bass.
Oh, that Mayor Karen Bass is right. I thought about that. Yeah, that's right. Well, I meant the mayor for 20 years. I'm like, who's that? No. Mayor Karen Bass, who's fantastic, by the way, and a dear friend of our work. First female black mayor of LA. But Tom Bradley, when I was 26 years old,
He had no real no reason to pay attention to me. I wasn't a donor. I wasn't an operative. He just saw potential in me. And he called then President George H.W. Bush. So listen to me now. You want to know why I'm bipartisan? A Democratic mayor in L.A. called a Republican president in Washington on his way out of office and said, I met a young man who's got some potential. Will you help him out? I was 26 years old with a business plan and a dream. And our outgoing president said, I don't have a lot. The cupboards are bare. We're leaving in the administration. But I think we can help him out with literally he said, I think we have $61,000 left over. He did some research at the SBA. Will that help him? I said yes. If you're an entrepreneur, always say yes. Just say yes and work it out later. And I said yes, Angela. And that grant was the founding of this mission. And I had a logo. It said, empowering, I think I said, eradicating poverty in the world. $61,000 budget.
Yeah. Had to start somewhere.
Had to start somewhere. But it all started there, and I had backing and I had support, so my bipartisan bones, if you wanted, it came from that experience, and they didn't ask anything from me other than I reported on my results and honored the grant request and was honest about that, which to this day we have audited financials, and I just started putting results on the board really quickly. I got out of I couldn't compete with the PhDs; they were all around me. So I had to become a PhD.
I like that one.
So literally, this is the business. Everybody was going this way. All the political meetings were happening. All the ecumenical leaders were meeting. I couldn't get in those meetings. I was not an operative. I didn't want to be in the meeting anyway. I wanted to help the pharmacists on the corner whose pharmacy had burned down. So while they were meeting, I went to 43rd and Western, I think it was, and his handler's pharmacy. His pharmacy had burned down, and I asked him, could we rebuild them? He said yes, and I got some bankers together, and they put up a little bit of money each. I think it was $10,000 each, and we did a $100,000 loan to rebuild that pharmacy, and that was the first rebuilding of anything after the Rodney King riots, and that put us on the map.
That's great.
And that's been our signature ever since. It's been results, doing things, taking action. But I built on that success, and then used that grant to go get a city grant, then I got some money from Wells Fargo, and got some money from another bank, and after a while, people were like, well, if they trust them, we'll trust them, and I just always made sure I kept my word, paid back my loans, honored my requests, but it started with her. Well, started with the SBA.
Wow. Listen, and there's so many ways I want to go with this conversation right now, but since you talked about getting access to grants and loans and, of course, paying back those loans, a lot of times people feel like when you have a small business, you put all your own money into it. I know I'm guilty of that. Sometimes people are emptying out their savings, their 401ks, all of that. So can you talk about other ways that people can access capital so they don't have to do that?
Well, capital is king, especially when you're trying to grow your businesses. You need that capital to carry you through, even with the golden ticket of a contract. The federal government, as an example, you need to try to find the capital to deliver against that contract. And so that's the biggest challenge. The SBA was created to try to de-risk capital markets so that our lending partners would be more likely to be able to provide capital to those who could not access capital, those small businesses that we need to be able to create jobs, because they create 2/3 of all net new jobs. So with our capital programs, obviously the majority is about loans. People have to put of course, their own finances up to often start the businesses. I met earlier with the restaurant owner who started their business by emptying their bank account. I've met other people who have sold their cars. One of the small businesses I met today sold assets that he had to start his business. So that's, oftentimes people get creative of how they can raise money by selling off what they have to be able to start the business. You know, there's less grants available on a typical basis for small businesses than there have been during the pandemic relief. It is a lot about loans, but there's also investment capital. At the SBA, we're trying to take the lessons learned from PPP and the Economic Injury Disaster Loan, where we reached more businesses than ever before, including sole proprietors and the smallest of the small during the Biden-Harris administration, to try to open up capital.
I just have to say this. You know what really upsets me? You guys basically gave away money for 2 years.
$1.2 trillion in relief from
the
the SBA.
PPP money, you never pay it back if you met certain criteria. If you used it for payroll. I used to have friends call me like, should I get this loan? It's 1% interest rate. Like, what?
The COVID idol.
What bank's giving you 1%? What? Oh, and you don't have payments for
It started off with 12 months, but we went up to 18. Mm-hmm.
No payments for 12 to 18 months. So you don't have to pay a lot of it back if you did certain. I mean, I just have people negotiating with themselves like, well, I'm not quite sure I want this once in a lifetime capital for my business. Let me think. Who else is going to give me money?
But it was hard for some people to get that did apply for it also that should have gotten it too.
Look, I mean, I think this is the reality, is that the capital is, you know, although we were created to try to help fill those gaps, there are still barriers that exist. And so the lessons learned from PPP and EIDL, where many businesses were not able to access the capital, you know, is that we need to broaden our distribution networks, attract more lenders in to better meet you all where you are. In your businesses every day working hard, as well as to make sure that the programs are more simple. Things like eligibility or how you underwrite the loan are easier for lenders to try to access these guarantees, and so that it can make capital more affordable to you. So we are in the process of transforming our programs at the SBA to better serve our small businesses, but it is about loans, it's about investments. You know, we have small business investment companies around the country that provide both debt and equity. It's really about, though, beyond all that, there are products out there available. There are some local grants still available thanks to the American Rescue Plan in various cities or states around the country. But what the reality is, what is your business ready for? You know, what is your revenue projection? You know, what is your ability to repay a loan versus your need for investment because you're starting a business that's going to require patient capital, time to build up your revenues. And I think that's what is powerful about the SBA as well, is that we have a network of 68 district offices, over 1,600 partners on the ground to help our small businesses better navigate those capital decisions and come to a decision based on your business's readiness to be able to get capital or to connect you with the right resources to get you financial ready. And I think that, though, the great disparity that still exists needs to be addressed because, you know, especially our Black-owned small businesses are more likely to go online than to go to a lender, a bank, and that's Federal Reserve study. And so what kind of product are they getting? We want to be able to expand our distribution and simplify our products and get online through technology at the SBA to make sure that we can attract those businesses and connect them to affordable capital. And, you know, I think even during PPP, Black-owned businesses were 5 times less likely to be able to get fully their request around PPP or get PPP at all. And so clearly the disparities, that's what the Biden-Harris administration is about addressing. We want to make sure that we can reverse those trends and invest in the very entrepreneurial community of Black businesses and all of our underserved communities that need that extra assistance to get the investment that they need and to create the jobs. So I think it's about transformation, but it's also about making sure you're aware of the financial basics of running your business and letting us help you do that.
So the SBA, I think, Angela, is for small business, for this community, I think is the best one-stop shop. If you have a mature idea or a mature plan, it is the best place to go. Unfortunately, on that first rung, they're going to be coming to you and me for a loan. This is Pookie and them coming to us for, can you hook us up? That's just a reality in most people's lives. It's fine for small amounts of capital. Then credit cards. I say you shouldn't use credit cards most of the time, but if you're going to use it, at least use it for something that may produce income or wealth for yourself. But here's the real magic piece, and this is where the financial coaching comes in that Operation Hope does. You can go, if you did this PPP application or idea, you got to tell me if I'm mistaken here, one or both of these applications, if you got declined but knew what to ask for, you still got a $10,000 grant for applying.
COVID idle up to $10,000.
Up to $10,000, so you could apply, be declined. If you knew to ask for it, you still got a $10,000 grant, which you didn't have to pay back.
Right.
All you had to do is come to a financial coach, we would have got you that. Earned income tax credit. You make less than $60,000 a year, which is somebody in our family makes less than $60,000 a year. You got 3 children. You make $35,000 a year. Federal government owes you $6,700. If you've never filed, it's retroactive for 3 years. Help me with the math. 18 grand? 18 grand, so give or take? Then you have, during the pandemic, there was a child tax credit, $3,000 per child. So that's $9,000 cash. So that's $30,000, give or take, without the idle grant. That could have been used as some seed capital for a business to get you to a point where you can have a proper business plan, have a proper business structure, so that you can then go and try to get some counseling from an SBA office and get that step-up grant, loan that the SBA has available. You may not be able to get everything you want from one source. You may have to sort of ladder it together.
And know that the SBA has a micro-lending program and a mission-driven community advantage loan program that focuses on loans $350,000 and under. Those programs are also entry points to the SBA. But we need to do a better job of distributing it and getting it out there in the community, which is why we've tried to partner historically across the board with more organizations, and why the president funded through American Rescue Plan the Community Navigator program that provided over 500 institutions with support to better build bridges to underserved communities, including women and people of color.
And for myself, I want to talk about this too with Operation Hope and the SBA. I know a lot of times with these small businesses, and we have a statistic, 93% of all black-owned businesses have no employees, and a lot of them have very few employees. And so what I wanted to ask you both, let's just say you start a business, you have an idea, and you just jump in, start a business. I know earlier you were talking about you had a business plan, and it was great, but some people don't even do that. Some people don't do operating agreements, and they don't have those things in place. They just open a business and say they're paying people cash because they don't want to go through the whole system. Yeah. How can Operation Hope and the SBA help you structure your business? Because you can always go back and correct things, but sometimes people are nervous because they know they've been doing things off the books, under the table, and they want to figure out, how can I get my business to be legitimate the way that it needs to be without getting in trouble?
Well, I mean, that's about building a resilient business, is starting as soon as possible, whatever stage your business is in, and getting the advice to, to make your business more legitimate in the eyes of the financial institutions, because that can get you the capital you need to add those employees. I mean, I think it's about having the growth mindset of entrepreneurship. If you want to be able to replicate yourself in the business so that you can do more work and serve more customers and get more products out the door, your goal should be to create an employee-based business. And so, unfortunately, you need capital to grow and add employees. You need the revenue growth potential to grow your business and add employees. And so that's why making sure that you have the resources and the team on your side through free resources available through Operation Hope or through SBA or other local organizations that you partner with, so that you can figure out how to grow your revenues and add those employees on to grow your business, to really build wealth in your community and for yourself.
Adding on to that, Angela, and I can say things that the administrator can't say. I'd rather owe anybody on the planet, including the mafia, which I've never owed them a dime, I'm make it clear, but I'd rather owe anybody on the planet money other than the IRS. The IRS is gangster. My accountant showed me, if you borrow money from the IRS, it compounds at this incredible rate. And if you say, oh, well, I'm going to not do my tax returns, and then you do it 6-8 years later, and the catch up on that is unbelievable. Keep in mind, they didn't get Al Capone for murder and mayhem. They got Al Capone for tax evasion. And so I don't want to mess with the IRS.
I don't want to mess with all that. I love what Pinky Cole did, who was on this stage last year judging Slutty Vegan. She gave every college student that she did a commencement speech, I think it was Clark Atlanta, I think, where I'm on the board. She gave everyone an LLC, limited liability corporation, at graduation. You want to help somebody at Christmas? Give them an LLC. That's what you do. It costs $100 or something like that, or less to start. It's a very simple process. It's a way to structure your idea. Operation Hope will help you with the business plan for free $99. Free $99. This will go right over your head. Free $99. It's no cost. We'll give you a business plan. We'll help you get your credit score together. We'll help you get prepared. We'll get you a business advisor. All that for free, and then we'll turn you over to the SBA, and they will augment around the financial modeling. She's already told you about that. I think those 3 steps will get you off on the right track. Don't try to outsmart somebody who's looking for people trying to outsmart. The federal government's been set up for a long time. The IRS trying to find people cheat. Just pay the money. Just pay. I love paying taxes. It means I'm making money.
Right. The more you pay, I guess the more you made. Well, for some people.
Fair enough. Wait a minute. So I saw Angela look at me. She's like, I sort of agree with you, but not really.
Some people are still not paying anything and making a lot. But what I did, since we're talking about minority and women-owned businesses, I also want to talk about government contracts and how important that is when it comes to creating wealth.
Well, I mean, the federal government is the largest buyer in the world, $560 billion opportunity for our small businesses to go after and compete for awards. And the president recognizes that the power of the federal purse is powerful to achieve the economy that he wants, one that's accessible to all, where opportunity is available to each of us. And building an economy from the bottom up and the middle out, I think, really does center around helping small businesses. It's why the president announced at the Tulsa Race Massacre commemoration that he was going to drive this federal spending to small disadvantaged businesses, in particular, raising the goal from 10% to 15% by 2025, which is $50 billion worth of contracts. Yes. And, while we've achieved our goals in small business contracting every year, there's great disparity. And so for the first time ever under the Biden-Harris administration leadership, the SBA released disaggregated data on contracting, showing that only 1.78% of contracts go to black-owned businesses, for example. And so that great disparity is what we're trying to address in the federal government, and why President Biden signed an equity executive order on day one, because we know, back to the foundation of the SBA 70 years ago in the Eisenhower administration, that small businesses create competition. They create innovation. We need them, and we need an industrial policy that ensures that small businesses can survive, and it has to start with the federal spend. And so I encourage small businesses to look into federal contracting through the SBA. That's our expertise, is trying to ensure that the agencies set aside contracts for small businesses as we're making changes to make it easier for you. And so definitely look at that as a revenue growth opportunity for your business, no matter what you sell, because the federal government buys everything from military supplies to flowers. You name it, we buy it. And so there's endless opportunity for a stable base of revenue for you and your business and the growth into the future. And I gave the example of Cleo Barger earlier. There are tons of success stories around the country of businesses leveraging our programs at the SBA to get into government contracting, to grow their businesses, and we want to replicate those successes.
All right. Oh, I was going to let you close out, John.
Oh, no, I think you guys should close it out with really a word to women about how they can role model your success. I want to just say 2 things. One was about capital access. I forgot to tell you that one of the success stories that pitched, she's a candle maker through Shopify and 1MBB. Shopify through 1MBB will give you a credit line against your sales. I forgot to tell you, this is access to capital. Please remember this. If you sign up to 1MBB, you open up your website, you open up your payment systems, you make a sale to Angela Yee.
You're able then to take that invoice to Angela Yee and finance it against your next sale. Then you take 3 invoices back to Shopify, and they'll finance those 3 invoices against your next sale. And she's able to ramp up a 6-figure business in 8 months based on Shopify internal line of credit, which means you didn't have to go to get a traditional bank qualification. None of that stuff we talked about. They have to come borrow money from me or Angela. And it gets to a point where you can come then and apply for the SBA. So I want you to be encouraged and know that there are options for you. The second thing I want to say is I intentionally say things sometimes that many people in this audience or streaming around the world don't want to hear, but you have to hear it. Why? Because 96% of black businesses not having an employee in the biggest economy on the planet in 2022 tells you that something's wrong with our business plan.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear me?
Yep.
96% of all black businesses not having an employee, and most of us having very little revenue, tells us that there's nothing wrong with our hustle, nothing's wrong with our talent, nothing's wrong with our gifts. We define hustle. So it has to be something other than that. It is business administration, it is business management, it's books and records. People say, John, how do you do it? I take the time to do all the boring stuff that nobody wants to do, and I get my records right so that when somebody wants to wire me money, they can. I know you don't want to hear it, but if you want to know how we built this behemoth, is when you go online, you can pull up my financials. They're audited. You don't take my word for anything. You know they're clean, they're honest, they're transparent. We have all the systems in place, so you're not going to tell me no on merit. You can say you don't like my socks. You can say you don't like my personality, but you're not going to say you don't like how I run a business. Let's get that right so that no one can deny us on merit. And as I recede to these 2 beautiful ladies, and I so much respect for these 2 ladies. They both have incredible humility. I'm sure Angela will allow me to give the final compliment to the administrator. Before we came out here, she requested that before she comes out, she wanted to meet with the business success stories. It wasn't on her schedule. That came out and pitched before you. She wanted to hear their stories. She wanted to understand what they were doing. She wanted to see how she could help them. She spent 20 to 30 minutes just meeting with them, no VIPs, just them, made them VIPs. Because she remembers what she was like as a young girl when no one gave her visibility, no one gave her time. She's the most traveled cabinet member in the Biden cabinet because she wants to show up and show she cares.
And I'm so glad we're best friends now and that we have one. No, but I do want to close it out by saying that the reason I actually asked to moderate this panel was because as a small business owner, I know that sometimes it's hard for us to ask for help when we need it. A lot of times we feel like we have to do everything on our own. We feel like we're not getting the support that we need, but it is out there and it is important. You know, John Hope Bryant, he'll start a conversation with me saying, I know you're not going to like to hear this, but... And we need that. We need people that know more than we do, and we need mentors, and we need to know that we do have access to get help, to get, grants, to get help from the SBA. I've gone and taken classes at my small business services in New York City to actually get certified from my MWBE, and I'm always exploring ways on how I can make sure my business is successful. A lot of times things don't happen the way that you want them to. Most of the time they don't. But that doesn't mean that you can't make it work. And so that's why I was excited to be here with this panel in particular.
Well, we are going to be best friends because I was going to say something very similar in that what we learned from PPP and COVID idle was that especially women tend not to ask for that help or be intimidated by taking that loan, even if it was a forgivable loan, even if it was a 1%, 30-year loan through the federal government. And I think that growing up in a small business with a father who had a chain of veterinary hospitals, having started several businesses myself and working with founders in a variety of industries, I think that the one thing that everyone recognizes is that what small businesses are great at is they have that grit, determination, can-do spirit, but their specialty is around that great idea they're giving to all of us, that product or that service. All the other hats that they have to wear in the financial space, the administrative space, they're learning. So there's never a question that is too small or too dumb that you shouldn't feel comfortable asking. And that's why the SBA has expanded its partner network so that you can work with organizations that you trust. And that can be your gateway to the SBA, because we want to make sure that we arm you with all the success factors. We recognize, especially in underserved communities and as people of color, that we may not have sat around that kitchen table talking about business, financial issues. And so, let us help you expand and grow so that you can deliver what America needs. And that's growth in our small businesses, the 33 million strong across the nation, so that we can have a globally competitive economy, one that really truly works for each of us and our families. That's how we achieve the American dream of business ownership for more Americans. So thank you all for the leadership that you show every day.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please say thank you to Angela Yee and Administrator Guzman.
Said I want to take some bankers on a tour through South Central LA, white bankers from the West Side, to see if we rebuild right after the riots. This was like May 3rd or something. Riots were April 29th. And whoever I called, I think it was a police chief, they just said, "You're going to do what? Hold on a minute." And they're like, "You can't take these folks and they have them, basically accosted in the neighborhood. Let's get you some protection." So they sent a SWAT team. They sent a SWAT team, and I remember there were shotguns out the window. We had patrol cars, we had unmarked cars, we had police dogs, we had motorcycle cops around this one little van. They just didn't want anything to happen to these white bankers in the hood, and nothing happened. It was perfectly fine. That was the first Bankers Bus Tour. I think it was May 3rd or May 5th, 1992.
So it may have been, it wasn't the first December that I was at Operation Hope, but probably by the second one, I get a call from John, and he's not happy. And I'm like, he's calling me at home, and, what did I do? What did I do? How could I fix it? And he's like, I don't understand why nobody's here. I'm here in the office, and I'm by myself, and it's 10:30, and basically, where is everybody? And so I kind of took a deep breath. I mean, I'm 25 years old at this point, and my boss is not happy with me, and I'm just trying to find a way to tell him that it's Christmas. And I'm like, so it's Christmas, and we have today off. And I'm thinking, should we have not had today off? Maybe I should ask that question. And, and if you'd like to come over, if you don't have plans, you're welcome to join us for Christmas dinner. And he was just like, oh, okay, well, we'll see you tomorrow.
I have a million funny memories to share. I remember traveling across the world with John, especially in South Africa when we were expanding our work. And we've been launching our office in Cape Town with Desmond Tutu, and during the World Cup, and just spending time in townships and spending time in John giving speeches to thousands and thousands of young South African men and women, like beautiful memories. John and I racing cars in South Africa 4 years ago. There's just a lot of cool, fun memories.
How about those stories, huh? It's fascinating. And think of the level of opportunity you have just listening to the previous panel. Let's hear it for those on that panel. It was great, wasn't it? Interesting stuff. So our next guest is one of the great leaders in media and communications over the past 40 years. Now, he got his start as a teenager at WNBC in New York City. He was a co-founder of MTV, CEO of AOL Networks, Six Flags Theme Parks, Time Warner Enterprises, and Clear Channel Outdoors, just to name a few. He is currently the chairman and CEO of the iconic global media giant iHeartMedia. Please give a big welcome to Mr. Bob Pittman.
So to get this put this into context, Angela Yee, who you love, and tomorrow you're going to see Charlemagne, who I know you also love. A lot of these artists work for him. He's the chairman of the company, iHeartMedia, that their platforms sit on. I don't think I've ever done this before, but I'm going to have to read your bio. Just because it's so fascinating. She just mentioned a couple of things. Co-founded MTV. CEO of MTV. Casa Dragone Tequila. I don't even want to get into where that...
Casa Dragones. Come on, I know everybody loves it, huh?
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know where you got interested in tequila. Maybe it was on a vacation or something, but created a tequila company. iHeart's easy. I'm going to come back to that. This is fascinating. Helped to create Clear Channel, which if you saw the billboards all around the country, you always see in the airport, Clear Channel. Was CEO of AOL Networks. Some of you remember AOL. Don't act like you know what I'm talking about. Y'all don't want to admit you had an AOL account? I'll admit it. CEO of Six Flags Theme Parks. Quantum Media. Hold on, this is an interesting one. CEO of Century 21 Real Estate. I just love this. Time Warner Enterprises. COO of America Online and AOL Time Warner. This is a bad brother. And you hire well. Nikki Sparrow, Connell, who runs, I guess you bought his podcast platform, but now I guess technically he works for you. Will, I guess who works with Connell, Andy, all these folks who sort of are the engine underneath what you do. You hire, you empower them to do their jobs, and you give them the room to run. And they all say you're a nice guy. Now, I didn't really appreciate that until I asked you what was the magic. And his response to me was, I've been lucky. That I never thought I'd ever have the life that I have been blessed with. I've been lucky, I've been fortunate, and by extension, there's a lot of people who have not been lucky and fortunate. And I think what you're going to hear now is a desire to try to figure out how do you ladder a generation of strivers up. I want to talk about your background a little bit, where you came from, because as I look in your eyes, yes, I see intelligence and hard work, but I also see authenticity. You can't fake that. So I want to know where that came from, because that communicates trust and confidence and integrity, and people want to invest in people who can communicate those things. So I want to talk about where that came from.
Which was your most interesting of the ventures you created? Which ones drove you nuts and you couldn't wait to get out of them because you didn't love them? Where in the heck did Century 21 Real Estate come from out of all this other creative stuff you did? The larger context, and you had a chance to meet Ambassador Andrew Young when you're here. As you know, you would not have had a civil rights movement. You would not have had a Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. if it had not been for the media and entertainment giving him platform. I think that the media has a responsibility to hold up social justice in successive generations. And I think social justice today is through an economic lens. That's just my own philosophy. But what's your take on that question? I think half of success is marketing. I don't think that a lot of communities have done a good job of marketing themselves. And again, these are, how can celebrity and professional sports and entertainment, they're sort of intermingling these days. How can those things be used as a force for good? So let's back up and just talk about how you got here. What was the magic in your life?
You know, the magic of my life was having spectacular parents. I had a mom and dad that were, you know, role models for me. In my house, you couldn't say the word hate. You couldn't hate anybody. You couldn't hate anything. And my mother, probably the worst thing I ever heard her say about somebody was, I wonder why they want to be that way. And I think growing up in that kind of world, my dad was a Methodist minister.
And what year was she saying this?
She was saying this was 50s, 60s, 70s.
She's talking about black people?
She was talking about everybody.
About everybody.
Everybody. I mean, if somebody was just a jackass, my mother wouldn't say he's a jackass. She'd say, I wonder why he wants to be that way. I
love your mother already.
And I lived through, I'm from Mississippi. I
really love your mother. She said that in Mississippi in 1950?
In the 50s and 60s.
Oh, no, we're going to become friends, man. Hold on. You don't have no tie on? Watch this.
Uh-oh, no, don't do that.
All right.
It's like I could never tighten it again.
All right. I like you. Go ahead.
But it is, if you live through that period of time, it was horrible, shameful time. But, you know, when you're born into it, it takes you a little while for it to dawn on you that something's amiss. And you talked about media. Thank God for the media, because the media sort of called it into focus. And when I started school in Mississippi.
What town?
I started in Hattiesburg, Mississippi.
Oh, I know Hattiesburg.
And there was
no joke.
There were colored-only bathrooms, white-onlys. There were black schools and white schools. And when I graduated from high school, it was 50-50 white-black, my class. So it all happened in that period of time. And, you know, we're all, as adults, shaped by whatever went on in our teenage years and our adolescent years. And I think for my life, it's that. My dad was very active in the movement, as much as a white Methodist minister could be. But I think it was, you know, you talked about how do you succeed, have these people I work with. Everything is about teamwork. You know, small business, large business. No one person succeeds. We succeed because we build a team of people who share a common mission. And I think even in that social justice era of the 50s and 60s, the teamwork that went on was extraordinary. Yeah. And to this day, my mother and I were watching in the early 90s. I don't remember the PBS had a show on the civil rights movement, multi-part series.
Oh, somebody help me. Eye on the prize?
My mom and I were watching it together, and my mom started crying. And she said, God, I just can't, for the life of me, imagine how we let that go on. That she took responsibility, understood the failings that went on. And to me, you know, you say, what's the influence on my life? Those are the people that influenced my life growing up in that kind of nurturing, caring, loving environment. And when something was wrong, owning up to it's wrong and trying to fix it and trying to make a contribution to it.
And having your mother say that, white in Hattiesburg, Mississippi in the 1950s is extraordinary. It's courageous. And then your dad being a minister, I think that fits well with, I think, your narrative of decency that I see and I feel inside of you. You just translated that into business, which I think is social justice through an economic lens today. Going back to that era, you would know this, maybe the audience wouldn't. Dr. King would never march before 10 a.m. or after 3 p.m. He knows why. Because back then, there was no 24-hour news. It was news at 5 and 11. So he would march and give the New York Times writers and the TV stations, with ABC, NBC, CBS, time to get their, what do you call them, reels of film on a plane.
And they were filmed.
Yes, literally.
And they did get them on a plane.
And fly to New York to process it in time for the 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, or 11 o'clock news. And that kept Dr. King alive. That kept his movement alive. And the writers had to get to New York and file that story in the New York Times and so on and so forth. So he wouldn't march after 3. He didn't want to do it before 10. He wanted the reporters to get up and have breakfast. And he didn't want to do after 3 because he wanted them to get that story filed. It was brilliant strategy. He understood that it was marketing and not just messaging. How do you, can we update that business plan to the 21st century?
Yes, I think you can. I think that you've hit on it a little bit, is that what's our responsibility and how do we build the society we all dream of? And we do it, one, as a team, and two, you're exactly right. I do a podcast called Math and Magic. And part of
what's it called?
Math and Magic.
Oh.
And it's how I've always believed you build businesses and marketing is you first have to do the math. I have to know who they are, what they are, where they are, what they say will motivate them, and then I got to have some magic. Because I can know all that, but that doesn't make it interesting or compelling. I then got to have somebody and something or some message that's very compelling. And I think in this world, we are looking at, okay, we know the issues, we know where, how, what's the magic that gets it across? What's the message that's so compelling to people that they start nodding, they go, of course. And I think, when you start thinking about marketing today, the good news is we now have a new generation of consumers, of people, of citizens who care about social justice, diversity, all the sort of right things are actually built into their culture. And you're not going to get a young person to buy your product if they don't think you're responsible. That's a real shift from other eras. And I think for us, the commerce, the social issues all sort of come together, and we're betting on the future. I'm not sure, I'm almost 70, I'm not sure you change a lot of 70-year-olds' habits. Maybe change their minds, maybe they have an epiphany. But if you build it on the 20-year-olds, you're going to have something lasting and something permanent in our society.
Yes, because young people believe they can change the world.
And they can.
And they can. And they have.
Yes.
I like what you have committed to with Operation Hope, where I've said financial literacy is a civil rights issue of this generation. And you guys operationalize that by putting ads on your network. And every day somebody tells me they heard me on an iHeart. They didn't know it was an iHeart station, but they heard me on X, Y, and Z. So I thank you for that. Why'd you do that? Does that tie into what we're talking about? But let's back up for a minute. I want to socialize you a little bit more with this audience and those watching. Can you name a few of the stars that are on some of your stations and networks so people can understand? I mentioned the Breakfast Club.
Charlemagne the God in the Breakfast Club, DJ Envy, Angela Yee, Steve Harvey, Ryan Seacrest, Angie Martinez, Ellen Kay, Elvis Duran, Bobby Bones, on and on.
Yeah, big deal. And how many stations do you have?
We have 860 radio stations in
whoa,
160 cities.
slow that down. Back up. Some folks just woke up. Say that again.
860 radio stations in 160 cities.
You're the largest in the country?
By a mile.
I love when people just claim their vision. They claim, exactly. Make it smart sexy. We've been making dumb sexy for too long. We've dumbed down and celebrated it. We've got to make smart sexy again. And see, by the way,
when you got all this going on, you show up in some jeans and open collar shirt and say, "How you like me now?"
I'm too old to change.
No,
You
no.
say, give me that tie, and I go, God, I gave away my last tie. I don't want to put another one on.
No, I wasn't going to give you my tie. I like this tie. I was going to take it off for you. I'm not giving you my tie. I paid good money for this tie. I'm a capitalist too. I like you, but not that much. So on a serious note, you have done some things with us which I think signal what your bones of your organization are. I'm thinking about the power of all these, and in a world that's fragmented. I'm going two different directions. I'm so excited. Let me come back. I think one, it's so powerful to think about if some of these folks some of these voices get operationalized around a movement, how we could change the tone and tenor of this of a conversation in this country into something positive. That's number one. I'll just say in general. Let's pick 2-3 issues that we think we make a difference on, get Americans to agree on, and see if we can move the needle on that. So that's a positive challenge I'll leave with you. Number two, in a world that's so fragmented, where people are making money on separating us and dividing us, and you have all these different voices on your network, how do you keep that together? How do you keep it in a sense of balance? Are there some core principles that you use that drive what you're willing to do and what you won't willing to do? Where are the guardrails? Educate us a little bit.
Well, look, you've hit it, and you've just talked about the opportunity and the dilemma.
Yeah.
We're in a country that is fragmented. I think one of the fundamental problems we have is that we're not assuming the citizen can make a good decision, so we're trying to make the opinion for them. We started a network called the Black Information Network.
Yes.
And I think they're doing a spectacular job. And part of our goal was we gave them the assignment, you don't have to care about ratings. We don't care about ratings. When there's a big news day, there'll be a big audience. When there's no news, it's okay that there's a small audience. We don't want to do clickbait headlines. We don't want to rile people up just so we get them engaged or so we get an audience. We want to be respected. And we make an assumption at the beginning that everybody will make the right decision if we give them all the information they need to make that decision. And I think part of our problem is, now we go back to what's the issue.
Yeah.
The issue is if I look around on social, if I look around on some of the stuff that's supposedly news, it is all sort of opinionated. It's part of the truth. You know, it's like in my office. If somebody comes to my office and says, Bob, do you know what so-and-so did? They get me all riled up. I go into someone's office, I say, what's going on? And they go, Bob, did they tell you X, Y, and Z? And I go, no. And I was had.
Yeah.
And I think every day we're fed stories that we're had because they didn't tell us all the information. Trust me. Just give me the information. I'll make up my own mind. And I think that's what we have to push for. And we have to get information out to people. Now, we don't have to get it out of one outlet. We don't have to get it out every day. But cumulatively, we've got to get it out. And I think you say, okay, well, you've got a message you're getting out. That's part of the mosaic of the messages we have to get out. We have to let people understand what's available, how it's available, what they can do, what the opportunities are. By the way, when we start talking about a complex issue, put all the information out. Trust that people will try and find, because I think it's in our human nature to do it, we'll try and find bridges, actually. The only time we don't do bridges is when we think you're over here and I'm over here and, oh, that's bad and I'm good, or vice versa. And I think we've got to sort of encourage that bridge building. Let's sort of get it out and go for the facts.
Amen. There's so many, we have limited time, and there's so many things I want to cover with you because actually I've interviewed a lot of people and had conversations with a lot of folks. As I thought about it, you're the largest, you're the most substantial by volume and assets and reach leader in communications and entertainment I think I've ever talked to. I have other industries I've been tapped, but this is fascinating to me because this is a whole other world. In a world where communication is increasingly everything, and as you say, we're being taken down rabbit holes and choked to death with bad information. I mean, in some ways, you've got as much power or as much influence as the President of the United States. I mean, you don't expect you to respond to that, but I'm saying, as a media conglomerate leader, you have an enormous power and influence, and I would say also responsibility. How does that feel when you go to bed at night? And how do you operationalize that? At the same time, you're dealing with a changing landscape for radio, a changing landscape for streaming, a changing landscape right underneath your legs for digital. So you're trying to keep up with the business norms, but you also have this responsibility to influence. Help me out.
Well, I think what we're trying to do is provide a platform, almost a town square, for people to air the full range of views, opinions, thoughts. I mean, none of us are 100% right, and we get great answers by everybody go back to teams, getting people to think about collaboration and working together. So I think what I got to be careful is that I'm not making the judgment about what's good and bad. I'm providing a platform and trying to invite people in to participate. There was a guy who worked with me years ago, Walter Isaacson. Some of you may know Walter.
Great guy.
And Walter was running Time Inc.
He's at Aspen now, I think.
And he left, and now he's a great writer. But I sent him down here to be the CEO of CNN. And Walter was such.
Wait, hold on, wait a minute. Wait a minute, I want to have this kind of juice. Did you just say casually? Yeah, I sent Walter down to be CEO of CNN. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, that's it. And
boom. Okay, continue.
And Walter, what intrigued me most about Walter was his commitment to journalism. Walter would not give any political donations, go to no political fundraisers. He wouldn't even vote because he said, if I vote, I've decided in my mind which candidate I think is better, and that will somehow subtly influence my coverage. Seems quaint today because I don't think many people are doing that, but I always admired Walter for that kind of commitment to trying to go for truth, not his point of view. And I think when you sit in my seat, you have to be very, very careful that you don't let any of your personal feelings, influence. I'm not going to take sides, but what I'm going to try and do is make sure that all the information is out there. And there's certain things that we know are important for our society. We've got to drive them through. The way we're going to do it is to build coalitions of people that will go after it. And it starts with getting the message out.
Yeah.
I mean, who can't agree with these big ideas we're talking about? And social justice, diversity. I preach in our place, we reach 90% of Americans every month. We reach more people than even Google and Facebook, than most of anybody in the U.S. But what that means is, how can we make a decision, because that's everybody, if when I look around the table, I don't have that same representation and that diversity of everybody. I mean, to make it really clear, sometimes we'll be talking about something for the Hispanic community, and we're sitting around and say, who around this table speaks Spanish fluently? And if somebody goes, not me, I go, how can we be making this decision? We're not the right people. We've got to get that diversity. And so for us, I'm looking for that diversity in every way, because if we're going to make intelligent decisions, everybody's got to have a seat at the table.
I love everything you said, except you told one little fib. You said basically you want to be a town square, and you want everybody to have a voice, and you don't want to put your thumb on the you didn't put it this way, but I'm saying your thumb on the scale and move it. But I actually disagree with you. I think that generally speaking, that's what I see your company doing. But when your mother is whispering in your ear and saying, Bob, that's wrong, and I'm not going to cite the example, but you and I both know in the last year something has happened, a couple things have happened that weren't too cool, and you actually, I know, personally said, knock it off right now. That we aren't doing. You cleaned house, you restructured, and you elevated people of color also in that conversation. I'm not going to get into details of specifics, but you know what I'm talking about, and I want to thank you for that.
Well, look, I think in a company of 10,000 people, I've got to make sure we have a safe environment, respectful environment for everybody who works there. By the way, selfishly, for that, so they can do great work. But I can't promise you that we're not going to have a problem. Yeah. What I can promise you is when we find a problem, we're going to move quickly to fix it.
Amen.
And I think that's what we've done and what we intend to keep doing.
So I can't end this session without some gossip. You're the biggest media company, arguably one in the world. You just mentioned 90% of all people. But I'm not going to talk to you about iHeart. I want to talk to you about MTV. Come on now. Tell us some stuff that happened that nobody knows about.
Oh, boy.
Well, come on. You're MTV. Come on.
I thought we were supposed to take that to the grave.
Just tell us one story or a couple that just make you.
Oh,
makes you,
gosh. They'd put me in prison if I did, I think. It's like it would, you know what, that was a fun time. We were all kids in our 20s. I was 27 when we started MTV. And we had no idea. None of us had done the jobs we were doing. Somebody gave us the opportunity to just go build something. By the way, everyone thought we'd fail. And the first year, I was the head of programming. I created the product. The first year, we had a projection of doing $10 million in revenue. We did $500,000. It was going nowhere fast. And
get fired?
About a year and a half later, they said, because I think they were almost giving up, they said, "Kid, do you think we can run this whole thing?" And I go, "Yeah, of course I can." And I didn't know. And we figured it out.
I told you, entrepreneurs always say yes.
They always say yes. It's like lean in, dive into it. And we figured it out. And we were the first profitable basic cable network. People thought no basic cable network could be profitable. It's ad supported. We were the most profitable when I was there. And we had Nickelodeon. We created other products as well. But there was a spirit of these, and I'm sure all of you are entrepreneurs who do the same thing. This spirit of we vacationed together. We went to dinner every night together. We hung out together. We were everybody's best friend. And we were in this together. And by the way, to this day, that crew of folks, they're still my best friends. And we still hang in there. And that's the way you make great products, is you commit, you go all in, and you just live it and breathe it, and it's 24/7. If you're not willing to commit to that, you're not going to have a big idea.
So you just unlocked something also as we were out of time. But have you guys enjoying this? We're out of time. We're going to take a couple more minutes. You know, you've unlocked something. I think this is the last session, so we can go over just a couple minutes. You've unlocked something that Ambassador Young said in an earlier session. He said that, and I'm going to paraphrase here, that we made, black and brown folks, we made friends in the civil rights movement with each other. We knew and trusted each other. We understood the agendas of each other, and they pushed for social justice, generation before me. But they thought that business was evil. So they didn't really make relationships with business. They trusted the government a little bit, trusted each other. And today, in order to have a successful movement, we really need to expand, don't change your friends, we need to expand our friends to include folks who can create not just income but wealth, open the door to opportunity. I would like to say we created red rooms, Bob, where we can report discrimination and bias and police brutality. There are red rooms all around the country for people of color. There's no green rooms. Accessing capital, green lighting projects, providing opportunity, providing loans, providing, hello? There should be green rooms all across this country. Well, that means we need to have relationships with people who trust us, who know us, who say, Bob's okay, John's okay, Shatra's okay, because that's how the world works. You correct me if I'm wrong here. Harvard's a great school, but no one pays 3 or 4 times more to go there than somebody place else just because they have great education. You're going there because it's the club.
And by the way, I'm going to add to your comment.
Yeah.
If you want a breakthrough idea, don't look to people who are already there. The breakthrough idea comes from somebody outside the system. So what you really want to do is you want to figure out how do you build an opportunity for people who've not been in the system, not had the opportunity, because I guarantee you they're going to have something new and something fresh. Just look at the example of people outside the system who come into the system and the big successes they have. So I think it's just in terms of business, we're talking about diversity. Look, there's certainly the social reasons why we want diversity, social justice. I want diversity for business.
Boom!
It's like, I want diversity because you need those voices.
That's it.
And I think, again, if you can empower, by the way, in a funny way, I was empowered to do MTV in 20. Who would entrust starting a network to a bunch of 20-year-old kids?
Yeah.
And we were outside the system.
Yeah.
I didn't know what was good TV and bad TV. I didn't know how it worked. And I was able to do something that was radically different and was wildly successful. I think that's true of anyone from outside the system. So one of the goals I have is, how do we get people from outside the system into an opportunity? With podcasting, we're the #1 podcast publisher. Connell Byrne is here today with me. Connell, about 3 years ago when we were starting this, Connell says, you know what, we're going to start, we make a pledge that over 50% of the voices on podcasting will be from diverse audiences. That we're going to start there. We're not going to work toward there. And that's what we've done. I think it was...
By the way, I'm one of your new podcasters, yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
And I think last year, I ran the numbers, I think it was 65% were
Wow.
diverse voices. But doesn't that feel like more like America? And doesn't that feel more like fresh, new voices? I haven't heard the same old thing again and again, that I've got something new. And I think that's what's critical. And by the way, I think in any business you're doing, is the big opportunity for success is to do something that no one else is doing, to have an epiphany. I tell our people at work, the work we do day in and day out keeps the trains running. What makes the business grow is when you have that epiphany. You're like, I have an idea. It's that one, that sort of breakthrough idea. Those generally come from the outside, not from the inside.
Yeah, and just to finish the thought I had earlier, because you're too nice to say it, if you hang around 9 broke people, you'll be the 10th. So we need to expand our network and relationship capital of who we know, the people who make us uncomfortable, people who challenge our viewpoints, people who may challenge our perspectives, our lens, whether it's your mother sitting on your shoulder, or whether it's a mentor or somebody. Meet somebody who's a little different, get to know them. Telling black folks, stop just going to barbecues. Let's go get some Italian food or something. Stop just going to Jamaica. Go to Europe. And I tell my white friends, go to Jamaica. I'm joking, but I'm serious. We need to find a way to bridge back to each other and expand the relationship capital so that when you have that outside idea, you've got somebody to call.
And by the way, can I add one other thing to it? Because I love where you're going here, is that when you hear an idea or somebody's got a point of view that sounds completely contrary to yours, rather than debate your conclusion versus theirs, take the time to say, how did you get there? Tell me about the assumptions you got to that. And I find that when you unpack a decision, that I can change someone's mind if I can change their assumption. I rarely will change their mind if I shout my conclusion versus their conclusion. I'm right, you're wrong. And I think the assumptions, when people begin to knock the legs out from under some assumptions, they go, well, that's interesting. By the way, I'm saying this sort of arrogantly, like I have the right answers. As many times as not, people knock the legs out from my assumptions too. And having that honest conversation, and by the way, it can be about social justice, it can also be about business. It can be about what's right and wrong in business. The right business decision is try and go back to the assumptions. How did you get there? Those are the important things to discuss and analyze.
There's a Bob Pittman watching this, a future Bob Pittman, who happens to be black, or happens to be Latino, or happens to be poor white in rural America, or happens to be a woman from a struggling community. They're watching you. What's the one thing you can say to them to give them some hope for the future?
That your chances of success are as great as anyone else's. Have the confidence in that and plow through.
Bob, I started this not knowing how you succeeded. I now have it completely figured out. Quincy Jones says, I asked Quincy, how'd you get so smart? He said, John, I'm just nosy as hell. I want to know everything about everything. Bob, you understood something else from your mother. God gave you 2 ears and 1 mouth
so you listen twice as much as you talk. You're just very nosy. You learn every day.
Curiosity.
And I've learned from you. Ladies and gentlemen, Bob Pittman.
Quincy, of my
Thank you, gentlemen. Wasn't that a fascinating conversation? As somebody in the media, I loved it. And I took notes, and I know a lot of you did too. Wonderful nuggets of information. So that's what this event is all about, and there's more to come. So next up, we have a very special announcement. Please help me welcome the co-founder and the managing partner of Vinebrook Homes, Mr. Dana Strong.
Thanks, everybody. I didn't know if she was going to say Mr. or Mrs. Named Dana. It's great to be here. Really appreciate the opportunity we've had to listen, learn, and meet with a lot of phenomenal folks. Vinebrook Homes is a single-family rental home company. We purchase houses, renovate them, and lease them at affordable rates. I started the business 15 years ago, and when I started, I wasn't really sure, where we were going to be, out into the future. And before I started Vinebrook, I was a builder, built high-end homes. And I'd get to the end of the week, and I'd think about what have I done this week to contribute to the community that I live in and society in general. And I didn't always feel like I was doing enough. Building fancy houses for rich people it was interesting work. I worked with great people, but it wasn't really impactful. When I bought my first house in 2008 that had a renter in place, we called them residents, I went, fixed up the house, and walked through with the resident that I had inherited. And I asked her if she was happy with the work that we did to fix that home up. And she walked me around and showed me everything that we had done. And then she brought me into the bathroom and washed her hands and gave me a hug. And I said, "What was that for?" And she said, "My kids and I had lived in this house for 5 years before you bought it, and we'd habituated to washing our hands in the bathtub because the sink didn't work." And I said, "Holy cow, the things that you take for granted in life." And I knew that I'd found a purpose and a path that was beneficial to the people that I was working with. One of the few things that I regret over the course of the last 15 years is that I didn't meet John in the team at Operation Hope earlier, because if I had, I think we would have had an even bigger impact on the families that we house, that we provide housing security to at affordable rates, and we would have been able to help our own team as well. We partnered with Operation Hope over a year ago and have seen tremendous impact. My partner Ryan is going to share a little bit of the details on that impact to date. But what we've decided to do, kind of go forward, is to increase our commitment to Operation Hope and to our residents and employees by expanding that partnership over the course of the next 5 years to $1 million or more. And just cannot wait to see, what happens as we build on what we've started. And there's an old proverb that the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, and the second best time to plant a tree is today. So I'm excited to plant that tree today and see it grow.
Thanks, Dana. I share your enthusiasm with Operation Hope, and I recall a call we had with John several months ago, and we were talking about our businesses and success and the impact our businesses are having. And John was encouraging us and talking about doing well by doing good, and that led to conversation around how do you measure good, and what are the KPIs or key performance indicators for good, and how do we all think about in this room measuring good so that what we're doing and what we're thinking about, it can be practically implemented and we can make sure we're having a real impact. And just a few quick KPIs for you for Vinebrook and our relationship with Operation Hope, how we've been able to help our residents and hopefully encourage other businesses to partner and provide this same sort of benefit to their customers. Over the past year, our residents have seen their savings go up over $500 that are working with Operation Hope. We've seen our residents improve their credit scores in only a matter of months by almost 20 points. Thank you. We'll be approaching next year having our 1,000th person buy a home, and we now see about 10% of our residents that move out say they're moving out to purchase a home. So we're really appreciative for the work that Operation Hope does. We know that our affordable rates combined with the financial literacy, credit counseling, one-on-one training are really having an impact on people's lives in a truly measurable way.
Thank y'all.
Continue to live our purpose to inspire and build better lives and communities. Truist is proud of our partnership with Operation Hope as we work together to bring authentic care to our clients and communities. We are thrilled to further this partnership through the recent donation of our former Truist branch in Tucker, Georgia.
On behalf of all of us at Truist, I want to say thank you to Operation Hope for the opportunity to partner in a new and exciting way.
Truist and Operation Hope have been trusted partners for 10 years. The donation of the former Tucker branch is a part of our ongoing commitment to the expansion and transformation of our partnership.
This location will be leveraged as a signature Hope Inside service center, providing credit and money management and home ownership programming and expertise with a particular focus in small business and entrepreneurship training for the community.
The mission of Operation Hope, which is to expand economic opportunity, making free enterprise work for everyone, is something we wholeheartedly support at Truist. And this great partnership helps us live our purpose to inspire and build better lives in communities and deliver on our promise of care.
We appreciate the opportunity to be a long-term partner in purpose with you. Congratulations, Operation Hope, on your 30th birthday.
Thank you for letting us be a part of your journey. As you celebrate 30 years, I want to say happy birthday, congratulations, and I wish you 100 more.
Thank you, Truist, and thank you, Truist crowd here. We love that. I love it. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage for a special partner spotlight, the head of Consumer Branch Banking and Emerging Markets for Truist, Allison Robinson, and once again, the Operation Hope CEO, John O'Brien.
Okay, you Truist people. You Truist people, pipe down.
That's not in their blood. They don't know how to do that.
So let me just say, I told Bill Rogers, the CEO of Truist, when you guys did this and you decided, first of all, I thought the name was ridiculous. I thought the color purple was pretty cool, but I never saw a bank with a purple color. So I'm like, you might fail. I didn't know what a Truist was. I never heard of it before. True, what, like a rock band that doesn't know what genre is. And I'm like, Bill, you shouldn't freelance cool. You need some help. Well, I was wrong about that. The name is cool as I don't know what. The color is cool. You walk by the branches, you never forget them. I take pictures of them now in cities, and I send the photos to Bill Rogers as the CEO. So I am impressed with your outside-the-box thinking and your purpose-driven mission and how all that stuff aligns. Before you say anything, let me just start by saying, if it wasn't for Bill Rogers, who couldn't be here today, he had a board meeting, the CEO and chairman, who was before this chairman of SunTrust. If it wasn't for him, none of us would be here today. Because I went to Bill. So for all the startup entrepreneurs watching this on stream, to Roland Martin and iHeart and CNBC and our Operation Hope channel, or in the building or in the overflow rooms, I want you to hear this. You heard me say how I started Operation Hope, but there's been iterations along the way where I've had to reinvent myself and reimagine and have software upgrades. And during the global economic crisis, 2009, about 2011, one of my sponsors, I won't mention their name, canceled my contract for the 9 I had 9 Hope banking centers. They canceled the contract with no notice. It was a Friday afternoon. And I talked them into giving me 6 months of additional funding. It was these big boxes we did financial counseling. But I couldn't replicate it. I couldn't grow it. I knew the model wasn't sustainable, but somebody was writing me a check, so I was taking it. And I met with my team on a Friday afternoon. I said, this is an opportunity to reimagine our model. And we met Saturday, and we found one of our locations where it was co-located. And I said, that's our model, close the other locations. And we had one location. I called Bill Rogers. I said, I want to try. I got approval from the regulators to allow me to come inside of a bank branch. First time a nonprofit had that approval in history. I called Bill Rogers. I said, I have a dream. I have a vision. Let me walk you through it. He listened. He said, I'll try it, but I'm not going to write you a check. You got to trust me. I'll let you inside of my branches. I'll sponsor you, but you got to let me do it my way and trust me. And if it works, we'll replicate it. So we did that for about 18 months, 2 years, and we produced results. And I went back to him for what I thought was go from 2 locations to maybe 15, 20 locations. And Allison, he said, how about 200? And then the merger happened between SunTrust and Truist. And once again, I'm wondering, am I going to get blown out because there's a new management team? And we transitioned to Truist. And then you guys came back and said, we have 2,000 branches at Truist. How about you guys go in 50% of our branches? And I know right now we have 200 physical Hope Inside locations with multiple institutions, but I think we have 600 satellite locations so far with you. The goal is to be in half of your branches, to get the bank out of the no business, back into the yes business. You guys made a $20 million commitment to Operation Hope a couple years ago to help us with a range of our work, including 1MBB, 1 Million Black Business Initiative. And recently, you guys donated a bank branch to us here in Georgia, where we're going to turn into a Hope Inside location. So we've got a long history, a long legacy. It's not a one-way conversation. We talk to you, you listen. You talk to us, we listen. And I really, in fact, you guys have put a brother on your management committee, Dante, who's now chief banking officer.
He's been there for a while. He's been there for a while, doing great things.
He's been there for a while, but he's been chief banking officer for a year or so, right?
So he is Chief Retail and Small Business Banking Officer, but he led our Chief Client Experience as well as digital in the past. So he's been at the center of the client experience and now just doing that in a bigger way in his current role.
So why is this important to you guys? Why, this is a lot of money, a lot of resources, a lot of passion. Why?
There's a couple things. First, I would start on behalf of Truist. Your purple tie looks fantastic. You said the color is crazy. I
didn't do it on purpose.
Facts. We're just stating facts. Here's why this is important. So we think about creating Truist, which I think for all of us has been one of the most impactful pieces of our professional careers. And we started with our purpose, mission, and values. And the Truist purpose is to inspire and build better lives in communities.
Yeah.
And the word some is not in there. So we don't want to inspire and build better lives in some communities. We want to do it for all. Mm-hmm. And so when we think about how to bring impact, one of the ways that you have to do that is you've got to create trust.
Yep.
And you can create trust through 2 things. You can do it through touch. You can do it through the physical teammates, just like all of our amazing teammates that are here today. Yep. You can do it through technology, through all the digital opportunities. But you can also do it through impactful partnerships and thinking about scale a different way.
Yeah.
So we don't just see this as a place for us to, say, donate financially, which dollars do matter.
Yeah.
You have to have money to solve some of these problems. But we also think that this is a place where we can show, hey, we're willing to not just give the funds, but we're willing to deck a business model against it. So that's what's been different for us. Mm-hmm. When we started emerging markets, we said, hey, we're going to put the same resources against having people in the community focused on financial wellness with centers of influence.
Yep.
Because when communities do better, when individuals can avoid higher cost financial alternatives, when they can feel empowered that regardless of where they are on their financial journey, they can get to a better place with a trusted partner, that's what gets us excited every day. And so this is core to our business model. This isn't just a feel-good. One of my personal phrases, I can't solve this with hugs. I need solutions. We need investment. But we also need to create that trust. And this is part of, we think, our equation for success in our partnership with Operation Hope is creating that trust in our communities.
So an aside, ladies, have you noticed something? She looked at me dead in my eyes. She hasn't blinked. She disagreed with me, tried to correct me on facts. I know her right. But where did this yes I can, yes I am attitude come from? Where did this come from? Where's this thing that's inside your eyes?
So we can blame my parents for this. We're gonna blame John and Janet for this.
Good.
And I would tell you the short story of it is, I have two best parents I think anyone could ever experience. My sister and I would joke all the time, even if like we got a notice that was like, hey, we mixed you all up. These aren't your actual parents. We said we'd keep them. We love them. They're amazing. But there were a couple of things that really made, I'd say, a big difference. My mother passed away when I was a teenager.
Oh, sorry to hear about that. She's been promoted.
Listen, she's looking down. I've got a higher power watching out for me. But my father's presence and voice was very significant in my life.
Yeah.
And there were a couple things that he said. Number one, whatever you're asked to do it the best you can.
Yeah.
So if you're asked, hey, we need you to sweep the floor, sweep the heck out of that floor.
Yeah.
Do it the best that you have. Second thing he said was, don't let anybody tell you what you can and can't do.
That's right.
Now, my only limitation, I played basketball. He said, you're never going to dunk that basketball. He said, I love you. You jump. We can't get that high. He said, but other than that, all the options are on the table for you. Facts. Listen, I can't get vertical. It's okay. But the third piece was he also said, have your own money so you can make your own choices. So this was my father talking to his daughter.
That's right.
Very, very loud voice. And I think all of that culminated for me is say yes to things. If they seem scary, if they seem uncomfortable, if the path seems unclear, that's probably the next step you need to take.
That's right.
And I think so often we're looking for the path that is clear and we know there's success at the end of it. And anything worthwhile is going to be a little scary.
That's right.
It's going to be a little uncomfortable. Yeah. And at some moment you're going to say, oh God, what have I done?
Yeah.
But you keep going. And I just think that fierceness was instilled in me, so I considered it a gift. And just not being afraid, just jumping in because it could go wrong, but what if it goes really right?
Yeah, and I think it's my book, Love Leadership. I said that courage is nothing more than your faith reaching through your fear, displaying itself as action in your life.
That's exactly right.
We're all shaking in our boots.
Yep.
Do it anyway. I mean, a theme that you guys should have heard over and over again is just say yes. Just do it.
That's exactly right.
Don't let the perfect, my wife hates when I say this, don't let the perfect become the death of the good. Just do it. Done is better than perfect, right? Just get out there and try it. Like, try it, do a software upgrade as you go. Don't navel gaze, don't wait for perfect. Perfect will never come. And it's obviously worked for you, and whoever told you not to look somebody in their eyes and never blink, at least never, don't walk away from a challenge, did it right, that was your parents. I want you to do me a favor. I want you to talk about, in our closing minutes, the power of this partnership in your mind. Why is it so important? Why is it so special? But I want you to do me a personal favor.
Sure.
I want you to do for some young black or Latino girl what your parents did for you. I want you to commit in the next 2 years to mentor some little girl or girls, bring them into your office, sit them down, make them comfortable with that office building, comfortable with the 16th floor, comfortable with the computer, comfortable with a balance sheet, comfortable with an income statement, comfortable with being uncomfortable. Show them that they can do anything that they want to do. Can you do that for me?
You have my commitment.
Okay.
100%.
Thank you.
100%. I love it.
Look at that. We'll talk about the truest thing, but that was the most important thing today.
That's an easy yes.
Well, but people don't do it. Everyone needs to reach one and teach one. Love is work. Love is work.
Absolutely.
Non-love is laziness. Anti-love is evil.
Absolutely.
Evil exists, but it's very rare.
Yeah.
Most people are just lazy. Intellectually lazy, spiritually lazy, financially lazy, emotionally. They don't want to do the work. They want somebody else to do it. No one's coming to save you. We're going to have to do that for ourselves. Yeah. And so everybody needs to get to work. Yeah. And I look at you and I look at somebody who's got your level of confidence and say, you can be put to work. You might just create the next Allison or the next Bill Rogers or Mrs. Rogers. But it won't happen unless you lean in. Tell us in the last couple of minutes, we're already over time, what is so special about this partnership? Why did you do it? And what do we look forward to in the future?
So the reason this partnership is so exciting, it's been how we've been able to transform it over the last 2 years. And part of this came up, we said, hey, we've got obviously this new brand. We're defining Truist. It was an interesting name at first. It rolls off the tongue now. I can't imagine it being called anything else. But we said, hey, if we're going to live our purpose, we need to help more people. We have to ensure that as individuals are coming into our branches and they're sitting across from one of our amazing bankers, if that person needs more shoulder-to-shoulder coaching and is earlier on in their financial journey and has had some bumps, we have somewhere to take them to say yes. Yeah. And so when our leadership team, many of them who are here today, along with some people on your team that I love, Mary Airsom and Lance Triggs, we had the opportunity literally, and this was virtual, this was in the height of COVID, we said, how can we expand this? And that's where we said, hey, let's look at community coverage. Let's find the geographies. And working with our analytics team, Jeff Gormley, who's on our team, is here, helped us figure out, hey, where are the places we're needed most? How can we scale one of the amazing Operation Hope coaches to reach more people? And you're going to do that in person, but sometimes you're also going to do that virtually. And what that means today is that we've been able to help more people in the last 12 months than we've ever been able to. And what makes it so special is, to your original point, this is a model that you can replicate over and over and over again. Yep. And it helps people in their lives. If you have more financial choices, it affects your family, it affects your business. We've talked about generational wealth today and yesterday. It has to start somewhere, and we believe it can start between your Truist banker and your Operation Hope coach and the care that we can put into your financial journey.
And to get the bank, as a result of that, out of the no business. I'm sorry, I can't approve you for a home loan. I'm sorry, you don't have the right ratios, the right credit score, the right down payment. I'm sorry, no for home loan, no for a good mortgage, no for a good small business loan, no for consumer. I get you out of the no business and into the yes business at scale.
Yes.
Somebody's watching this going, I like her. She's pretty cool. I have a young girl who needs to be mentored either in person or virtually. Can you give them an email address?
Absolutely. It's, you can find it right on the information for the Hope Global Forum, but if you do allison.robinson@truist.com, it's going to come straight to me. And we'll be excited to partner. So it's going to be amazing.
Ladies and gentlemen, Allison Robinson.
So I want to thank you, Allison, all the team at Truist for your commitment to improving well-being for all the communities you serve. We really do appreciate you. And I want to remind you as we wrap up, we've got one more great panel. But don't forget, immediately afterwards, out in the lobby, there is a social and networking session. So it is a chance for you to get together and talk about a lot that you've learned today. In the meantime, John, I understand you have something to present.
I do. Thank you so much. Hasn't she done a great job? Have you guys enjoyed today? I don't know if my wife Shatra's around, but she may be in the back. This is personal to me. Phil Griffin was the CEO. This is the least important thing that you should know. He was the president of MSNBC prior to Rashida Jones, who you met earlier. Here's what's important. Relationship capital. A guy named Philippe Bourguignon, French, I met him because I went to go give a speech in Germany years ago. I didn't want to go. It was an irritant. But it was a favor to somebody. I went to this little small town, gave a speech, and I tried to find something positive for me in this conference where everybody's speaking German. And I met this guy named Philippe Bourguignon, and he and I became friends. And I found out he was co-chairman of the World Economic Forum, and I wanted this to be like that. So I asked him to be on my board and help to create this as the urban version of the Davos meeting in Switzerland. He said yes to that. Through Philippe Bourguignon, I met a friend named Phil Griffin. Phil Griffin, president of MSNBC, we talk, we have a good relationship, we get to know each other. And through Phil Griffin, I meet Tom Brokaw. I meet Tom Brokaw and I said, Tom, will you come and speak at our Hope Global Forum? For which Philippe Bourguignon and now Phil Griffin are both co-chairing. See how I'm doing this? Little by little. Tom Brokaw comes to the conference. I think this is 2017, 2018. And as we're walking out, Ambassador Young has this great quote, "Coincidence is God's way of remaining anonymous." We're walking out on stage just like this. As we're walking out on stage with Tom Brokaw and Phil and Philippe, Tom Brokaw leans over to me and I'm saying, Tom, I'm so honored to have you here, oh my God. And the reason that Tom Brokaw came is because he knew that Ambassador Andrew Young was a co-chair. He didn't know me from anything, but he trusted that if Ambassador Young was there, he trusted me. So I guess in a short period of time, Tom Brokaw decided he did not like me, and maybe he liked me a little bit. We walk out on stage. Tom Brokaw whispered in my ear when I said, what can I do to help you? Or if there's anything I can do to help you, he says, yes, come speak for me at a conference. I said, when is it? We're walking out. He says it's July, I think it was 8th. And I said, I can't do that. I'm getting married on July the 7th. And he said, well, come after you get married. I said, this dude's got chutzpah. So I said, well, I can't say that. You got to ask my wife. Where's your wife? Well, she's right behind you. So my fiance did. So he turns to Shashra and says, well, can he come speak after you get married? And she said, well, where is it? And he said, Sun Valley. She said, done. I didn't know where Sun Valley was. I guess it's a great skiing place. I don't relax. So I didn't know about skiing. So I said yes to go to Sun Valley. So we get married, and the next day we get on a plane and take plane, train, automobile, get to Sun Valley. And I'm clueless. And we check in the hotel. It's an inn because the hotel was already packed out, and the inn was next to it. And there was no running hot water, and we had twin beds. And we just got married. You starting to get this visual? So I called the front desk, and I said, this is not going to work. I'm honored to be here, glad to do it. I'm speaking for free. There are limits to my graciousness, I guess. I need a queen bed, preferably a king bed, and it'd be nice if I had some running hot water. I mean, y'all rich people, can't y'all figure this out? And they said, I'm so sorry, Mr. Bryan, the water we can't solve right now for you, but we can move you about a mile down the road if you want a queen bed. I said, you know what? Let me just calm down for a minute. By the way, my wife's saying, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. I said, okay, let me calm down for a minute. Let me just go register for this conference, figure out what it is, and I'll decide once I come back from registering. So God is my witness. I'm not exaggerating one iota here. I walk out the front door. Now, mind you, my hot water is tied to the bathroom. The bathroom is on this wall here. I walk out the door. I turn right. Coming out the other door mean that they are sharing my plumbing. You follow me? They have no hot water either. I turn right. The guy's coming out the door is Warren Buffett. I turned around, went back in the room, called the front desk. I said, this room will be just fine. I stalked that man every day. When I heard the plumbing, click, click. 10 minutes later, I'm at the door waiting for him to come out. We called the elevator up, down, went to the conference together, became bosom buddies. Changed became girlfriends with his girlfriend. They were knitting together, I don't know, something. I'm like, I'm supposed to speak at this conference, and I'm going, it's 7 in the morning. Nobody's going to be at this conference at 7 in the morning. I'm sure their assistant's going to be there. There'll be 30 people. I don't know. I just met Warren Buffett. I could care less. I show up at 7 in the morning, and there are 500 of the most powerful people on the planet in the audience. Mark Zuckerberg, the Buffett family, the Murdoch family. I mean, it just went on and on and on. Unbelievable. Unlocked it all. Unlocked it all because I said yes. I found a way to say yes. But I didn't do it by myself. I had somebody. I'm not going to do it again. I got emotional yesterday. None of us get here by ourselves. You follow me? We all need somebody. I believe in the James Brown version of affirmative action. Open the door, I'll get it myself. But somebody has to open the door. If I could rename this award to Phil Griffin, I call it the 30-Year Open the Door Award. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in saying thank you to Phil Griffin. And he broke his shoulder picking up all the money.
Get this man a TV show. That is unbelievable. Thank you, John. That was a great introduction. I talked to Mr. Brokaw before I came down. He sends him your best, and to this group the best. He loves you. We all know why he loves John. There's nobody who speaks better than he, and I swear to God he will have a TV show out of this. I'm honored to get this award and to be a small part of what you've accomplished over the last 30 years. John, I've known you for a long time and I've been part of this, but what you've done is impressive. And what you've done, Kevin, and what everyone who works at Operation Hope, and what everyone who has been part of this movement has done. And it has not been an easy task. These past 30 years have been complicated in America, as have really the last 246 years in America. America is an idea. All people are created equal. We have unalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And that idea has always been in conflict by the way we have lived and governed. But from the beginning, from our very beginnings, we've always had leaders who devote themselves to that special idea of America. John, you are one of those bold leaders. Really, one of the doers who is committed to making that dream of America come true. You've all heard them now. We know the numbers. Operation Hope now has 200 offices throughout the country. 200. When we began, there were a few in the South. Yeah. There are now 200. Operation Hope has given more than $3 billion to low-income communities. Operation Hope has been the catalyst for the creation of hundreds of thousands of small businesses, empowered millions of adults by giving them financial literacy, raising their credit scores, and making the American dream attainable. And Operation Hope, through this forum, has focused on the underserved and has helped more than 40 countries around the world. That's so great. That is amazing. It is such an achievement. John, I've known you. This is amazing. You've inspired us all. You've helped us understand we need to make this economy work for everyone. Now, I was reminded of the mission of Operation Hope and the success of John and his team when I was recently in Italy this past September. I came across a speech delivered by Pope Francis to a group of young adults in Assisi. His message was about change, but of all things, it was about the economy. He encouraged those young adults to commit themselves to making an economy that is, quote, life-giving, not one that is life-killing. Life-giving, not life-killing. I recommend you read his speech. It was delivered on September 24th this year. In part, he says, we need an economy that cares for creation and does not misuse it. We need an economy where care replaces rejection and indifference. We need an economy that leaves no one behind. We need an economy where finance is a friend and ally of the real economy and of labor and not against them. We need an economy that fights poverty in all its forms, reduces inequality. We need an economy that creates wealth for all, that engenders joy and not just riches, because happiness that is not shared is incomplete. He goes on at the end of this speech to the kids in Assis to say, we believe in this economy. It is not a utopia because we are already building it. And some of us, on particularly bright mornings, have already glimpsed the beginnings of the promised land. As I said, that was Pope Francis. John, I'm glad I've gotten to know you. Pope Francis could have been talking about you. You've made lives better, the world a better place. Because of your leadership, because of Operation Hope, we are beginning to see the promised land. Thank you for what you have done, and congratulations on 30 years of commitment and success. Thank you.
You know we must love Phil Griffin because we don't allow anybody to read speeches. So we love you. Know that was very heartfelt, and I am me in part because you helped me get there. I appreciate that, and this audience showed their appreciation and love for you. We're coming in the home stretch, and this was no better way to salute that. I'm just very thankful.
All right. Well, thank you, and you deserve it. And I'll tell you, when he went over there, he came back from that first meeting, and he wrote every one of those people, and he followed up, and he met with them, and obviously you charmed them, and I'm so glad it's worked out. So thank you, and thank you, everybody.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We have our final forum, our panel here. You're going to enjoy it. It's been a great afternoon, hasn't it? Amazing. I'm so inspired by it all, and I'm sure you all are too. It's my pleasure to introduce two of America's most innovative and creative leaders. He's the Senior Vice President and Chief Social Impact Officer for Cisco, and she's the U.S. CEO for Edelman. Please help me welcome Brian Tippins and Lisa Ross Osborne.
It is great to see there's still so much great energy in the room, and what better way to bring this to a close. We are going to bring you to the final stretch and bring together and synthesize a lot of the messages that you've heard over the last couple of days. And who better to join us to do this than Lisa Osborne Ross, CEO of Edelman US, who is, by the way, if John was out here, I'm surprised he's not out here. If John was out here, John Bryant would say something like, this is a bad sister, he would say. S-I-S-T-A, the first black woman to lead a major PR firm in history. So let's give it up for Lisa.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. We're going to talk about kind of the changing nature of brands and community engagement. And again, bringing together a lot of the themes that you've heard over the last couple of days as we bring this to an end. But we always want to start with the origin story. Every hero has an origin story. We'll talk about Edelman. We'll talk about some of the current landscape for corporate America. But tell us about Lisa. Tell us about your origin.
My origin is almost summed up in what I've experienced today at this conference. The speakers that I have listened to previously, and particularly the last two, but
My parents were two HBCU grads that met at Howard University. They're both deceased, and so I can freely say that my father was clear. He was on campus for a party, and my mother was looking for a husband. And 38 years later, before my dad passed, I think they both did all right. But what they taught us, and the origin for me, is really, again, what I've experienced here, that it's about trust. It's about relationships, and it's about kindness. And kindness is something that I think that we forget the importance of. And Brian, as you and I have talked and John talked about, it's also about faith. It's about faith in each other. It's about believing that collectively we can make the world a better place, that if we trust each other and if we build relationships, that good things happen. And so that's my origin story. You know, I'm one of 4. I'm the youngest. I'm the only girl. I was educated by feminist nuns when I was in high school. I went to Marquette University, so I believe in the Jesuit approach to social justice. And I try to surround myself with really good people like Brian, who has become a lovely friend and a lovely compatriot in this effort to really bring about change in a significant way.
Definitely. Those are important lessons. You said kindness, trust, focus on justice. You took those lessons into your professional career.
Absolutely.
At Ogilvy in the firm, sometime in the Clinton administration. Talk about your path that brought you to the CEO role at Edelman.
I've always known that I could make a difference. I've recently said in a magazine article that my parents gave me the greatest gift of being unencumbered. For so many black children, our parents tell us, you're not going to be wanted in a room. You're going to have to work 50 times harder. People are going to question you. And my parents knew that to be true, but what they said to me was, go in there, do your thing, have fun, make some money, make a difference, and keep it moving. And that was a gift for me. So I'm a native Washingtonian. I'm trying very hard not to be distracted by my microphone, which is making me sound double, I think. I grew up in D.C. I went to a girls' prep school. I went to Marquette University. I met my husband working for a trade association. I went to Ogilvy. I worked at Fleischman Hillard. I was in the Clinton administration for 8 years, working for Alexis Herman, the great Alexis Herman. I experienced Dorothy Height. I've worked with some of the greatest, but also most humble minds in business and in industry. And rooted in, again, my parents' belief that you can do well and do good, I ended up here at Edelman. And our belief, and I think what we're going to talk about today, is that brands and corporations not only have an opportunity, but have the responsibility to drive social change, to make things better, to do things that benefit the people who use their products and services. And every day I seek to work with those organizations and work with those brands to see what difference we can make. And for me, that's a good day.
So we've talked a lot in the last day and a half about representation generally across all industries, financial services, tech industry, all industries. Why does representation matter so much in the industry that you're in? I'm guessing there's not a lot of very senior executives in PR that look like you, right? Why is that important? Why does that matter?
I'm not unencumbered enough to give you examples, but you know, you've seen campaigns where women are not at the table and they say and do something stupid. That people of color are not at the table and they say and do something stupid. And I often say that representation we've been talking about for years, but it matters because it also can save lives. We have a campaign that we did for Vaseline called See My Skin. And historically, if you had a psoriasis or eczema or some sort of skin disease, dermatological problem, you could go online, and if you were a person of color, you would not see any skin that looked like yours. But because we had representation at the table with the client and at Edelman, we said this is dangerous. And so we started a campaign with Vaseline called See My Skin, where now, not only when you go online and you type in eczema, you will see skin that looks like mine, but you will also see resources and information that you can go to directly, and you will also have a list of black and brown doctors that know how to treat your skin. And so without representation, not only does it not feel good, it's also dangerous.
It's also dangerous.
And lives can be lost if people are not there to advocate for those that don't look like, or that look like them but who are not represented.
You've been in the role of CEO 2 years now?
2 years.
So you came in at an interesting time. Well, you were already with Edelman at the time, but in the last couple of years, as we've reflected on over the last couple of days, in the wake of the tragic murder of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, businesses shift. Corporate America shifted significantly. How have you seen the landscape of corporate America when it comes to brand and brand advocacy? How have you seen it change over the last couple of years?
I mean, it's changed dramatically. One, there's a conversation. Two, and I'm often asked this question, after George Floyd was murdered, and it was right after COVID, and so people were struggling anyway. It was hard. And then, we began this racial reckoning. And probably one of the richest periods of my professional career was those 4 or 5 months afterwards, where I was talking to CEOs of Fortune 50 companies. And they were trying to figure out what to do and how to do it. And for many of them, it was easy to put Black Lives Matter on their website. But the question is, will you also put a bumper sticker on your car? Will you put a yard sign that says it? And while corporations did well, the change came about from those CEOs whose lives changed as a result of this. They broadened their horizons. They introduced themselves to people that they didn't routinely know. They acknowledged what they didn't know and were willing to learn. And so, the money poured in, and I'm never going to say money doesn't matter, but it's the mindset that has to change. And for those corporations who shifted in that degree, I think we're better off for it, and I think we just have to keep pushing to ensure.
You said the money poured in. Did the money really pour in? Did enough money pour in? Did these promises and proposals that were made by corporate America 2 years ago come to fruition broadly?
You can't correct 400 years of issue in a year. Yeah. So it just doesn't work like that. And for those of us who work with a lot of money, we sometimes mistakenly believe that money can solve everything, and it can't.
Right.
It is important, and it can solve a lot, but everything has to come into place. And I've watched leaders evolve where they were asking questions that perhaps they should have had the answer to, and now they're teaching. But I also think we learned as a society about something else that my parents drilled into us, and that's the importance of grace. No one has all the answers, and we do have to put ourselves in a position where we can have positive conversations, but we have to be careful about creating environments where if you make one false move, you're canceled. You are afraid to ask a question, and if you're afraid to ask a question, that means you can't learn. And I often said that those corporations and those leaders that will do well are those who have a pure heart but thick skin. And you have to be willing to learn, but if there's something that you don't know, imagine that there's something that someone else doesn't know, and you have to give grace to have the conversation. And when you don't, that's when people shut down and nothing gets done.
It's all quite sensitive, though. You talked about the CEOs and the fear of being canceled. There was a presentation earlier we all saw where Alan Murray from Fortune magazine interviewed Mulvaney, and they were talking about the extent to which corporations now are weighing in on political issues, right? Very similar in terms of the role of the CEO weighing in on all these emerging environmental, social, governance issues. Talk about the role, as we think about the brands of the company, the role of the CEO and how that's evolving, speaking out on issues.
When COVID happened, one of my colleagues renamed the CEO rather than saying it's the chief executive officer, it's the chief empathy officer. And what is now required of CEOs, and I feel it every day in my work, is you obviously have to run a P&L, you obviously have to be profitable, but our research shows that you have to have an opinion, you have to have a point of view, and you have to be willing to engage in a conversation. But this is where the grace comes in, because there are very few issues that everyone in this room would agree to. We all have different points of view. We're from different parts of the country. We have different ideological opinions. But right is right and wrong is wrong. And CEOs are now required to speak out and to say something, and the consequences are real. We're all fighting for talent. And the talent that we are looking at is of a cohort that expects you to say something. Even if they disagree with what you're saying, they expect you to weigh in and to engage.
So I'm going to ask you about what Edelman is doing around solutions broadly, and I'll give you a chance to talk about Mighty Dream. But I want to ask you first, because you talked about the CEO changing to Chief Empathy Officer, this idea that the words matter, right, and that the language matters. I was for a time, I'm with Cisco now as Chief Social Impact Officer, but for a time I was the Chief Diversity Officer at HP. And we went from diversity to diversity inclusion. Then we changed the team to inclusion and diversity for a deliberate reason. I've seen many of my peers go from diversity leaders to diversity, equity, and inclusion. My peer at Salesforce was a Chief Equality Officer, Belonging Officer, right? You've all seen this kind of evolution in the titles. Do you think that the language around diversity and inclusion, does it matter? Am I being too sensitive about it, or is there a message behind the language?
No, I mean, I forgot I was on stage and rolled my eyes while you were
and
listening.
the camera caught it too. You catch that eye roll?
Yeah, it was an eye roll because language does matter, but actions matter more. I mean, all the time we spend talking about, is it inclusion, is it diversity? I use representation, respect, recognition. Those are the three things that I try to drive at Edelman. But while we spend all this time talking about things, it's the actions that matter. You know, is your board representative? Is not your workforce, but your senior most talent representative? Are they at the table? Are they asking and answering questions? And so I think we just spend so much time talking to hear ourselves talk, or we could actually be putting some money down, hiring some people, lifting people up in a positive way so that we know automatically that while we're sitting on this stage today, who's going to be on the stage tomorrow and 5 years from now and 5 years from now? Like this young man right here, like he looks young to me, but everybody's starting to look young to me. But our responsibility is not to like talk about whether it's a DEI person, but to identify someone and say, hey, you look really bright and you look like you could make a difference and you could make money while you're doing it. And so he said, yes, that's true about me. But that's what this room can do, is to make a difference by identifying talent and lifting people up and putting them in a position to make a difference.
I completely agree. I think one of the biggest errors in diversity and inclusion is the measurements around representation and that being the only driver, right? It's certainly very important. Anything that's important in business, we have to measure. What gets measured gets done. We have to see reds and yellows and greens on a scorecard. But what's more important is those actions that drive sustained long-term change. I completely agree.
Yes.
In that vein, tell me about a Mighty Dream.
Mighty Dream is a brainchild with me and Pharrell Williams. We met, and his passion for changing the world was so apparent, and we just connected and thought if we put our resources together, his voice, his platform, Edelman's expertise in communications, that we could do something. So we created a thing called Mighty Dream, and it's rooted in Langston Hughes' poem, A Dream Deferred, that written in the 30s, it was a recognition that the American dream has to be available, readily available to everyone and not just certain people. And it wasn't in the 30s, and it still isn't now. It's better. We would be silly to acknowledge or not acknowledge that it is. It's better. But the concept of a mighty dream is that we could create a creative advocacy agency to literally say to brands and corporations, the community saying to brands and corporations, this is what I need. This is where and how you can make a difference. There's a paradigm shift where historically it's been generous brands like mine and the ones that I represent that say, hey, community advocacy group or HBCU, this is what I have for you. But the change is the community is saying, this is what I need, and let's co-create what I need. I went to Cup Foods where George Floyd was murdered this past summer. And I don't know how many of you have been, but after all of this conversation, discussion, media attention, everything, Cup Foods looks the same. There were 13 types of potato chips, and I found one rotten tomato. So if you want to drive change that matters, and look at things like food insecurity. Look at things like joblessness. Look at training. But who knows better what's needed? Those people who are affected. And so Mighty Dream is literally community advocacy organizations saying, this is what I need, and we pair them with brands and corporations, and they do wonderful things. And it is fueled by HBCU grads, so that my goal is in 5 or 10 years, I've got a pipeline of people. And otherwise, I have failed. This job means absolutely nothing if I'm the last person that looks like me in it. And that's my commitment.
That's amazing and admirable that you take seriously the role that you play at the helm of this amazing organization. I'm going to end where we started with a little bit more of your origin story and your tie back to the civil rights movement. So John has reminded us a few times from the stage that we're sitting in this ballroom where in 1967, 1968, Dr. Martin Luther King had his last meeting with his organizing committee before he left on the Poor People's Campaign and was never able to return. We were joined by Ambassador Young yesterday, the icons of the movement. We know we stand on the shoulders of giants. My wife Josette and I had the opportunity to go to Chicago to go visit with Reverend Jesse Jackson a few weeks ago. He turned 81 years old and still in the fight, right? Tell us about your connection to the movement. Tell us about Rosa Parks.
Oh, that's so crazy. So I'll tell you about Rosa Parks, but before I do, I don't want to leave the stage without talking a little bit about Brian.
Okay.
Brian is one of these quiet movers and shakers who is behind the scenes, just bam, like getting it done, changing things, moving people around, speaking truth to power. And he's brand new at Cisco. I cannot wait to see what kind of fire he lights over there. And I'm just really grateful to share the stage with you. So for Brian, before...
Thank you very much. You're very kind.
Rosa Parks, I so wish my parents were alive to see my life right now, because it's so much of what they ordained for me. But I was recently, Essence Magazine did a piece about my role at Edelman and in communications and the importance of representation. And I said that I had learned so much from so many people, sometimes when they weren't even speaking. And so when I was, I think, like 28, 29 years old, I spent 3 days with Rosa Parks. I was with another agency. And I talked about it. And then a friend of mine, a brilliant photographer named Jason Michelow Johnson, just sent me a picture of me and Rosa Parks at a restaurant. And I didn't even know it existed. I have fair faucet hair, which was a reminder. I'm so glad I cut my hair. I just saw that and was like, that's a lot of work. And there was this beautiful, physically small woman who, even at that age and stage in her life, filled up the room and filled up the screen. And she just talked while we were there. And thank God I had enough sense to listen and to take in every single thing that she said. And so it is people like Rosa Parks, it's people like your parents and your grandparents, regardless of what color you are or what your politics are. It's Thelma Little Osborne, it's Daniel Osborne, my parents, your parents. And when you come from stock that tells you walk into a room, make a difference, do your thing, and bring other people along, then you really have no choice but to do what all of us in this room are doing. So thank you.
Very powerful. I told you, and I lived up to my promise, this is a bad sister, right? So please join me in thanking Lisa Osborne Ross. Thank you.
How about these two? Let's have another round of applause. Weren't they amazing? I could have actually listened to all of these panels forever. It's been a wonderful day. Thank you for joining us. Did you have a good time? Yeah, it's good. This is one of those events you're going to say, I was there, and tell people about it. Okay, we're going to keep the good times going. As I mentioned, there is the social and networking session that'll take place right outside in the lobby. And come back tomorrow, because if you think today was great, tomorrow is awesome too. So we're kicking it off live and in person with the one, the only, Bishop T.D. Jakes. Yes. We'll also have the CEO of Walmart and the CEO of PayPal, the Earn Your Leisure guys, Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens, Tip T.I. Harris, Killer Mike, and Charlemagne the God. Yes, you'll want to be here so you could tell everybody you saw them. Where else would you get a lineup like that? Thanks for joining us and have a great evening.